Getting the final Q1 GDP reading coming out. Core hasn't populated here yet, but 2% here versus 1.4 expected there. So US GDP for Q1, this is a final reading again, 2% versus 1.4 expected. Initial jobless claims to the downside, 239,000 versus 265,000 expected. GDP price index, 4.1 versus 4.2. Core PCE, this is a quarterly reading. So PCE for the quarter, 4.9% versus 5. We'll get the month-over-month PCE number tomorrow morning at this time. 1.7 there for continuing claims versus 1.76 expected on that. So a few interesting numbers there. GDP, again, to the upside in a pretty big way there, 2% versus 1.4% expected on the growth for Q1. So overall, market's a little bit choppy on that news. We'll keep an eye out for how things follow through here. A little bit mixed on that data overall. A ton of things moving around here to kick things off on a Thursday morning. Micron with a nice report mentioning, guess what? AI. Can you believe it? CRM with another AI headline as well. Big investment going into the UK. We'll touch on both of those. We'll see how hungover Elon is today after his birthday yesterday, but Tesla back to the upside, I noticed as well. It's Thursday, June 29th, 2023. TraderTV.live starts now. All right, so overall, not bad. We had a push to the upside, back to the downside a little bit here. NASDAQ, for the most part, coming back in. S&P holding up a little bit better, but 0.4 right now, 0.3 and 0.3 across the board. A little bit of whipsaw action there on those data points. 2%, better part of 2% for Bitcoin. Same story for Ethereum. Back to the upside to kick things off on a Thursday. If you missed it again, 239,000 there on the initial jobless claims to the downside versus 265 expected. Q1 GDP 2% versus 1.4. That's a big upside print there.
Yeah, there is no slack in this economy. So the soft landing that we're looking for, do we get it? Interesting look here. GDP comes in overly strong. No slack in the job market whatsoever. I'm looking at the 2-year here, Brendo. 4.75% overnight. Now it's up 1 3/4. Wow.
Yeah, 82% you were saying on the Fed funds tool there as far as a quarter point coming through for July from our friend Mr. Powell. I mean, 4.9 on the core PCE as well. Again, this is a quarterly print versus 5%. So that's in line or in the right direction anyways. PCE prices final 4.1% overall. Again, for the quarter, we'll get the month-over-month number coming up tomorrow morning. So a bit of a mixed bag. And then on top of that, we had Powell again making some comments early on this morning over in Spain, reiterating essentially what we heard from him yesterday. Here's a few up here. 2% inflation going to be 2025 at the earliest. Going to be 2 years away before they start seeing this thing moving in the right direction in a meaningful way, coming off of, if you remember earlier in the week, we had that 3.9% print. I guess it was last week at this point, 3.9% print on this side of the border, guys. Happy Thursday. Good morning.
Yes, good morning. And for those of you that are curious, Apple's high is $189.91 this morning. So it came within 9 cents of glory. I don't know. I feel like we're going to get there today. So 190, if we get there by the end of the year, you guys all know what Pratt has to go platinum. And 190.89, because I can never forget that number anymore, is going to be the $3 trillion mark for Apple. Lots to get to. Man, there's news today. We have AMC at 9 o'clock. We're expecting a judgment there. The Virgin Galactic launch at 11. At least that's when it's supposed to happen at 11, so we'll be tracking that as well. We're here for everything. Micron earnings puts all the chip names into play. It's starting to pull back. I like some dip buys in a couple names. Obviously, one of them from yesterday was going to be Intel. And there is Carvana potentially breaking $30, and this SGTX, which we'll get into it at some point. It is one of the weirdest deals I've ever seen, and it's a 1.4 million float. So they're being bought by Eli Lilly, but the structure of the deal is a little bit wild. So that one should be a halter for sure. This is going to be a wild day today. I feel like there's just so much to be looking at. And another thing. Guess what gapped above $9? SoFi. Someone just mentioned me in the chat a few minutes before we went on. That SoFi actually is continuing to go up. That's through $9 as well. Nice, so lots going on here today. Going to be a wild one.
Nice, I like that. Yeah, also one thing that we didn't mention too is Carvana. Carvana up to $30. I already have the trade in to break that, so once it does, I think we'll go long on $30 here on Carvana. It's down to $29.60 right now, but up 6% here at its highs today and looking to break out again, Carvana. Really trapped. I feel like right there they might have trapped some bears, but you can see it's already up nicely. So if you're trapped, hopefully you got out already. But that little candle there from Monday, I feel like nice move down, everyone getting excited. Looks like it wants to take it out. Then you make a little tombstone kind of thing there. Going back up to the upside. Doji Star would be on the upside. That's kind of an inverted one. Now we're going to wait to see what happens here as Carvana looks to take that out. And yeah, Apple right now going to the other way. You can see the NASDAQ here coming red off that. It's funny because the final revision for Q1 GDP plus 2%. Above the 1.4. So GDP revised higher there, which is nice, but the market seems to be shrugging that off and now making moves back down to the downside. Remember, we still have that 15,150 as a key area. It's at 15,160 right now. Like Neil said, I mean, no better of a stock today maybe to trade than Micron, but AMD also found a bottom down there at 108, 107. We just tweeted that out. That's a couple days now where we've come back down. I mean, maybe the bottom's 106, but this little pre-market issue there came back in, tested again, and we just kept on making higher lows, right? So boom, 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 all the way up there. So I like the trajectory of AMD, and I think just kind of like how we called tops right there, I feel like this is a very, very good place. And I was saying to Sharif as well, like maybe the bottom might be in here on some of these plays. And there is still all talk about AI, because if you want to be in growth, you have to be in tech. And if you're in tech, then you're pretty much just naturally in AI if you're in any of these top 7 names as they call them there. So yeah, AMD upside, NVIDIA upside as well. NVIDIA, I think AMD's up more than NVIDIA today. Let me just double check that. Oh, they're both the same. So AMD was 1.6. Yeah, okay. AMD only 0.8, but AMD has that 420 level as well right there that we're looking at from 2 days ago close. So that's going to be an interesting level. Yesterday we made some money short on NVIDIA. If you remember, at the end of the day, we actually had some great trades at the end of the day where we were short into here, and then it collapsed down. You guys saw me take that 415 short right there all the way down to 410. That was a lot of fun. We got a good imbalance trade yesterday as well. But hey, it's 8:38, and like Neil and Brendan and Sharif's all been saying, it should be an exciting day. Lots to look at, and we didn't even look at Micron yet. So that'll be something that we'll talk about. Micron today, bouncing off $70. Yeah. I like that 70 break long, but now things are starting to retrace downside. So, all right, man, what's up to everybody? What's up to Lone? What's up to Thrill? What's up to Bears versus Bulls? What's up to Neil Roberts, whoever that is in the chat? What's up to 420 Bud Monster? Don't have too many Bud Monsters yet. It's going to be a big day today. Where is my thing right here? There it is right there. That's for you, Bud Monster. I guess that's what you mean with the 420.
I think it's a decent guess.
Yeah, especially because it has 420 underscore Bud Monster. What's up, guy? What's up to Eddie Marino, Wave Products, and all of you? Thank you for subscribing and heading into the chat. But all right, let's go back over to the big desk with Brendo.
All right, just looking through a few things here of interest. Speaking of Apple, interesting chart here, back above 6%. As far as the top weights in the S&P 500, you got to go back a long way to find the last time we had a single individual stock. It was IBM, all the way back in 1980, was that big of a percent of the overall S&P 500. Impressive. Here's Micron, meanwhile, earnings after the close yesterday. Revenue growth, not great on that chart. Basically back to 2000, early 2000 levels for Micron's revenue growth specifically. Index performance over the past year. Interesting look here as well. Obviously, we all know about the NASDAQ and tech so far, but the S&P actually, pretty impressive itself, back to almost 15%. The Dow lagging, as we've been talking about over the past couple of days here, but interesting look there for Micron.
Yeah, Micron benefiting from the AI craze. People are buying its DRAM, its memory chips, as well as storage for AI cloud. So they're benefiting from it. They're looking to expand. And they're not suffering from the glut that we had in the PC market earlier. That's been taken care of. So now they're able to focus on this AI movement, Brendo.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on Micron. I mean, there's not a heck of a lot of volume behind what's happening so far in the pre-market for MU, but obviously up nicely. My chart taking extra time to load Netflix this morning, but I wanted to mention a nice 1.3% bump here for Netflix as well. Yet another positive note coming through this week, and another $500 price target, the second of which we've had in the past couple of days here, pointing towards more revenue to come from the ad-supported tier for Netflix with a good look here.
Yeah, well, there's apparently like there could be like actors joining the strike. History has shown like usually when these strikes happen, it's Netflix that is hit the least because of the way that they structure their productions. But yeah, it's definitely hurting the other streamers and the other producers probably a little bit more. Netflix has been doing just fine on the chart. $5, okay, tell me when you think you're getting there. Realistically, all you got to do is worry about the trend when it comes to this name. I would usually you like to look at previous close as a support area. That also happens to be $430, so you get a nice little round number. If we do go dipping, you had a big breakout. You have previous high of the week, so Monday's high, yesterday's close, top end of the range, $8. So if we do go falling off the open, well, you got $430 down here for Netflix. I think you go for the defense at that price, not really diddling in the middle or anything like that. That's what you want to see. And then you have room to the top. The other side of that equation is you could just go top breakout. Maybe we take out $438. I don't want to break on a $400 stock. Netflix is tricky enough, let alone trying to take a top break on this. It's not like other names where you can have a relative amount of risk at 930. But I like that 430 level on Netflix. You got room to run if it takes out the top. You can be into it already. I don't have to tell you guys or anybody that's been watching this that 450 was a pretty big rejection zone that it never quite got to. If we see that price this week, next week, I think you're looking for an initial fade off that 450 level. We'll cross that bridge when we get there. I think the previous close is what we're watching for here at 930.
So from, yeah, what's up, Justin? Yeah, we'll talk about Carvana. I mean, my break is going to be Carvana through that 30. I think people are trapped down there in the low 20s, but we've already had 2 great days to the upside. I believe the break of like 25, 27 was obviously a lot better, but 30 could spark this through again. I mean, Morgan Stanley just had, it was six months ago or so, they placed a $1 price target on it. So that's why whenever I see upgrades and downgrades, I feel like it's a big joke. But why trade Netflix at all-time highs? No, it's not all-time highs, but recent highs, when you could trade Disney that's getting absolutely pummeled. I mean, the story of two names here completely. One screwing up streaming royally, and then one is Netflix. So yeah, you're just going to see down here $87, $88. Disney's at these lows again, right? Even when there was no strike, they had really shitty content, and now it's getting even worse, it seems like. And they've delayed, as Neil was just mentioning here, if the actors start to join this, they've already delayed Star Wars. They've pushed out a lot of Marvel movies. They've I think they basically pushed back everything, at least a couple quarters. So when you don't have content coming out and you're Disney, that's going to be a little bit of a problem, right? Now, I still think they could spin Hulu. They could do something with ESPN. They could, you know, talk about more streaming as far as that is concerned. Obviously, they still have the parks business. And I'm just really surprised, to be honest with you. You know, I'm in Airbnb and Uber, which are completely performing opposite of Disney. We did buy Disney up here at 97, 98, and then recently again at 88, 86 right here, which we bought it down there. We thought we were doing pretty good, and then it came all the way back up to the top, hit the 50 period, and now all the way back down. What I was getting at with the travel, see how fast I'm talking, and I had like half of a coffee. But what I was going to say about this is that if the travel companies, travel names like CCL. I mean, look at CCL. Airbnb, right? We bought Airbnb at 107 on that dip. Look what's happening right here to this stock, 130 upside, right? There's a lot of names that are way up, and Disney, you know, being this name that you thought was this blue chip kind of a company, is just not doing anything, and if anything, looking to break lower. So travel, I guess, not hitting this name yet, and if it hasn't, then what about when we start getting reports that this is on the downturn, right? That the parks maybe aren't doing as well, and maybe that report's out there already. But yeah, without the park business, without their travel, they have cruises, hotels, all that kind of stuff. Disney might be, I don't want to say dead man walking or anything here, but you know, a couple downgrades on the park business or anything like that, and this is going to be in a lot of trouble. I am not buying any more of this name. I'm already in it. My cost base is lower than here because we were buying this during pandemic bottoms, which was like $80, so it's not too far away. But yeah, watch out for Disney here. I
have a question.
Yeah, let's go.
I'm raising my hand. I have a question.
Yeah.
Carnival has a strong report, goes down initially, but is ramping up. The last couple of days, it's been a rocket ship.
Like crazy.
Expedia and look at anything in the travel space have been rocket ships. So you mean to tell me a company which prints money when it comes to travel and parks, and I understand everyone only looks at it as a streamer, but they're getting no benefit from this? You can't tell me that the actual value is being reflected in the movement in Disney right now.
That's why I think it's a buy. But
it's something else, and like it is hard to look at what's happening in CCL and what's happening with the airlines, what's happening with the rest of the travel space. See Netflix at all-time highs, and you're going to tell me that Disney is being punished right now because of the business and the actual structure of the business. It's not.
No, I think it's being punished. I mean, they're losing $5 billion or something in streaming, right? So they got to make that up somewhere, and then no one's going to the theaters anymore.
They print it in their
What was
other
that,
businesses are fine.
Not Superman. It was the Flash.
Oh,
it cost
God.
them, I don't know. Didn't they
I
make
haven't seen
$55
it,
million or something on week?
I haven't
the first
seen
week?
it, but
I think Cocaine Bear beat it.
the
You know what I'm saying? Like they're
DC
paying-
movies for superheroes are a huge fail. They don't have any clue what they're doing apparently with those movies. Like, how do you bungle like such
then I
great
just-
franchises? It's wow.
And they did have, you know, it doesn't matter what side of the aisle you're on, but you know, half of their customer base in the U.S., half is on one side, half is on the other, and they do have some political differences.
Well, that's what without saying it, that's what I was kind of saying. Like,
Yeah.
it's not. You
But I
can't
don't
tell
know-
me it's about the actual valuation at this point. It's not. That's not the story.
Yeah,
Because
yeah.
realistically,
Cocaine.
everything related to it, its segments of the business, all of those things are running right now.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean,
Oh shit, again?
Where are
Okay, I gotta take this. All right, what's up, Brendan?
20.
Oh my goodness.
There should be like a counter of how many times he calls on that.
I didn't even
graphic.
know they had an animation for that. That's fantastic.
Here's the note on Disney. It was KeyBank this morning with the downgrade to sector weight from overweight. So yeah, more negativity, as the guys were mentioning there, for Disney. We were just saying, Sharif and I were just saying as well, like I can't even remember the last time I went to a movie theater to actually see a movie. Virgin Galactic, meanwhile, to the upside 2 days in a row here. Pretty impressive. We're expecting this to happen at some point. So we'll keep an eye out for any headlines suggesting that 800, apparently anyways, 800 customers in line, including this guy, to get on this thing.
But I got to tell you, I was a little upset because in your note there, you said between 250,000 to 450. I wasn't given the option of 250. It was 450 flat out.
Straight up 450.
Yeah, but they really want to expand, Brendo. They want to go to 400 flights a year. That means margins. That means more planes. So I really want to see how this one goes. They did the inaugural flight with Sir Richard Branson back in 2021. It was a success. Let's see how this one goes.
Yeah, and then there was that brief gap in between these flights. So it'll be good to get these back in the air anyways. But here we go, 3%. Almost got to 5 there in the pre-market. Bit of a pullback, guys, for space.
Talking about the launch. So my understanding is like the event, I guess it'll be like hoopla around it, starts at 11. I don't know if it actually launches at 11.
Okay.
We'll have our ear to the ground for it.
There's a bunch of Italians.
It should be streamed. So yeah, it's the Italian Air Force doing a launch, and I'm expecting. Hey, what's up, Randy? Coffee.
I just got one, but
Yeah.
I could take another. I mean, I have half left. I'll take another one.
Actually, you know what? Yeah. it'll
What
be
about
hot.
Tesla?
What now?
How's your fair day? Chloe, you don't mind it?
Meh. Meh.
What is your next car? Are you gonna go grab that Ocean or what?
No, he's not.
I know you do.
It's kind of sketchy.
What's sketchy about it?
Randy has the Cayenne right now.
I don't know.
Are you leaving Porsche finally? I haven't seen you without one of those. Oh, be quiet. Let's not tell his Porsche dealer friends that.
Usually the Cayenne's in the.
Let's not
in
tell
the lot
that.
downstairs.
Randy only rides with white, so white cars. Like that's it. That's it. The cleanest white car downstairs.
Always go black.
Yeah, whenever you don't go white, go black.
My coffee's always.
I think. I mean, my Atlas is black and all blacked out, but I like white. My next car, I don't know. You know what I really like? I like the new Corvette.
You've never had a white car. I've never had a white car. You've never had a white car.
No, not a white one. No, my first car was in a two-door Accord, which was like a navy bluish.
Everyone remembers their first car.
Yeah. And then I had the BMW, which was black, and then now I have what I have now, the Jetta. So all black is where it's at. Yeah, exactly. I was rolling Rick Ross style. Actually, it's on my Instagram, my car, but okay.
Oh, we were talking about Virgin.
What were we doing? Yeah.
22% short float. This stock, when they announced that the launch date, you saw it squeeze. It ended up getting to like $6. I think it broke $6 in the pre-market one day and then flushed back down. So, I mean, $4 and $6 are two big levels. You could go breaking out at 5 and squeeze into the upside. If the launch is successful, which I expect it's going to be, then it's send real people up there unless they believe it's safe. So it's probably a successful launch. And if it's breaking out past 6, I will look to sell the news above that. But if we've broken out and we're at this area for a failed break of the week's highs, or I guess last week's highs, I suppose, that's what I look for, like a sell the news kind of event, right? Like everyone's expecting that this is going to go well. So once it does, then the reality of the fact that the next launch is until next month, and this is not economically viable until they can launch every single day, that comes into play. And how long will it be before they can do that? This business cannot justify the valuation. And I love the idea. I'm a nerd. I would love to go up in one of these. So when the costs and on top of that, when they're going every single day, costs are going to come down, the margins will be a little bit different. there's a lot to be figured out here. I'd rather sell a successful launch. I'm looking for it to be up at 6 at that time. If it's still lingering around $5, it'll be a disappointment, maybe smaller size or something like that. But yeah, it could be a 5 breakout early at least. But once the launch is successful, I think you're looking to sell the news there.
Yeah, no, I was just looking. I 100% agree. I mean, I think space, we'll have to watch to see what happens there. You're just hoping that everything goes smoothly, right? I mean, that's really the big thing there. And it'll be fun. It'll be on CNBC, I'm assuming, or something like that. And
I'm assuming they're streaming on somewhere.
Yeah, we'll have live updates as that goes, but watch out for space. I mean, I think it's a good opportunity there. A couple failed businesses, obviously, up in the air, but this one has a good chance. So let's wait to see what happens with space today.
Hey, we don't have...
A big fanfare. They had a whole presentation and a whole to-do about it when they launched it the first time, so we'll keep an eye out for that. Not to kick them while they're down, but here's Ride. Back to the downside in a big way. If you remember, going back to Monday, I guess it was, we get the huge gap to the downside on the bankruptcy notice, and then it does nothing but go straight upside all day long. Here's 13%. This morning, finally get this delisting notice coming through from the NASDAQ.
Yeah, they fought tooth and nail to stay afloat. Brendo, they did a reverse split back on May 23rd. Was not good enough. To be honest with you, you may get intraday volatility on this name, but that's not why I'm interested in this stock. I want to see what company, if a company picks up this Ride's production facility in the Rust Belt there in the United States. So that's what I'll be looking for. A lot of talk about Lucid maybe wanting to pick that up. Some other entrants that want to get into the American market be interested in that. So that's what I'm looking for.
Yeah, no, it's a good point. They did a lot of prep and a lot of work on developing this infrastructure manufacturing site anyway. So not good, guys. Once again, for Ride.
Ooh, that tastes good.
Does it? Okay, good. Because I just have to text Baxter here.
Wait a minute.
Oh no.
Never mind.
It tastes good, I thought you said.
I know, but
now what?
No, it just tasted. I think he put some almond milk in that.
Oh, you maybe gave us the wrong ones.
Yeah.
Is mine only black?
If I do put stuff in my coffee, it's usually
I have the black one.
It's either I've already sipped it. It's fine. It's either I either put almond milk, which is occasionally maybe on the weekends, or
that's
I put
why you said
a little
it was
bit
good.
of syrup. But it is good. It's just that I try to.
I
only drink water, coffee, and occasionally adult beverages. And I try to keep my coffee black. It's a good way to not drink your calories. But I'm going to look to fade Ride today. I know it kind of really sucked on the first day. We get that. And then yesterday was a missed opportunity. No question about it. I should have just been sitting in like that. The high off the bankruptcy report was 240, and then the pre-market high was 240 and did nothing with it. We closed at 211, so I think that's the first kind of line in the sand. If it pops up into 2, this is now like that Bed Bath & Beyond situation where you're looking to short the pop. So first level 2 to 210, next level 240 to 250. Those are the 2 places I'll be shorting the stock today. If it breaks out both of those, fair enough. You're going to get, this is going to be gone. It's going to get delisted eventually. And sometimes they rally when they go to the OTC market. We'll have Jeff on to talk about it. But I've just paid for my locates, a whopping 1/3 of 1 cent per share. And if we go hunting, it'll be after the open. It's only 160,000 in volume. So you want that opening volume where there's a little bit more liquidity.
Yeah, just from one car company to, I guess, another, although they're not making cars, they're selling them here with Carvana.
True.
Carvana just bouncing off $30 again here. So I want to take the long at some point here on Carvana, and I don't think there's any better place than taking 30 break. But there is a good place down here too. I mean, what about 28, where we sort of broke out, tried to bust up, we got to 28, 25, came back in and really held that $28 level before closing at that level. Then today you're getting bumped up. The reason why I like it, I think that was a trap candle right down there. You had some nice movement there. Everyone thinking it's going to come back, maybe test 19, maybe test 17, come back into the downside. But after 2 weeks, there's a big move down. So basically you had one candle down. That makes sense. After a huge candle up, you give some back, then it rips back up to the upside. A lot of traders getting excited, back and forth. You're probably not punching out. Then right down here, once it breaks lower below this $23 level, then you start to wonder about, okay, am I going short? Am I getting out of my position? Then all of a sudden this candle happens, which I believe scares people out. I'm going to have to put the volume up. It was probably a big volume day. And then boom, boom, the last 2 days, right back up to the upside. If you're not involved in these last 2 days, then maybe you get involved today. And where do you do it? Well, when it breaks through $30. So watch out for Carvana here, trying to take out 30. If anything, there's 28. It's right there. So yesterday's closing price looks like it's going to come into play again. So you want to definitely watch out for Carvana here today. And this is what, it's hard to see it because I knew I had one. This is the car here, black on black on black on white Trader TV Live hoodie. So that's what that was. That was a long time ago at Neil's alma mater, the University of Waterloo, which reminded me to message Baxter because yesterday,
yeah, that was crazy.
There was some sort of a stabbing at a gender equality class or something like that.
Yeah, some crazy dude came into class.
Yeah, so I forgot to message him last night to see if he got stabbed or anything, but I don't think he did.
Well,
so.
he's fine. Unless he's not in, anyway, you had to be in that class.
I don't know. It doesn't matter. I want to at least message him to see, not pretending, but
the Warrior family is.
Question.
I'm a Waterloo alum, and of course, Sean being the smart parent he is.
Yeah, the smarter one.
Just absolutely encouraged Baxter to go to the best school in Canada.
Yes, I did. And I also have this. No matter what school you go to, make sure that you do have some nice refreshing fruit salad. Again, I prefer the honeydew melon, the green there, so I just kind of kill that. The pineapple today.
Yeah, but you never
go have a look at it.
But you say
no,
this,
I do sometimes.
No, man.
I find pineapple really
you
early in the morning.
You guys see this every single time. He shows you guys. Yeah, when is there ever pineapple? Why do you hate?
I think in the morning, I feel like it's. I don't hate the pineapple. I just think it's. I'm the one that likes pineapple. Remember?
No, I love pineapple, just not on pizza.
Right.
I love pineapple.
I'm just saying, go look at the pineapple today. But you are right. Generally, I do reach for the berries or the melon. So. I find pineapple maybe a little too tart in the morning. I don't know, but that's
fair enough.
In a fruit salad, though, I guess it's all good. So, all right, do not mix pineapple with pizza. There you go. You got Mark Wagner.
Damn right, Mark.
On your side. So
keep it real.
Oh, Chef Joe. What did Chef Joe say? We've got to see his chef's opinion here. That was awesome just now. Okay, I don't know what it was, but right there. Thank you so much, Chef Joe. I don't know what was awesome. Maybe the Carvana talk, or maybe the ride talk, or
maybe you should have pineapple in your fruit salad.
More food talk.
Maybe.
I don't know. You could grill pineapple. Grilled pineapple is nice.
It is nice.
Yeah, I love grilled pineapple. Yeah.
All of a sudden, now we're all about pineapple.
I am all about pineapple.
As we should be.
I like coffee in Hawaii. Yeah. With pineapple. What? Okay, let's go over to the desk now and we talk more about stocks and less about pineapples.
I'm hungry all of a sudden.
Yeah.
Lots of food talk. The first segment of the show, guys, is always brought to you by Surge Trader, where traders can get a funded trading account up to $1 million. Keep 90% of the profits. Trade stocks, indices, Forex, crypto, and more. Program has simple rules, no time limits. SurgeTrader.com/TTV. Use that promo code TTV. Gets you 10% off. Quick look at a few upgrades and downgrades as we head towards 9 o'clock here this morning. We were just discussing, Sharif and I, Toyota with pretty interesting technology coming out on the hybrid side of things over the next couple of years. Micron, DraftKings, Snowflake all week has been super strong on the AI side of things. Pfizer, General Mills, Walgreens, Context, Logic, More negative wish.
I missed that story.
Usually
I
we
just heard
talk
context logic.
I know.
and was
Usually we
like,
talk
what?
about something else, but
put that for
context
you
logic
guys.
is the only. Oh, that's right. They reverse split. I looked it up and I was like, oh, wait a minute. Why isn't it 50 cents? Because they did a reverse. This is a flat bottom breakdown possibility. So yeah, 640, 650. There's no volume on it pre-market, and who cares about the downgrade? Quite frankly. Yeah, I'm hearing Sharif say lower highs in my ear. So lower highs into a flat bottom break at 640. Not a lot of volume. This is me checking to see if we have free locates. And we have free locates on this thing, of course. You know what's interesting? At Day Trade the World, I've noticed we have free locates today on Carvana. We have free locates on Wish. The other day, what was it? It was like Lucid that we usually paid for shorts was free.
Yeah, it was Lucid. Ride we had to pay for.
Ride was the only thing recently that we had to pay for locates. It's just interesting because a lot of times, even if it's only like pennies, it's just interesting that it's free. So this one is on the radar at least for that 650 flat bottom break. So yeah, gonna be watching out for Wish. As always with this stock, if it does any kind of a squeeze to the upside, I'd be looking to fade it. I mean, the stock, it speaks for itself here, but yeah, wait for that flat bottom break.
The only thing that I wish is that Apple would finally get back to 190. I mean, now it's down to 189.30 right now as the market. I'm bringing it up to your attention because Apple's basically just following the market. The market's coming down right now, looking to break below. We already broke below that 15,150, which is a pretty nasty level there on the NASDAQ. So here's a 30-minute chart for the NASDAQ. We've talked about this 5150, 15,150. A couple times there. Ever since I got this new mouse, it's a little bit harder to control. 5.2 right there down. It's fine.
Those are sensitive.
It has, yeah, that's the problem. It has all these different settings I have to try to figure out. But right there, it's actually the 200 period right now. 5150 goes back to here, and this has just been an area where it hasn't really made its mind up. Up 50 handles, down 50 handles. It's really just in. You know, and this is where I would say to Prad, this would be an inside day. If we can't break below 5,100, 15,100, and even if you get down to here, 15,050, you still have about 100 handle range, maybe 150 if you go up to 15.2, and the NASDAQ is still in this pocket. So you want to make sure that you're trading specific names here today, as you could get a little slow in the afternoon, but watch out for the morning. We had some big movers, obviously, yesterday in Tesla right off the jump. That could be happening again here today as we hit that 260 mark on Tesla. And this is why I bring this up, because look what Tesla's doing. I mean, when I looked at it, it was up here north of 260. Obviously, in this move down, you're coming in, but you're still up that 1%. And look at this consolidation. It's the same kind of thing. This is not a trap candle because it's too wide, but that's pretty close, man. You got under 250. You didn't wick to the bottom of 220. It didn't hit 225 unless I was in a coma or something, I think. But there it is, 240, 250. Nice upside move there now to 260, possibly holding people hostage down there south of 250. So I think there could be some more upside here. Another good news, another good couple days for Tesla, and we probably actually do revisit this 280. Feel like traders that were thinking 250 was the bottom there, and it broke, got short. Now have to hope that it doesn't get any higher. So I'm going to watch out for Tesla here today as well, especially if we get down to that 250 area.
All right, let's get a look at the overall market here. Sharif's going to check out the futures for us.
Yeah, the ES and the NQ just barely trying to hold on to positive territory. Yesterday's close on the ES, important level for me, 44.17. Let's see how we trade at this level. Yesterday, 4,400 was the level. Several touches in and around there all got bought up, so that's my main level of support. But firstly, let's see if we can stay positive. The market not taking too well to the GDP and the jobless claims. To the north side, though, we made newer highs today, hence the trend line and higher lows. So we'll see if we can get that continuation. Otherwise, let's look at the key levels.
All right, let's get into everything else you need to know this morning as we head towards the open. If you haven't done so, grab that. Very easy. Watchlist.tradertv.live. Or use that QR code, enter your email address, and then it just shows up every day for you in your inbox. Everything you need to know in the pre-market every day, including this morning, Micron with a nice beat across the board. AI, obviously, the focus right across the board for all of these stocks. About 4 and change. I mean, we're coming off a bit here. 4 and change percent to the upside as a result for Micron.
Yeah, beating on the top and bottom line, good guidance, also using all their trigger words AI. They're doing really well with respect to RAM. They're selling their memory products as well as their storage products to cloud-based providers looking to offer AI. So good luck for them.
Just keep my eye on Ride here as well. I saw some more volume back to the downside, but overall still it's kind of chopping around. 12% for Ride. What do we do with MU here, guys?
Yeah. Okay. So Micron, we're gonna watch Micron here because I like the beat. It's up 2.5% today. Was up a lot more. I wrote down on the sticky note that we would try to figure out where the bottom was because the break long is kind of obvious breaking through the 70 area. I mean, up to here to 70.50 is where we got yesterday. 71 on the report. But I was really looking for. We're still hearing some mics in our ear here, Fabian. I think I can hear Sharif and Brendan right now. But right there.
Kodiak gas.
I know about Value Village.
There we go. Thank you. All right. So up there, $71, trying to break a little bit longer there. I think that's going to be the break spot. I actually wrote down 70.25 just because there was some action right there to the top of 70.25. So that could be a break long. But then, now that this market's fading out, we can't just go, well, I've lost enough money going short. I was going to say we just can't just go long every day, can we? But then I caught myself because it seems like you can go long every day. But look, let's just forget about the report, right? Was a good report. It sent it up 2.5%. Now that's done. That's in the rearview mirror. Me and Neil both thought 5% seemed light when it was on the options AI, but looks like it was too much. It's only up 2.3% today. But look, just go all the way back. Go all the way back here to June 16th. This is where you have the $68 top right now. Had a problem breaking it until yesterday. Report comes out, takes it out there to the upside. So if it's going to fall back in, I feel like this is a good area right now. But I'm kind of turning a little bit now. I don't want to go. I don't want to say I'm like super bearish or anything like that. But at the same time, I don't know if Micron's going to have the trade. I was hoping that it would hold the highs. So I'm not sure I want to punch long anymore here on the upside of this name. But again, a better quarter than expected. Good guide forward. We already know about AI. We know about DRAM. Obviously, the big risk here is China. And, how does that feel? But yesterday at this time, we saw NVIDIA, we saw AMD, and we saw all these names down 3-4%. And I sat here and said, that's a stupid story. U.S. is not going to do anything to China or to ban exports of these chips here made in the USA, as if the USA is going to do that. And look what happened. AMD actually took off on the upside on possible sanctions against them, basically. Like, that's strange. Then there's the move down. We didn't have any of that. We actually got stopped at the top, which was the piss off for me yesterday. But AMD still, nice day yesterday, held the highs on what I thought was bad news. So I think today for Micron, man, you just trade what you see and don't try to call anything initially. So we know we have that 68 that we just showed you. So I think we'll watch out for that possible area for support. But until then, I don't think it's a rush to the gates here to get into shares.
Not with us dipping like this, but I do like the dip buy on Micron at two separate levels here. I like to dip buy on two separate levels here on Micron. But I'm going back like a week and a half to find them. So you have quadrunk day, whatever you want to call it. When we got down through $70 that first time, you ended up closing here at about 67.5. The following day at the open, you fell from 67.5. Yesterday's high, there's some wicks above it, but 67.5. So that's the first dip buy zone. You guys all know about the daily chart, riding the 50 period, the formerly 64, 65 area resistance that turned into support. The bounce there was tremendous just recently. If it happens again, that's the second level we like. Down 64 to 65, underneath 65 into 64 for a long. You do have 71 double top on the daily, so I'd want to see it carry through that if we're talking breakout. We said yesterday, like, they're not going to make money. That's not going to be the way it goes in the report. But that's not about it. It's about demand in the future, and everyone's expecting that demand to be higher, and that's why you have a bit of a rosy outcome. So it's going to follow along with some of the other names that we're usually talking about. I just want to show intel. I still like that 33 level for obvious reasons. It's been giving you great longs off this level for now 3 days in a row. We are halfway back there after failing 34 once again. So, 34 has been resistance, 33 has been the long. You can't get any more simple than that. when it comes to Intel. So I like 67.50 for Micron. Looks like we have a chance at that dip buy. Just like yesterday, going to go dip buy hunting on Intel. And yeah, I mean, try to keep it relatively simple and patient, especially at the open.
All right, let's just quickly. There's a couple of notable IPOs today worth noting. 2.8 billion for Savers Value Village. All three going to be on the NYSE. 1.6 billion here for this Fidelis Insurance, and then Kodiak Gas as well. So again, all three of these on the NYSE. 1.2 billion for Kodiak Gas. So three separate SVV, FIHL, and KGS, all debuting today on the NYSE, apparently. So all over that, we kind of look at that $1 billion value market cap as the benchmark as far as size is concerned. So we'll keep those in mind. Let's talk about some banks to the upside for the most part right across the board after the results of the stress tests come across after the close yesterday. For the most part, better than expected. Notably, Charles Schwab was the best off. So SCHW in good shape.
They were exposed to 10% unemployment, a 40% reduction in commercial real estate, 38% reduction in residential real estate, all while having to continue to give out loans and fund the economy. Citizens did the worst. They caught several downgrades today as a result, Brendo. But interesting to see, this is a post-financial crisis test they all have to do, the big banks.
Yeah, a few of the regional banks coming across better than expected as well, which is also good to see. A ton of relative strength so far. This is Schwab, but a ton of relative strength in the banking group in general, with the market back to basically session lows here.
Yeah, when everyone passes the test, you need to tweak the test. It just tells you how significant it is. And it's not to be cynical, but come on, they didn't adjust the test. Like you just had a recent crisis, and there weren't adjustments made to the test. So I'm not cheering it. These results by any stretch of the imagination. We're here to trade. The major banks, I think, as of after Friday, they're going to be able to respond by telling you how much they're going to be able to buy back and put dividends out there. So you're probably in the next week or two going to be able to see from the big names, this is how much we're willing to buy back, and we're adjusting, yada, yada. That should be good for the big banks. Schwab is in the midst of just because this is the one we're talking about here, it's in the midst of a breakout on the daily. This is 56.5-ish. I mean, you got some wicks above there. The highest closes generally. Yesterday was actually the highest close, above 56. So I think you look at that 56 as a bit of a line in the sand. If we do get any kind of a dip, this would be, it does no volume, so I would approach this as if it dips, look for 56 after the open, or if it's trending throughout the day, there's room to 60, try to join trend on the way to 60 if you get a big day. But I'm not going to start my day looking at these banks. It's great that they pass the stress tests. Schwab doing the best and breaking on the daily does give you a potential trend trade. I'm just not seeing enough volume there to get excited about. I did check out KRE just to see how it's doing. It is still trying to get away from the 50 period, putting in this higher low. Nothing explosive yet on the regional side, but this is getting interesting as it starts to hold a 50 period. Last time it broke away from here, there was a decent sized move. So I think this is worth monitoring for maybe a bigger opportunity.
We wrote down here on our sticky note right here as well that we thought 46.50 was going to be a good long here for Citigroup. So let's talk about that. But I just realized I didn't even attach the sticky note. I just wrote everything about it and did not attach it. So let's just edit it right there, drop the sticky note in right now, push update, and now you guys can all go get it. You guys probably commented that I didn't do that. But there it goes. I edited the tweet right there. So I like Citigroup through 46.50. Also, something else that I just tweeted out here, I'm going to talk about 46.50 in a minute. But check out this there. Shout out to Stock Market News right here. The 7 largest stocks in the NASDAQ 100 currently make up 55%. So Brendan brought that percentage stat to us earlier about Apple. But look at this, man. This is the NASDAQ 100. Look at this. Microsoft, 13%. So 2 stocks. And I said to Neil when he brought that up, and this just happened 5 minutes ago, but obviously what Brandon talked about was 45 minutes ago. But I said Microsoft and Apple were 25%. It's even higher, 25.5% right there. So look at that. Microsoft, Apple, Google, Amazon, so on and so forth, with Tesla being at the bottom with 4%. But what a crazy stat that is. 55% of the NASDAQ 100 in those 7 names. Here's Citigroup right here. Obviously, I just like this stock. You have a weak top there, the weekly top of 46.50. Looks like it wants to break it. It's up a little bit today. I don't know. I mean, there's not that much action in these bank names. I thought there might have been a little bit more. Only 100,000 shares right now and not doing a heck of a lot this morning. So, yeah, we'll see if there's any excitement in this name. But that would be the one I looked at. I know Neil did Schwab there, but I just kind of looked through a couple different charts to see if there was any action there. And I liked that level of 46.50 on the top side there for Citigroup. Let's see if there's anything on the imbalance locator. Space, Joby, Palantir. I had a little note on Palantir on my Twitter as well if you want to go check the timeline. But other than that, yeah, not much going on here. Pretty mixed day. All the top names are buys, but then you have Oracle there as a sell. You actually have Oracle's down to 116. Okay, that's interesting. We were trading that name short at 124.25, I thought. CCL, oh yeah, right there. Yeah, exactly. Look, this is another name that we've been looking short at. I didn't even realize it was down to 115. CCL exactly today pulling back after yesterday hitting 52-week highs at 1750 yesterday. We actually got out at that trade. But yeah, not much on the imbalance locator here for the banks. It's 9:15. Let's go over NVIDIA.
All right, NVIDIA, we were discussing a little bit over the past couple of days on this China note. If you missed it, going back to yesterday, or I guess it was 2 days ago, the U.S. comes out with further restrictions as far as sending AI-specific GPUs to China. The CFO of NVIDIA then, after the close on Wednesday, comes out with this statement. The implementation of these restrictions would result in a permanent loss of opportunities for U.S. industry. But then said, and this is a big but, though the company expects no immediate material impact. Goldman reiterating a buy. Jefferies reiterating a buy. Does this matter?
I mean, Goldman echoing essentially what NVIDIA is saying that products sold to Chinese customers account for only 10% of NVIDIA's total revenue. Jefferies also saying that if they don't use Chinese hyperscalers, they'll use non-Chinese. Brendo and I talking off camera. Who are these non-Chinese, non-American hyperscalers? Possibly in Europe. So yeah, yeah.
We'll see. We'll see. I mean, it really hasn't been a huge deal yet for the stock. Anyways, I saw a couple people mentioning this again. So here we go. KGS, FIHL, and SVV. So those are the 3 today. So KGS, FIHL, and SVV, all over $1 billion coming to the NYSE today.
Yeah, definitely worth watches. Usually you don't get these IPOs tend not to open up till after 11 o'clock. So usually it's like a midday kind of thing. NVIDIA, 420, 400. I don't know, let's keep it simple, stupid. And I like to be stupid sometimes. And that's 420 the last couple of days. That's 400 this week. Diddle in the middle at your leisure. Maybe you look at something like a 410, which is literally right in the middle. I don't think you keep it all that complicated. Look, they're just like at the end of the day, all they're trying to do is battle back and forth. You know, China has come at several tech companies over the last few years. They're not even operating in China, and this is a bit of a tit for tat. So it makes for some interesting headlines, and it's not a zero portion of these businesses, right? But I read somewhere that Micron, it was like 6% or 5 or 6%, which seemed really low to me. But if that's the case, I'm not calling it a nothing burger, but it's certainly not as significant as people make it out to be. I still think that 420 is where you short NVIDIA. Maybe we get a pop off the open. We're at 414 right now. So you've already fallen a bit away from that one on NVIDIA. I just want to quickly, Carvana didn't break that $30 level. And then there was a size seller at 29. Whenever that happens and you start getting away from the price, I don't leave a stop breakout if it gets too far away, because if it's too far down, I don't want to get triggered on a massive run up, and then all of a sudden it's run $1.30 and you're long literally at the top at the open. I never want to be caught in that situation. So as it's grinding higher, one thing, but now that it's fallen back, I want to see it get into that level before looking at the breakout.
Yeah, so we just put it down here. I want to look at AMD. We traded yesterday. We got destroyed because we were going short yesterday on what was apparently good news. But yeah, you're right into here to 115. I was actually looking at that 114 break. Again, I was trying to use a little bit of a higher look there. Like Neil said, you don't need to trade these names just because they're in play. You got to wait for some key levels. I thought AMD wanted to run today. Obviously, It was at 113, 112.50 or so when we wrote this note. Now you're coming back in as the NASDAQ pulls down. The NASDAQ's now red 1% or 0.1% right now, but there's that 114 level. Maybe that's a top. Let's just see what happens today in the NASDAQ. I'd hate to not figure short, and then today's going to be this kind of a day here on the NASDAQ as we break back down to 15.1. We talked about the range that it's stuck in, so we've already done that sort of work on the NASDAQ right here for everybody, so back and forth. Needs to break through. That's 15.2, that's 15.1. It needs to hold one of those levels, and then we'll try to bump off of it, but I don't know. If we liked the short yesterday, we should probably like it today, I guess. But at the same time, I can't really find any levels. I think you just want to wait. 111 is right there. If we can try to buy up some 108s, I think that would be a great opportunity. Maybe 108.50, you start the trade. But yeah, for me, AMD, I'm really waiting for that 114 to pop. And if it doesn't, then we don't have to worry about it. We had a great trade short. My number one stock yesterday, I don't think it was NVIDIA, but in the afternoon it definitely was. We played off this 415 short and hit it all the way down there. We got a good imbalance that came out. That helped it go down. We had some nice outs as well. 412, 410s. It was good. The short was good yesterday afternoon, and we were lucky that it didn't break 415. Came real close to doing that, man. But we'll watch out for that level here today. That's right where it's at. And then there's that 420 that Neil's already talked about. So I don't have much to say. We either come down into this 408, just like AMD, man. 108, 408, 409, all into here where there seems to be some supply or some demand to buy it up. So that's what we're looking at down here for NVIDIA. I'm stuck on the sidelines right now, wondering which way these markets want to go, because with Micron making the move down off of what was a good report, and these guys were up 5% earlier when we were at 70, now it's just fading with the NASDAQ. So I feel like this is a sit on your hands day at the beginning of the day here as we watch out for some of these monster names. We are going to talk about oil with Oxy right now, but you can see this move as well. Apple hits that high of 91.92 and then falls off as well. So you're going to watch out for that breaking through 190. I think that's a great trade. But if you're going to buy up the market, Apple's a great name to buy, and that's at 188. So if we can get down here to that level, I think that's a great buy for Apple. So we started the show saying there's going to be lots of opportunity. It doesn't seem like we're wrong. There's a lot of names to look at here today.
Yes, we were just talking about eVTOLs. You'd almost be more confident if it was just controlled entirely by a computer instead of the human aspect. Anyways, Occidental on there, Buffett back in there buying the dip again. Same old story. He's up to 25% on OXY. Kind of not really doing anything. It is higher in the pre-market here, but this one was very exciting yesterday and is back to the upside again today. Hence the air taxi and eVTOL conversation from Sharif and I. But nice look here. Another 20% for Joby.
Yeah, just looking at Oxy real quick here before I delve into my fave on Joby here. But this 55 level on the daily chart, a very clear level on Oxy going all the way back to March 2022. You know that Berkshire Hathaway has made it their intention to add to their position. They've also stated that they don't want to take control, so you wonder how much more they're going to add. But anyway, 55 at technical level. With respect to this Joby, Brenda, where do you start? Fabian, I think, agrees with me when I say that a lot of these eVTOLs, vertical takeoff and landing vehicles, are going to have some sort of communication with one another. There's going to be some sort of AI that's going to be able to detect objects and such. So Neil and I talking off camera, and he's worried about too many people doing stunts on those things.
This is on a larger scale, I guess, but if you can Google it, you can see the image. It's more like an air taxi, not necessarily an individual type of vehicle, but the 9th most traded stock by retail investors on Wednesday, according to JP Morgan's retail tracker, guys, was Joby.
I wasn't trying to throw shade on the idea. It's just that by the time something like that is widespread, we're going to be chilling in our cars that are driving us and doing whatever the heck we want to do in the back seat. Like, it's, I don't know. Like, at that point, what do I care? Like, if I literally just hail a car to wherever the heck I am and it just shows up and I sit in it and it drives itself, what do I need to be flying around for in one of these things? It's a cool concept. I'm not going to crap on it too much. Decent short float as well. Oh goodness, it is set. Look, it's pretty well set up for an $11 break at the open. The open yesterday, if you just took, it did get down first and kind of up down and maybe came back a little bit off of like a 7 area break. So I could see the same thing happening. So watch out for like 10.50. Maybe it fails a break initially at $11, pulls back in, bounces off 50, and then goes a second time. And you look for the secondary break of the high of the day and then off to the races. I think that's the better way to approach it. I don't want to chase it. There's about 70,000 shares on the offer right now. I actually think Oxy is a bit of a, I think it's a fade if it gets to 59. I don't know, like the 50 period has been resistance here. And if we don't get through 70 on oil, then why not be looking the other direction at what's been pretty good resistance on Oxy at that 59 level. So that's a 50 period. It's like the last area of consolidation higher from here, or the most recent, I should say, and you're pretty darn close to it. So if I see this at 59 and oil's not breaking out, that looks like an interesting sell. I'd just be careful with that, Joby. I know it's been on a bit of a run here. It's tricky to chase it. I'd rather see a false break and then it coming back to that 11 a little bit later and looking for the secondary break, if that makes any sense.
Yeah, I'm pretty much trading tech names and names that are moving around, and Oxy's going to be a good one. But the one thing that we talked about last time we talked about oil, and I think you guys will remember, we talked about buying some Chevron down here at this 150. So it's nice that it's had now 3 or 4 days back up to the upside. I think the forever buyback in Chevron, I think it's 70 billion or something. It's something ridiculous, the buyback that they have on. So if you want to be something safe, you know, with the dividend and everything like that, obviously it's dropped down, but here's that 150 level there for Chevron. So as an investment, I like it. I think you could pick some up here, and then even if it dips down, you do have protection of a dividend. But at the same time, you know, I don't think oil is dead by any stretch of the imagination. Obviously, there's lots of talk about the EV and OPEC and Saudis. They had that OPEC meeting a couple weeks ago, and then the U.S. needs to refill their oil reserves as well. So I don't know, but we've seen CL dance around a little bit here, making a move lower, and then now still oil 69.50, but you still have this bottom. I mean, it's all the same, right? When you're looking at CVX right there, and then you're looking at oil, you still have these very, very similar bottoms. I mean, 68, 66 bucks here for oil. I still think you can get back up to this 75 area, but the 50 period's at 71, so you still have a little bit of room to go. You're still below here, trailing. So we'll wait to see. That's VWAP right there at 69.70, and that's basically where we're at now. So oil trying to hold out. I think if you're a little underweight and maybe you've raised some cash, you know, nothing wrong with putting some money to work here with an XLE or a CVX or Exxon or Oxy. I mean, I like all the oil space. I think you need to be in it. You need to be diversified. So not a bad time to pick some up as oil seems to be bottoming. And the thing is that you can always get out of it, right? Oil takes 65. You can get out. You probably won't wind up losing that much. Maybe you'll lose $5 on 150. That seems like a normal move for tech stocks these days.
Worth a note, Snapchat just popping up here on a volume scanner in front of me. 4 million paid subs for Snapchat Plus in their first year.
Wow.
So I guess that's better than expected. So 2.5 here for Snap, back to 12. Nice look on the daily chart as well. Getting back to significant levels once again for Snapchat. Meanwhile, the rundown, guys, brought to you by our friends over at Trade Zero. If you missed it earlier in the week, great look at the platform. We had the CEO on the show a couple of days back. If you haven't done so yet, go check that out. The award-winning broker-dealer, though, specializes in short selling. Trade Zero empowers active traders with fast market access, multiple trading platforms, high-quality customer service, and a ton, and I mean a ton, of hard-to-borrow locates, easy for them. TradeZero.co/tradertv.live for more information. Shout out to Trade Zero. CRM, what do we do with this one today? They announced another $4 billion going into the UK for AI.
Yeah, we keep hearing a lot about American companies investing in Europe lately. We heard about Intel, 2 chip plants in Germany and 1 possibly in Poland, another one from AMD possibly, and now Salesforce, another $4 billion on top of the 2.5 they invested in 2018. They're looking to take advantage of the European market.
It's almost like anything that has AI in it is worth mentioning. Guys, is there a trade there for Salesforce?
I'm not really seeing it. There's no volume on it. As a matter of fact, some of the AI names have been a little bit weak today. So if anything, maybe there's a fade in there.
It's down $3 in like 5 minutes.
Yeah, but a lot of the AI names have been weak. SOUN was falling a little bit. I saw AI start to come down. It was only 1 minute to go. I want to very quickly explain SGTX for anybody that's watching this. Eli Lilly is buying this company at $14.92 with a contingent value right which there's a $4 level, a $26, and $81 for 3 different stages on some drug at trial levels. So maybe that happens, maybe it doesn't. Almost impossible to price those. I think that puts a $15 to $19 price area floor on the stock because the cash value is $14.92, and the first level, maybe that's a little more achievable at $4. It's a tiny, relatively small float, so this is one that can move and can halt. Should be on the radar, but just don't think that it's worth $125. It's potentially worth that much, but good luck figuring out that probability. Cat is on the bell. It's Thursday. Market about to open. Wow, already falling pretty big on Micron. This market wants 15.1. It just bounced off 15.1 in 4, 3, 2, and ring it.
Thank you, Ms. Cat. Here we go with an Ola to start the day.
Ola.
And a little movement here in some names. I don't know why I'm still on CVX. I have Apple on my other screen, was watching that. Apple, nice bounce off of 189, trying to take out that 190. I'm going to put a bid to take out that 190. If it does go to the upside, we definitely want to get some shares there if it does take it out. So let's make sure that we do that and do that well there. Breaking out through 190 on Apple. Looks like that could come through very, very soon. We do want that break. But
chips are falling.
Yeah, that's what I was going to go to. I actually meant to type AMD and I typed Apple again. So AMD up to 112.25. Now breaking this bottom. Let's see what happens here at 11.40. I'm going to take the short here early on AMD, I think.
So already at 33.19. I mean, Intel for 2 days in a row is giving you 33 as a long. The third time may or may not be a charm, but it's pretty much right here, right now. 33.16. I'm not in it yet. I'd like to see it fall a little bit further. You're seeing Micron absolutely get quadunked. Nothing happening in Virgin Galactic off the open, which is surprising. I thought it would make at least an attempt to make a run at that high of the day, that 5 even level, nothing there. So yeah, we're not down there yet on Intel. Space still.
Not too many quadunks.
Yeah, nothing crazy. It's actually fading off here. I wanted to run at that high of the day. AMC is kind of on the move. I didn't really see any news for this. I thought at 9 o'clock we were getting something, but I haven't checked in the last couple of minutes here.
AMD.
But it is starting to get to the upside here on AMC. We'll have that in the back burner. Nothing happening with Carvana yet either.
No, so we just took a little short here. We talked about that AMD short breaking a little bit. I have to check out Micron. Tell me what it's doing. What is it doing? Is it going?
It's down 2% now.
Okay, it's down. Okay, good.
So where was
only
65?
because I'm short here. AMD. So let's just see what happens here. I mean, this is what roasted me yesterday, so let's not sit in here for too long. But yes, sir, there it is. A nice move downside right here on AMD. We took that break of the pre-market low. So there it is. We take it again, another 40-cent winner. We'll take some out at 03 again. Bang, bang, and more bangs right now. It's not.
Another one.
All right, see you, DJ. Let's see what happens now as we go to the downside right now. Yes, sir. There we go. Break yourself, fool. Nice downside move here for AMD to start the day here on the right side of the trade here for Advanced Micro temporarily. We're only out right now of 20%. We need to get out of a little bit more.
So yeah, we just got to 33.07. So you know where I'm going to be. I've had a stop on this level
there's the bounce.
Pretty much every single time. Oh my goodness, I didn't get anything at 5. I got 9s here, but I didn't get anything at 5s. I thought I was down there.
Looking at Intel?
Yeah, I guess I wasn't on the 5 level. Thought I had a bid. I guess it must have auto-canceled when I got my 9s. But anyways, I was trying to bounce. We just got 33.09. I'm on the offer. Rides at $2, so I do still want to fade that at first level. But I'm looking for that 33 bounce. This is what happened yesterday. We were able to get it. Overstock is screaming. No way. They're taking on the name of Bed Bath & Beyond and going to the upside. I don't know, off the top of my head, I don't know what the float is short on Overstock, but I'm assuming it's not 0. This is screaming. Wow, 20%? Okay.
Remember they took on the name, right? You were talking about that?
But that was, yeah, because they bought up a bunch of the distressed Bed Bath & Beyond stuff. That's the story there, and they took on the name. First short in Ride is on at 198.
Like, I can't
very creatively, if it doesn't break $2, I want to sit in this forever. If it does break 2, maybe I look at that 210 level, sort of 211s where we closed yesterday. So long Intel, short Ride, nothing with Virgin Galactic or Carvana, oddly enough.
Yeah, just, I was going to look at Carvana. Look at FRCB, guys, up another 20% and ripping right now for First Republic. Stress test passed. I don't know about First Republic, but the banking sector's in light again here today, of course. We've talked about this. It's very, very hard for us to trade this until it's over $1. It's actually blocked on our system. I could put a request in to see if we can get it unblocked as it goes, but there goes AMD. Boom, one trade today, and it's a banger right now as we have the AMD short, watching to see where it goes. We just got some more out at O's. My next bid is much lower than this. We're 110.50. Let's see if we can get that into yesterday's closing prices right now. Is Apple at 190?
189.92 is a new high
long Apple.
on Apple. Like, this is going to be the most crowded trade ever, but who cares? Everybody wants a piece of this. Everyone's going to get it. Remember, the $3 trillion mark is 190.89. The last time it was there was in the pre-market, or it was the open market, and it just flushed off that level. So I think that break is obviously going to happen. You guys know what happens to Prad if we get there. I just took first leg out of Intel, but I don't want to switch off of Apple. SGTX is halted to the downside, so I just saw that out of the corner of my eye. Okay, I guess Apple's not going to break imminently. Okay, it's pulling back a little bit, so I don't have to stare at it as much. But first bounce on Intel just gave me 15s. I want to see this getting back to the quarters and 30s. I never got that fill at 05, which is a little bit unfortunate. I thought I was down there, but I guess I had it on auto cancel or something. That's on me. You could put do not auto cancel. Ride got one fill at 94 off our 98 short. Looking for this one to flush all day. And as I just mentioned, that SGTX halted to the downside. Based on the structure, I would think that 15 to 19 would be an implicit floor here. 14.92 is a cash portion of the Eli Lilly offer if the deal even closes. Tesla, by the way, up 1.5% if you're looking for strength.
Yeah, we're going to just watch out for AMD to try to take out the top there. I mean, this is where we're going to know that we're wrong. We shorted the bottom of the day, so let's wait to see if 112.30 hits. We're going to take some more short, but not for a while. There goes Apple. Oh no, that's not Apple. That's Citigroup. Sorry. We just got long into Citigroup as it did take that 46.50. We just talked about FRC. I don't know if the banks are going to run or not today, but we did talk about Citigroup and why we like that trade. There, did Apple just break now? No, Apple went the other way. Sorry, I got filled on AMD. Right there. So that's that 46.50. Let's see if it wants to take it out. Well, it did take it out. We are now long and getting some of this out on the top side. So there goes Citigroup. Again, another sticky note name that we talked about. Let's take a little bit more out here as we continue to go up. We're not super comfortable trading. Well, we're comfortable trading everything, but banks is not our forte. So let's just make sure that we get out and able to capture a little bit of profit. Yes, sir, on this move up. Take that 16, 17, 20 cents now on Citigroup. What's up, B?
A couple things. I wanted to mention this before the open there. PSNY, Polestar, also going to adopt Tesla's charging technology. So there was some volume that came into PSNY. Also, we didn't mention BlackBerry this morning, but BlackBerry coming through with a surprise beat on their earnings on the cybersecurity end of things.
I know they reported, it's just not that interested in BlackBerry, unless it's a $5. It was a $5 defense. That was the only play I was looking for. So Micron just did the under-over at 65, which got me into it. There's your wick bottom. There's the higher low. I don't want to give this the low of the day. I'm actually stopping out underneath 90 here, and that's on the south side of 65. Let's see if it can make any kind of a bounce into 66. But that was the first area we were looking for, that 65. There you go. That was 65, almost 65 yesterday, obviously, and then 2 days ago was off of 64. So those are two levels I like for the bounce. I'm in it. Intel's now at 25, so that one is bouncing rather nicely. I suppose probably a better bounce than, obviously right now that's a better bounce than Micron, but yeah, kind of finding a little bit of a bottom. I'm going to get to that open in SGTX when it does happen. Sorry, yeah, whenever it does happen. And Apple, by the way. Oh, you know what? Prad he's so lucky right now. It just got to 95 is the actual high, and it's pulled back into 189.30. He's unlucky. It's teasing us. It's teasing us over here. But yeah, there's a big move happening on some crypto names, or at least a decent move happening on some crypto names. I don't want to call it gigantic, but Mara just broke $14. If you happen to be watching these, do not want to lack. I usually am trading Coinbase and I cover these, but yeah, Mara through the top. I'm assuming Coin's going as well. Just want to monitor these as they're going to the upside. I'm eyes on that SGTX because if it gets underneath $19, I do think I want to have a long in there somewhere, just based on the structure of that deal. It's worth a shot.
Yeah, so we took Citigroup here, obviously, as it continues to make that move to the upside here. So, you know, good catch here on that for the sticky note for Citigroup as it's starting to go upside now. We're now 25 cents in the money on this name. So let's just continue to hold it. We said we weren't too comfortable trading banks or anything like that, but it seems like maybe we are. Nice move to the upside. It doesn't really, to me, you know, what makes you trade this? And I gave the trader tip of the week or whatever we're doing. Neil gave a tip last week. I think I gave one this week. And it was just, and we talk about this all the time on the show, right? Trade names that are in play. There's really not much else to do. And that's what I was talking about with the banks, right? You could be confident that you're able to trade the banks, but at the same time, you know, you have to make sure that, you know, it's breaking key levels, and it just looked good to me there on the daily for Citigroup. There's Apple, so there it is right there. We'll take a nice 30-cent winner on that one as we are long Apple right now, down at 189.42. So I'm just going to put a big order here, or the rest of this at 90s. See if we get that up to the upside, and then we don't have to worry. We'll just take 50 cents on this early, as there's a nice little pop in Apple, trying to get back up to the upside. Citigroup, we just talked about it. There's that break level and why we gave it to you on the sticky note right there. Hopefully you have it. It's a nice break long. Let's just hold out for a little bit and see how far this one wants to go up. And just in case, right? Apple does, or Citigroup wants to continue its move. We do have our targets to get out there, basically a little bit lower than flat, right? If we take this 46.40, then we can get out of that one. AMD not doing much. We've taken a lot of money out of this, not a lot, we've taken enough out of it. But hey, we could still lose. If this thing starts taking out highs, then we're in trouble. The market's just hovering below VWAP still, but we're at that 51.40 level, 15.140.
So ride just came out. It broke $2. I had a 98 short. We got some out as it got to the low 90s, but it did just break $2. We're open on SGTX and not really doing anything. So it halted down 23. It's holding above. Oh, is this just a shot long at 25, breaking out, and then the stop underneath at 23 at the breakout price? I feel like that's the play here. Again, the structure of the deal just kind of favors taking a shot on this because the upside, it's all theoretical, but I do think this should trade above 20 at least. So it just broke 25 here. Want to make sure I have my stop underneath that haul price. And then bingo, bango, bongo. Bob is hopefully your uncle. Oh, Micron's coming to the downside. So we just got another long. Yeah, that one's going to probably get taken out there. Yeah, we just got out of Micron. Didn't want to give it to the low. I wanted the first consolidation off 65. It broke up. We took our shot. Doesn't look like it wants to hold. Continues to go to the downside. It might mean a reload on Intel, which was absolutely working at first. Just got to 33.25 off that 33.09 long. Now starting to come back in. NVIDIA, by the way, is starting to flush en masse here. It just got down to 412. But Apple's near 190.
Yeah,
Tesla's starting to reverse as well. And I do see Nikola. Just my attention was over the SGTX for when it opened back up. Nikola absolutely flying once again. It's like the second day that it's done this in a row off that dollar level. If it gets to 150, I think that's a fade on Nikola, about 15 cents away.
I'm reloaded!
Okay, we reloaded AMD. Obviously, you guys can tell that one, and there's a nice little move to the downside right there off of 112. I mean, AMD got up there. Okay, we'll let you do that all day, every day. Thank you very much for AMD with that reload off 112. We told you we're going to give it to that high right there of 112.25 or so. So needs to still come down. I'm definitely aware of that here for advanced micro devices. So there it comes, nicely done. Into the teens. We got to have a bid there, Sean. What am I doing? We just bid 19, and then someone shows up at 20. But there it is. Let's go a little bit lower. We have a good position on right now on AMD. Also, Citigroup back to 65. Let's put an offer at 66. It did float down a little bit. We got out some at 60. Then we'll take a 65 or 66 there. Hopefully this can continue to float upside right there on Citigroup, and hopefully some downside action happening on AMD. We have three positions right now. Citigroup long, which is a sticky note name, so we're going to go hot dog gun on that one. Hopefully you guys got the sticky note where we talked about it long at 46.50, and also join us early every single day as we continue to review names at 8:30 to 9:30. Giving you sort of the trade ideas that we had written down. All right. I don't know, man. AMD is really what I'm just sitting on right now. As long as we're still below and the market still wants to go to the downside, we're going to watch out for that. Today, let's just double check here on Twitter because I posted the economic numbers, which are also in our watch list. Right here, 10 o'clock. So what do we have coming up at 10? Pending home sales. So not a huge number for me to be worried about here, but we will pay attention to all the numbers that come through, right? Because, hey, pending home sales, what would we want for that?
Watch out Lucid.
We would watch out Lucid? Okay.
Lucid, Rivian, all of these EV runner type names. We just showed you Nikola. Lucid through the high of the day up 5%. Rivian's also making a move. $7. Oh, seriously, daily chart?
What?
Okay, my daily chart's not working there, but
right.
$7, obviously a big level on Lucid. I'm still you know what, I might scalp some out of SGTX if it gets $1 because, quite frankly, this is holding flat for a little bit too long for my liking. You are going to probably test that bottom once again on. I haven't got a reload on Intel, which is crazy because I can look it over at AMD tanking, and every time Sean says it, I'm like, why are we not at 33? I feel like it should be filled already, but somehow Intel's holding up. It is what it is. Carvana is going to the downside. That's going to be a bit of a nothing burger. Virgin Galactic, so much for any pop to be faded into the launch. They're already selling the news. I thought they'd sell the news at 11 o'clock, not at 9:30. Damn it.
I should. Wow, $1. The Dollar Club is now there right now. Let's go. It is a hot dog type of day right now because there's the Dollar Club. It just hit on AMD right now. So a nice little short here building out for me on AMD. Yeah, buddy. This is how we do it. This is why we have a day job because we're not a singer. But here we go to the downside right now. Shout out to Montel Jordan. Nice move. Let's go down. Now in the money $1 on AMD. And how funny little economic numbers can change what you're talking about because we like that 114 long, but obviously as that's nowhere near any sort of a concern, you can see here comes the market. Bring the pain to the downside right now. Yes, sir. Wow, we just got filled at 50 right there. That was a bid that I didn't think I even had out. So now we're pretty light on this name, but down goes AMD. We have half of the reload left right now. Good trade, Dollar Club, $1.50 club now. Can it get the $2 club here? Let's see if that is possible. And just an FYI on Apple, it's not doing a whole heck of a lot. Let's take a piece out now as the market's coming back down. But there's a bunch of outs for us on Apple. So we're pretty light now on it. We only have 20% left of our initial position down there. If it takes out 190, you know we like it. But for right now, it is a movement to the downside. And it's now $1.50 as AMD continuing to push lower. Maybe we will wait for that. 108, Brendo.
Still looking on this, but there was a positive note from Evercore on Peloton yesterday, guys, but nothing obvious this morning. But huge move to the upside here, 7% now for Peloton.
What? There's a lot of small floaters that are going absolutely nuts today into a weak market, which makes absolutely no sense to me. Intel just did the under-over thing at 33, so it got down to 98. This is a reason not to have even dollar stops. Unless there's big size on the bid, I think it can be a little bit different. There was not big size. It's the third time through. I've resisted adding till it went under, and now I want to get some ones and give it to that local bottom. So the new bottom is now 98. Once it puts that in, instead of giving it to like 95, I just give it to the tighter stop at 98. We are headed southbound. I wanted to get to Meta quickly. I put in the chat double bottom, Meta 284. 284 was yesterday's low. 284 once at the open, again here, you're making another bounce. So should have had it. I was over there on Intel adjusting my order and making sure that we got that fill to the long side. But there's Meta up 284. I just got the scalp trade on SGTX. And quite frankly, it was kind of giving a consolidation. It was more about relieving some of the pressure. And how much did I want to hold down to that 23 if it wasn't going to go? So I just took the $1 on this, but I do feel like if it breaks top, the next out should be in front of 29. So I'm going to get an offer out in front of 29 if it gets up there, and then we'll try and rinse it, try and hold it, to some higher highs. This is just a shot play. Again, based on the structure of the deal. So that one's starting to work out to the upside. Apple's still trying to get to 190. Hasn't happened yet. I think it's going to get there. It's a matter of time.
Well, yeah, it's 13 cents away. So here we go, Apple. We are now, I know, as Sharif laughs.
Come on.
We are now 50 cents in the money on our Apple long. So that's going to be a good one. We'll hit the bangs going on right now. As today we're 3 for 3, man. We've given you Apple with the long, which I just told you is 50 cents in the money. AMD is now $1.50 in the money going downside. And then Citigroup was a good banger for sure. A little bit more shares on this name. It's only a $46 name, so as it comes up to the top, we're just getting some out, and we talked about where our out is going to be, breaking through 40s. That's VWAP right there, 46.40. So I've always had my stop there. Let's see where it goes from here. But there's Apple. Yeah, just again, like Neil mentioned, man, we got out at 75 on that last push. The ultimate high there is 98. Let's just put something at 90 there. We'll do something. Let's do a 95 or so. See if that comes through. There's AMD again. Nice take. We actually did take something out. I had a stop order out to get out of something if it went through 111 again, just another 10%. But then we just got 50s. So like, wow, what a wild ride it's been here for AMD. The number one stock here today is AMD. Let's just check out what Carvana is doing here. There it is.
Nothing.
Same shit. Yeah, not the same stuff. Not taking out $30 and bouncing off of a level there that we talked about earlier, man. Remember I talked about 27, 28, possible, resistance area or support area coming through. Does break 28 down to 27. I don't have any order in until we break 30. So Carvana's gonna have to get real excited for me to get involved with that one.
Joby broke 11.
Okay, I was gonna say, what else you guys want to do?
Just a couple of things. So this SGTX, it got $2 in the money. My response to it failing at 27 was to move my stop up to break even. So I still want to give it more room. I want 29s on the next fill out, but I had moved my stop to break even. I don't want it going back into 23, could flush. Joby above 11, it is making that break. So I think the market's headed to the downside. So it's small caps. I think that's where you want to go for some of the longs. Apple obviously is pretty strong there. Oh, there goes break even. I think it made sense to go break even on SGTX if it wasn't going to go any higher. But I like this Joby at 11. If we get any kind of a dip consolidation, let's just join the trend. I wasn't really throwing shade at the concept. It was more that I wouldn't necessarily be in one of those things. But hey, it's short float. That's what it's all about here. It's all about momentum. What you think about the company doesn't really matter.
Yep, I know.
190 hasn't broken yet, but we're at 189.90. Let's join Joby at 111. At $11 in here. And yes, SGTX. I think I got greedy, but if you're playing these, you have to go for the bigger shot. If it wants to hold on to 23, we'll try to find a way back into this. The real floor is between 15 and 19. That's the reason for tightening up the stop up there. I want a home run on this, not singles and doubles.
Yeah, we're hitting home runs right now today. That's for damn sure. We just got 95s on Apple right there, so that's 50 clean cents right there on Apple. So it's only on the last 25%, but here it goes right now. Apple trying to break out, and if it does, you have 189.60 here as a possible out. Because I'm getting long at 190, right? So unless it really does break crazily through, that should be a trade that we're able to execute on. So let's just wait to see here as it's looking like it wants to hit punching above its puncher's weight right now is Apple. Looking at 190, 5 cents away. So we are going to punch long if that name does execute us through. There are some big size there, as we can all clearly see that right now. But that's what we're looking at here. I'm so sorry, I was looking at it on my other screen. But there's Apple right now trying to test that level. AMD still rocking down. So one name going up, one name going down. We're watching Apple as we go over to Brendan.
Positive note here this morning from Morgan Stanley on this Freyr battery. I didn't realize it was that big. Almost $1 billion market cap on Freyr, battery company, up 26%, FREY.
All right.
So we tried one time at 65. Now Micron's at that 64 level. That's the big one on the daily. Don't have to tell you guys, if you've been watching this stock for any amount of time, this has been pretty much like I call it the Alamo this morning. Like if it doesn't hold this level, I don't think you're trying to go long. I suppose the 200 period if things got really out of hand. But I want this one. We'll see if we can grab it. I just got some quarters in there, but that's off the daily chart. And the last time we were down here was an easy win. But you don't want to be stubborn. You take the long, you take the out, you wait for the next level. If it breaks the low, I get out again. I'm still not in Joby because I'm trying not to chase it too far away from 11. I want to be able to give this one some room, and buying 11.50 is different from buying 11.20, as this one looks like it's going to be a big time runner. Apple refuses to break 190. I just think it's a matter of time. We did like the fade on Virgin Galactic, but it's only now starting to get to the upside after making a wipeout bottom. Let's let it get back up to like $5 before we even think about it.
All right. In what could come out pretty soon here is going to be Citigroup. It had its day. That's fine. You can see we got out of a lot of this trade. So let's wait to see here what happens with Citigroup. It's taking down VWAP right now. I just put it below 40. So pretty soon out of Citigroup, I would imagine. We could check, like, what are the other banks doing right now? Apple's at 95, 96. I feel like the better thing to do right now is to watch out for Apple. So we'll do that
Schwab
for right now. We could. Let me check out FRCB quickly because it is a pink sheet name that was. So FRCB still up 18% and still looking at that level. But there's Apple. It's bounced off of 90. High, I guess it printed 190 flat, but right now we're at 189.90. We've already taken our 50 cents on that as a high trade there. Out, pretty much all of them at 70, and then one last, well, if you average it out, because that's 75, and then one there at 95. I think our average, I could do the math afterwards, but probably an average about 35 to 40 cent win on that one. Now we'll wait, and just for everybody to know, like if we take down that 190, you know, let it drop back in a little bit. That's probably what's going to happen. You could sort of reload it a little bit if you wanted to, but we've often seen levels get hit and then retrace right back down because the buyers are done, right? They're here waiting for 190 to break. When it breaks and it doesn't get the pull through, then that's often when you see it fall back in a little bit, right? So let's pay attention to that. We're cleaned out of our AMD. I just put it in the chat. We're 3 for 3 right now. All 3 ideas we've given you have all paid. So right now we'll sit on our hands and wait to see if another one will come through for us. Obviously we're waiting for that Citigroup. We're waiting for AMD to do something. If it comes back up here into 112, then we'll have another look, but not until then, as we just continue to watch out for this. But yeah, FRCB, Apple, JP Morgan, you mentioned.
I just went 64 in out once on Micron. I didn't take 2 shots at 65, but 64 is level on the daily, so I will take 2 shots here. It just made a fresh low at 63.75. Again, to me, this is just one of those, it's at the only price that I want to defend, and it tries to make a bounce. I allow it to make the bounce first. Like once it shows a low, I want the long in front of the recent low, and then we'll see if it goes up. You only swing at this so many times, and I'm never going to not adhere to the stop at the low of the day. So stop is at the low of the day. I want to get back into SGTX. I thought we were going to have a flush down when I got out break even. And I'm letting this one fall here. I feel like if it makes a break of that low, then the next bottom is going to be it. Apple has 500,000. Is that no?
Probably.
Yeah, 500,000 shares on the offer.
Lit.
On the lit book. I don't want to. A lot of times you'd be short 99s in this case. I just don't want to do that. I just only want to take the breakout on Apple. It's so tempting to be 99 short, though. It's very tempting to be 99 short with that much size on the offer of a name like that. Maybe I do take a little bit of a shot at it. No, forget it. I'm not going to do it. No, we're only going to go long there. By the way, Tesla breaking down 257 is not a big level. The previous close was at 256. I think that is at least worth a watch for Tesla. Oh, yes, there was something else I wanted to get to. That Joby,
I don't know.
Should have chased it. I decided not to chase Joby. Joby is off to the races. Should have been a little bit more aggressive with that one. I was trying to get 11.20s. Now up failing at $12. This could be the pullback that allows me to get into it. That's such a wasted opportunity on the Joby. Too busy staring at SGTX because I felt that one could go absolutely ham, and this is the one going. Lucid, that's also moonshotting. Rivian is already through 15. I think Lucid at $7 is an obvious level. There it is. My daily chart's now working. That's a 50 period. That's the most recent high on Lucid. Let it get to 7 before thinking about a short going against the grain.
Wow, AMD continues to go down, man. AMD is now back into the dollar club, so that's a great trade. Back just touched 110.80 again. There we're short at 111.85, so good trade there happening for us, and hopefully a little bit more after this for us here. So far so good on this level. So yeah, good trade here. Let's just see where we go from here now in this name. So that is AMD, and I'm it's not fumbling my words, but I guess maybe I am a little bit here because I am trying to watch out for that Apple just to see what's good there. So we're waiting for Apple. Oh, new trade. Sorry, my bad. That's what it was. Sorry about that, guys. I had a new trade there and I wanted to discuss it a little bit, but then Apple, okay. So anyways, Palantir. We're going to go short Palantir. It's below VWAP. It's red today. Market's below VWAP, trying to break down. Until Kathy comes in and buys this name, there is no catalyst right now to go back up to the upside. We're below VWAP. We had some consolidation right here around 1550. Now starting to go to the low side. If this market does crack lower, then we are on this Palantir short. We want to get more short until it does break this 1540 or so area. So that's an area for concern for me for Palantir. But again, there's Apple one more time trying to break out the high side. We're already been long once, and here we go. Looks like it wants to, and there it goes. Bye-bye, Apple. Hello, Prad. This name has now broke above 190, and that was all that, huh? It broke, yeah, I got long. I'm long at 190.02, and there's the pullback for Apple as described. Apple pulling back just a little bit here.
Yeah, it was like an instant, in out, didn't want to even hold it. It got to 07s, then pulled right back in. I think there's a second chance at it, but if the break immediately fails, I generally speaking want to jump right out and then try to reassess it because a fail break here, where the market's going to the downside, it traps a lot of longs. You want to see it holding a bid above that level. Micron just took out the bottom again, so I only take those shots at that low, and it's already been 3 times, 65 once, 64 twice. Apple needs to get back above 190 or it's in a lot of trouble. I have a corner of my eye. Lucid, of course, did not get to $7. It just halted. It's not halted, sorry, stopped at 687. That looks like it's already rejecting the top a little bit here. I want to be short in front of $7 on Lucid. Eyeballs are on Apple in case it can come back and take out that 190. But I don't want this coming back into like 189.30 or 40 and holding on to it. Yeah, Lucid's about to get me into the south side here. Let's see if we can get Lucid in front of that 7 even. Just got short. Apple's not going to make it. If it gets back to 190, it might not be in the next few seconds.
No, it won't be. We got something out there at the top as well, but we're still in this name. Not at the top, sorry. Once it broke, I got out of literally 10%. I still want to be here for this name. Let's see what happens. We are long above. Obviously, it broke. We were long at 99 right now. We did get a reload right there at 80s. So not great. If it does break back down below VWAP, we can always regroup here on Apple, which I feel like is what you're going to want to do anyways. Actually, VWAP's right here at 60s. I have the wrong price for Apple. So we will assess that, but 189, maybe 59 or so to get out of something here for Apple if it does break low. Like Neil said, we don't need to be stuck here. We are temporarily. I mean, to be out of the money 25 cents on Apple doesn't really bother me too much, but still, it is making the move down, so we will get stopped out here. It's come back into VWAP off that 190 break. Often they wait for that move, and then when it happens, you just hope that it continues, and when it doesn't, it's either reloading opportunities here, or, I mean, look where the market is, too. The market's also much lower right now as well, so you got to watch out for that.
Under 15.1 is
yeah, under 15.1 and under VWAP, so Apple trying to find its way here, but yeah, definitely bouncing to the downside there. Got excited at 190. That's the trade that we're looking for. I told Sharif to disable my account if I did not take it, so I did, and now it looks like I'll give some money back here today. 4 for 4.
You have to have that Apple, bro. Everyone's going to, you knew it was going to be crowded.
Yep, yeah, so let's wait to see. AMD still rocking to the downside as well. Citigroup broke. There goes Apple, so we did get out of half. Citigroup broke the bottom as well right there, so we got out of that one. Still a positive name on our board here. Palantir making that move up. So we actually got the short. Then it went all the way down, down here to 16.17. As Apple broke, I wasn't paying attention, so I guess there's a bottom there for Palantir, but as I said, we're waiting for 15.40 on this name anyways, maybe 15.45. Let's get some more shares up here on the short for Palantir here.
Yeah, and here comes Meta's trying to retest that 84 level. Like, how many times is it going to get there without actually breaking? The answer for now is 3. 3 separate times we've been down here on Meta, each time with a little bit of a lower high. If this gets taken out, like, it's going to be nasty. Lucid, we did take a first short in front of 7. It got in here to 688. I have a 686 short. I'm looking for a VWAP retracement there. Apple will hit the $1 trillion mark. I think it will as well. To really, Tyrionaire, I think it is in the chat. We got to go to Brendan. It's already 10 o'clock. That means it's time for Happening Now.
Yeah, just like that, 30 minutes in the books. Here we go. Green board for the most part across everything outside of that one. The NASDAQ 100, the big one. Downside right now, negative 0.06, almost 0.2 to the upside. Meanwhile, for the entire NYSE composite, 0.09 for the NASDAQ composite. The Russell, 123,000, all positive. Same story for the Dow and the S&P. So there or thereabouts from where we were in the pre-market. If you joined us, speaking of, we were discussing Micron pointed to further AI demand, feeling a nice earnings beat for them. NVIDIA and Oxy both on watch in the pre-market this morning. Speaking of NVIDIA, fading out most of that early gap to the upside, but some key levels from yesterday coming into play. Microsoft popped up on some volume there in front of me just before 10 o'clock here, but testing these levels, 334 from yesterday, seems to be holding so far, guys.
Yeah. Oh, there we go. Don't forget, in 1 hour, there is that launch. Not that the stock seems to care for Virgin Galactic. It's making a lower high right now, so some strength off of the 450 level. If it tries to go squeezing into the launch, that's what I kind of expected to happen. And then I was looking for a pop, short the pop situation on any move to the upside. That's still possible. It's down 3%. It definitely has a chance. Lucid, I don't know. It's, what is it, like 5 cents in the money? I'm looking VWAP retrace. here. I wanted to short off a 7. This is when it failed that high. Couldn't even get to 90s. So I was able to add to it, but I got an 86 short. I might take something out at 81 just because why not? Risk to reward, that's what you should do. No way, Kim. BlackBerry is a good long? Nah. No, it's
You're not buying that?
I mean, it's up 10%, but it's not doing anything. So yeah, okay, it's up 10%. Congratulations if you got it, but it's not really doing anything. Joby, you're right. PRA is starting to come back in. I did not chase this. I wanted it from 11 to 11.20, so maybe it gives me that consolidation on this little bit of a dip. It has to hold a trend to the upside. This is one that I should have had possibly over that SGTX, but I picked the one and I picked wrong. It was working and I got greedy with SGTX. I could have taken a scalp trade on that and been happy with a couple of dollars. That's not the way I wanted to trade it. Look at it just go sideways. That makes absolutely no sense to me. Like the range of outcomes for this is so huge that why would it be trading in a $1 or $2 range this far away from the cash price? There's no way people can value that correctly or that accurately with confidence that far out, because the CVR is worth up to $110.
Right.
So it's like 15 to 126 is what that company could be worth being bought by Eli Lilly. So we'll ring the register a little bit at 81 like I said I would, and then we'll get the VWAP for the rest if we get down there on Lucid. Apple is trying again. So I took the break, was out pretty much instantly at that, wasn't even the quarter mark, it was actually at that 80 mark. So
Right.
we still risked 25 cents anyways-ish, about 22. But if we get back up and take out that high, I still only want to be going long on Apple. I know it's been a fade off 190, but I only want the long down here.
Yeah, we're long, and we lost a small amount there because unfortunately we did get stopped out once it broke VWAP. We talked about that, but we also bought some up, and then we bought some up again, and now we're in the money now, 11 cents. We need to get this going. Obviously, I still want to see this break through 190 one more time. We're about to see what kind of barber skills, or I guess hairstylist skills, Max has, because apparently he's going to be the guy hooking Pratt up right now with that. So we're going to wait for this.
Live?
Live, yeah. I think we should do it live on the show. I don't know what's comfortable for that.
Can we do that live?
Yeah, well, we can do whatever we want, but I think we could do it live or at least film it and then,
Well, we're gonna film it.
kind of live. I mean, we have the green screen there. Fahad, Mark chopped off his hair, right? So
I know, it's just
I think we
dyeing
could-
it's a little bit different.
Yeah, I know. That's what I mean.
There's bleach involved.
We'll have to figure out the sort
Logistics.
of logistics. Good word on that one. Okay, so we're still waiting for that. Now that we have Palantir, I took a very, very small fill there. I'm actually waiting for more at 40s. So the fact that I took some at 35, it just gives us an average price of 28 right now. So it's not, what does it show? It's 28. Yeah, 28 is good. It was 27.80, so I didn't know if it rounded it up right now. So we're going to wait to see what happens here for Palantir. But the market is now trying to go higher right now. So that's going to be key. We're looking at that VWAP. We're looking at 51.40 again. No wonder that level held. We talked about that over and over again. Rewind the clock a couple days for the NASDAQ there at 51.40. So it needs to take it out. We still have a hell of a lot of shares of Apple. So I'm hoping that this can. That's why I just keep getting out like piece by piece on the upside here. Like there, it takes some 90s. Just keep taking a little bit out. We're long at 80. It's not, we're making, the fact is we have a lot of shares. So even me taking 12 cents, 11 cents on this, I'm actually making everything back. Now still negative on it because we have that initial punch through. But remember, we made 50 cents early on it. Then we gave it back a little bit. Now it's starting to come back in. So watch out for Apple. Just in case you guys are interested in what I'm thinking here, I'm going to buy some more down here. And then honestly, if we break like below this 30 level, then that's probably it. Maybe even below 40s here. We don't need to hold it for too long. So that's the other thing. If the market wants to retrace, we're below VWAP. We're below that 15,140. We just tested VWAP and missed it. So now here comes the pullback down. It's not all good because, we have Apple long, but we also have a nice position here. Whoops. That's the first time that ever happened. My level 2 just crashed.
I've had that happen, but very rarely.
Wow.
Very rarely. Just come to me for seconds. I have a new position, but it's not a new position. It's the same one at the same level, and I'm only trading it off. I'm only trading this at one key level. This time, I don't know. I say it's different, but I actually made near the bottom wick on the last out on Micron, which is a bit different. I had a higher low there. Now it looks like it's making attempt at a curl as that's starting to come back in. Now the recent low, the local low, 63.55. Lucid just gave another fill. Oh, yeah, because this is tanking into VWAP. Yeah, Micron's probably going to run the lows. Now, things are really starting to tank here.
There?
I don't know, but everything accelerated to the downside just as I got back in at that 64 level. So everything I'm going to be able to make on Lucid is probably just going to come out there on Micron. I do want another fill in front of VWAP here. There we go. Now I'm only holding on to a third, which makes more sense on Lucid. Tesla's now breaking down in a big way. That's probably why Lucid's coming down. What the heck? What the heck just happened in the market? Because Apple was okay.
Apple was okay.
And now it's all the way down at 189.
Yeah, it's definitely not okay.
We're at 15,050. So if we bounce off 15,000 again, I know I like Apple long. Where's Meta? If Meta's at 284. Meta's breaking that 284 level as well. So Meta has had a brick wall the last 2 days at 284. We are now well underneath, not well underneath, we're underneath that support breaking. If this can hold on, and we hold on to 15,000, fair enough, there might be a long in there, but for now you're looking at possible breakdown in pretty much everything. That was nasty across the board.
Oh yeah, big time nastiness right there. Apple fell like a rock right there off 190. So yeah, we got some out. We averaged in at 50. We're back in this. I still want to see the long hit, but honestly, this 15,000 today looks like it wants to come through right now. It's a good thing we got that Palantir short sort of helping us out with this Apple trade, but still, yeah, lost too much money there on Apple for sure. But there's the push down also with AMD. So let's take advantage of that move at least. Punch out some 73s, spin the money right now for AMD. You know, AMD drops $1, Apple drops 70 cents, but we have more exposure on Apple, so not a good experience there on that move back down. But Apple, we're only long at, so let's take something out here on a little bit of a move back. We're long at 45, sorry. So there it is. Let's see what happens with Apple now, trying to get back up to the upside. We already took some out of, see, here's our Palantir trade down to 21. Sorry, what was that?
It's on my chart right now. I didn't even realize that as you were talking, but
okay.
yeah, the screen's on my chart. If you saw what I was looking at for a moment there, but I'm trying to figure out why Nikola is holding up so well at $1.35. This looks like a pretty good zone. We have free locates on this. Let me just double check. We do not have free locates. I have to pay for locates if we're able to get it. This feels a lot like Lucid's starting to pull back. This is still up 13% when the market's flushing. I'm going to go quickly pay for locates because this doesn't make any sense to me.
Which one? Nikola?
Nikola. I want to try to get 32, 33 short if I can in time.
Dude, this market is really, really tanky.
Why is
AMD's joining. Whoops, we're out. There goes AMD. We just got a 180. We just got a 110 fill there on that. It's not only that, but also on the reload for AMD. What a good trade that was today, man. Like, you know, yesterday we got smoked on AMD. Today we made decent amount of that back right there, taking that out. It's funny because my next fill was 118.95. So we missed that fill, or else we would have had that reload as well, but that only goes to 70. Let's see what we can do on that. All right, so we're just holding it by, we talked about this, the skin of our teeth right now on Apple as it's trying to still make new lows here, man, on the move. The low of the day is this rate in the pre-market. I guess we're basically right where we were when we opened the market right now of Apple, 189 flat. Let's see if it holds it. The market probably wants to test 15,000 again right there to the downside. So there goes Apple, nice downside move. Good thing good thing we traded Citigroup on the upside, but it's kind of barcoding right now, so not much happening right there. Let's go Palantir. Palantir is the day saver. Not the day saver for me, but it's saving me on this move down right now because there's a good out for us. 17s, 18s. Let's see how further down Palantir wants to go. Let's put a bid at 14. Let's put another bid at 10s, and then we'll see if we can get any of those fills on a nice downside push here for PLTR. Again, off VWAP. Like, we weren't patient enough there. We thought the move could have continued down, but then it made that move up, and we were able to take advantage of that. Nicely done there on Palantir. But realistically, man, my whole thing is going to be on Apple. So if Apple, my whole day right now, this is the only losing trade we have, and it's been pretty bad because we did take that 190 break. Look at all these outs up here, right? Right now, we're just sitting in this trade. So we did get washed there. We got out once it broke, remember, and then it came back in. So right now, we can hold this for an upside move in case that bounces in right now. But yeah, a little danger zone here for Apple for sure.
So I was able to get the midpoint just now on Nikola. I paid for the locates a whopping $0.25 cents per share. Thank you, Day Trade the World. So that was relatively cheap. But yeah, double top up here. 134 is a high. Give it to 35. It just doesn't make any sense to me. As I was telling you guys, like, Tesla's at 254 and just went red of the day. Lucid's breaking VWAP, that's working, but why would Nikola be up there? I get it, it's a squeeze play, but we were long the other day, but that was at $1. That's just a totally different ballgame. Micron is still holding the low. It might have just, I don't know, when it did this move here, so it looked like it was going to reclaim the bottom, held the higher low, well, that gets me in taking more shares at the next curl. If this is the bottom, 63.5, so be it. Ideally, this level holds until 15,000 on the NASDAQ. That's the ideal situation. But I've now gone long here a couple of times. 64 I like better than 65. But if it doesn't work, we're going to slap an L on Micron. I did come in today thinking if 64 was the Alamo, and if I'm going to have a stock that's my worst stock, it should be defending the Alamo on Micron. But if it does break, I mean, it's going to be nasty. It's already nasty. So Nikola's the new short. I want to get back to Joby quickly for you guys. It's trying to bounce off VWAP here, so I was patient with this. Didn't get it on the way up. Now suddenly it wants to bounce off VWAP. So I want to get my shot here for the long and Joby. I want to give it till just underneath 11. The risk to reward going long at 20 is very different from going long at 50 if your out's going to be underneath the even.
So I don't know what's happening with Apple again, but it's getting all these ones everywhere on it. Like there's all bunch of 1D prints again happening. And last time we saw that, it was influencing.
And didn't it go up after? When they stopped, there was a rip.
Yes, but
yeah, that's what happened, wasn't it?
Yeah, no, I know, but it's really hasn't stopped, and that's part of the problem. So I don't know where to pick the top or the bottom on this name right now, but it is starting to go. So hopefully we do have a decent spot here on Apple. We're long at, it's not decent, it's bad. We're long at 40s, obviously, as you guys can see here. So not a great trade so far for us here on Apple, but we'll wait. We can still make this money back. We do have some offers on the upside near 45 or at 45, then again at 65, and we'll see after that if we can continue. Actually, I'll cancel the 65. Let's see if we get back into the 80s again up there for Apple. Here it comes. There's the 45, so there's the take. See, the ones are still there, and that's what I mean. So it's a very... I agree, though. Like that's why I brought it up to everybody that we've seen these before,
and was a good long.
We've seen this move before. So let's wait to see. Palantir, a couple good outs down there, obviously, as we took them. We could take some more. We're short at 29. Maybe the market wants to continue to go up, which would be great for us. I'd much rather have this market rip now, and we actually wind up losing on Palantir, quite frankly, because of Apple. So hopefully that can continue to move upside. There's another fill on Palantir at 23s. So good outs there. We've made money on Palantir. We've made money on every stock today. It's just Apple we have not. So Apple is going to be positioned pending, looking for much bigger move back up to the upside right now on Apple, especially if the market's bouncing off that 15.040. So I have no more offers until 80 on Apple. Let's see if that wants to continue to work. And then AMD, I don't know, man. Hoping again. I mean, I hate the word hope, but hoping it comes back up so we can short it. I don't think this is a good long area for AMD, but hey, we've seen it bounce off 110 numerous times, so that could be the trade there for AMD as well, bouncing off that 110.
Yeah, hopefully bouncing off 11 here. You hate the word hope, but Joby just made its move. Looks like it's trying to took out the quarter mark. Sorry, I did take a fill in there. So this will be the first for me in terms of a long that worked out, because every working trade has been a short. Quite frankly, which is obvious when the market's going down. So we did get an initial bounce. It needs to crack through 1150. If it does that, I want to hold on to the second half for a run to 12. And if it breaks 12, hold on to like that last 10% for whatever the moon can end up being. I don't have targets up there because, quite frankly, once it breaks through this range, there's nothing to see. Hopefully we have the same results in Nikola that we did, really similar to it in Lucid, which would be getting down in here and testing a 128 level. That's what I want to see happen. I want to add to this. I am on the offer to try and get more. It was a midpoint. I was trying to get more shares at 31.5. If this gets down to 120, that's where I want to arrest the trade. Oh my goodness, that's hilarious.
What?
For some reason, I typed in Apple, and then Apple is dual listed in Brazil. And apparently we have it in our system, so that's kind of nonsense. No, my other chart, I'm not even making up. I went to switch it back over to Apple.
No, I think it's Blue Ocean.
No, it was BL. So anyways, that doesn't matter. It's BZ. It's Brazil.
It is Brazil.
So anyways, that's just weird. I had no idea it was listed on the BOVESPA, but I could have put an order on that, but I would have noticed the price difference.
They must have like CDRs, but BDRs.
Those ones have stopped, and Apple is bouncing. That's kind of where it's at. I missed it.
No, the ones haven't stopped.
Oh, no, they're back. Never mind.
Yeah.
For a second, I was seeing bigger fills. No, they're still going, and Apple's actually making a run. So this should be it. I mean, quite frankly, I had the long break and took the L on the long break. I did not re-enter the trade on the way back at that bottom. I was looking for a 188 was the big level for dip buys for me. Like, my two things were breakout 90 and dip 88. And quite frankly, there was nothing there. I know Intel's trying to hold on to 33, but so long, okay, fine. Like, initially the long worked on Intel, but then when I got back into it, it stopped out underneath, and I've done nothing with it since because that was my level, and my level underneath was 32, so no trade for me. If it does not hold on to 33, a big level deserves to be traded in either direction. A failure at this price, I think, can be shorted. But Micron is now back at 64 even. If this starts to go, just for an idea on Micron, the new local low is 63.5. So until we get up to 64.5, I don't think it's all that much of a success in any kind of a long trade.
Can we figure out what's going on with Tesla here, maybe? Okay.
I'm hoping it tanks because I now have two EV names short. So.
Yeah. I mean, I don't know if I think the names you have a little bit stronger catalysts than Tesla.
Man, Nikola ain't got no catalyst. Nikola's just a short.
You're hating on Nikola, right? As we all are. Ride, of course, today gets that delisting notice from the NASDAQ. We've talked about that a couple of times here on the show. So
there is no Nikola
there's Tesla right here, 255, trying to hold out. I like this long, especially if you're bouncing off 15,000, which we're doing right now. So that's going to be a good take there for anybody that's interested in looking at Tesla off that 254. If you think that we're bouncing right now, maybe wait for a little bit of a pullback, but that's going to be a good trade right there. I feel like, come on, I don't care, man. We're out, not out. We still have half. Actually, a little bit less than half of our Palantir trade. A lot of these outs right back here at the day's low. That was well traded for sure. What hasn't been well traded has been Apple, but we just got some more out here. It just keeps on bouncing off of 50. We're long at 37s. Like, you know, we take a 50-cent hit. I can't, you know, I'm only making 13 cents here every time we get out, right? So it's not like, you know, sound the alarms or anything like that here on Apple. But let's wait to see. Hopefully it can bounce back up. I wouldn't be surprised if we come back in and test this 189 again. We're going to get out of the majority of this trade if it does come back in to 189. So let's just, you know, mark that down as a worried spot for us here, back down to 189 on Apple. So, yeah, that's going to be an area. But we'll buy some more here around 20, see if it can hold, and then head up to the upside. Palantir going back off. The Dow is at high of the day. Okay, that makes sense. Probably because of some of the banks, if that's what you guys are talking. Unless you're talking about Dow Chemicals right there. This is down.
No, it's because of the banks.
Yeah, but yeah, I mean, the banks aren't at the high. That's why. Let me check out JP Morgan.
No, but they're holding up.
Citigroup.
Yeah, like the reason I'm not trading Schwab is it's not doing anything, so I don't really see.
MU down 5% now, by the way.
Yeah, it hit that 64 on the daily chart. I've been long 3 times at that 64 level because that's, you know how good it was the other direction.
It hit 63.50.
Yeah, well, that was the last wick bottom. Blech. But I've only been long above 64, so I don't want the long underneath. Weirdly enough, I've been waiting for it to reclaim 64 and then look for it to get back up from that level. It is trying to bounce down, but 25 cents in the money doesn't really float my boat too much. It's already 10:20. Goodness gracious. Let's get to Brendan for the small cap recap.
Hey guys, busy morning. Yeah, a few moving around here. We'll start things off with IMNM. Immuno One up on a all-stock merger agreement this morning, and $125 million private placement coming through as well for Immuno One. So IMNM, big mover so far at this point this morning. We also had Joby on watch, as we saw in the pre-market this morning, coming back a little bit into that 1125 area. But if you missed it yesterday, they got a airworthiness certificate in the U.S. for their flying drone type thing for Joby. Frey, another one. Frey battery initiated by Morgan Stanley at overweight. So a nice look on the way back into $9 right now. But big move to the upside for Frey this morning. And this one, Mr. Car Wash, Guggenheim, starting with a buy on Mr. Car Wash, guys.
Mr. Car Wash, that's an actual stock? Mr. Car Wash?
Mr. Plow? Call him Mr. Plow.
Yeah, I mean, Homer should have definitely IPO'd that. I mean,
that
Mr.
name
Plow.
again is Mr. Plow.
Yeah, in Springfield, man, that guy was lit with Mr. Plow. Everybody.
Print it.
he was making so much money that it was what, Barney or whatever got his own snowplow company as well,
and
tried
he
to
called
crush
it
him. You don't come at
oh,
Homer.
shoot. What did he
What
call
are
it
you,
again?
crazy? Right there, but right now
Cloud
let's do a
candy.
little bit of a hot dog cannon right now for it, because there goes Apple right back up to the upside. So although we don't make everything back, let's see what happens here at 190. I don't have, so I do. No, I don't have any more outs. Let's put an out here at 90. Just at like 188, 189.90 or so taken out. It's came right back upside here. So if you can come over to it, Fabian. Nice moves right back into where we've gotten out before when we failed that first time. We just kept on coming, trying, and not breaking it. So there's a couple good outs here. We told you that we had some outs sitting there at 75, so we had a lot of outs sitting there at 75. Then we were lucky enough to get an 85 there. But for right now, nice take here for sure on Apple as we loaded it back up at the bottom. But still a negative name. I mean, I'm going to flush myself down the toilet because I did say, and that's what I'm trying to be about, right? Like, if I say something, it's on the sticky note. We like that 190 break. It made sense to me. I mean, look at Apple stock. You want to talk about something that, you know, you're rocking with right now. It's Apple. That's a great stock. Where do you look at it? Look at the 50 period. I mean, Apple on the daily chart just looks absolutely insane. There's not too many stocks that look like this, man. Even Tesla, when it was moving, that just was straight up, and now it's pulling back. Apple doesn't even have room to breathe here. Like, any pullback is like $3 or $4.
Meta's the only other one.
Yeah, maybe back here in April, maybe, where you had that 166 down to 160. Pullback of 3%. That could have been a buying opportunity, but right there for Apple, nice move straight up. It looks great. And again, I am talking up the position, but I just got out. We're going to reload this back up here at 189.20, as we still have more than half of our position, but we are looking for that on Apple here.
So I just got another fill there, kind of rang register as at 666 in front of this consolidation on Lucid. Like the second, come on my chart, the second it looked like, okay, it could bounce off this again. I took the fill and it just flushed underneath. So I want 650s as the next entry point, so it's the next exit point. I still have not taken anything out of Nikola. And I just feel if Lucid's falling like this, maybe you get through VWAP and just a little bit further. It's a $1 stock, right? So I know every penny does matter, but I'm looking for another cent drop here. Risk to reward still setting up pretty nicely. Looks like Joby is running out of steam, though. We were able to take some out there. We got some 30s. We got some at 40 off our long at 11.13 or 11.14, actually 11.13.5. But I'm not sure we're going to hold on to this 11 level. If it does break, I'll just get out, look for another entry point. It can always hold a higher low, and you look for a second entry. I just don't want it. I don't want to hold it past that stop. I think it get pretty nasty down there. Micron gave one fill as the market was trying to go. I was able to get one break of the local high. Now it might retest that low. This again is this area here on the daily chart. So if it was resistance for a while, up downs galore, and as long as you gave it a chance, it sometimes would run stops to the upside short, but if you held on to it, it was always fantastic. The same thing in the other direction. So it's already bounced off this several times. Can it do it today on earnings day is the real question for me. Going to be down on Micron, going to be down on Apple because I only took the break. And there goes Joby. I think risk to reward, it's set up pretty nicely, but I'm not going to, I wasn't willing to chase it. Wasn't willing to chase it at 11.50. VWAP kind of held for a little bit there. We're able to get 20, 30 cent wins, but this looks like it's breaking trend as well. So a lot of names that looked strong are starting to come back in here. I'm hoping Nikola does the same. As a matter of fact, just took my first fill on Nikola. As I was telling you guys, it's like the shorts that are working. Yeah. Like there was one bounce play that worked for a bit in Joby up at that top. I know I got greedy with SGTX, and again, that'll be pie in my face. I had a $2 winner on that, a $25 stock, but I was legitimately thinking that stock should be going to 30 bucks. If it's going to go up, it should be doing something crazy based on the structure of that deal. I was wrong about that. I should have just taken the scalp trade when I had it. Just got first fill at Nikola. I want this all the way back to 120, which leads me to Ride. I had the short. That was starting to work. Now it's breaking higher. So Ride just, for whatever reason, continues to try to squeeze. Yesterday's double top was at 240. So I shorted it at 2. The only other place I want to short this is the 240 to 250 level. If it gets there and I don't short it, then it must mean it's done something stupid at that level, like just sort of parabolic candle through, halt up. But as long as it's consolidating or slowly rising into that level, I want that short there. Micron's bouncing again, but it has to go 64.50 or I'm not successful on that trade.
Yeah, I'm just between, so I guess I should have gone long down there. We talked about 110 for AMD. Come look at the chart here. gone long down there, but you can see that 110 did break down to 109.80, but nice move back up to the upside there for AMD. But a great, I'm glad that we covered everything out right there, as we had that maximum position just sitting there for AMD, getting it out at 110, filled us up perfectly. That's exactly the level that we wanted. And sometimes we look back and you're like, oh my God, why did I get out? But here makes a lot of sense, back down to that 110. We have seen it bounce off of 110 before, right there a couple days ago, or was that yesterday actually, in the afternoon. And then I think there was another, yeah, here it is right there. So here's a move down from same move basically, from 111.50 down to 110, stopping and then bouncing back up. So there's been some levels there. But of course, as the market's testing down here at 15,000, you know, you get out. You get out of your position and you kind of try to regroup it as much as you can there. So I'm happy with that trade. Can't be sad about it. It's a good one there on AMD, but like I said, maybe that long should have been taken as well. So that's okay. A couple outs there again. Well, actually just one out at 65 on Apple, waiting for this to drop back down. Is there any other names you guys want to look at? I know Neil and I kind of in different names right now.
We have 30 minutes to the Virgin Galactic launch. It's trying to go. It's trying to make a bit of a bounce here. Maybe it's going to start squeezing into the launch at 11 o'clock. I don't know if it's exactly at 11 o'clock or they just start to stream at 11 o'clock and then we wait and see. We'll have it on watch no matter what. I'm looking to sell the news. Successful launch, everybody wants it. Why would you want anything but a successful launch? I want to see it successful, and then I want to try to find the level that I can fade it, because I think it is a sell the news type of event. If we do get it, plug, BA, Roku, James Choi is saying, Top's been said a lot, so I don't know. Oh, yeah, okay. Top Financial is going absolutely ape. Brendo, let me know what's going on, because HKD and Top are both running here. Yeah, we got some squeeze plays happening. It's hard to see levels on the daily for that one. It's completely impossible because of how ridiculous it was before. I got to zoom way in. Where is it? I want to say, yeah, it's right, $10. This has room to $10. This one's insane, super low floater running to the upside. I know there's some squeeze names out there, but this is more of a low flow type situation here on Top. I don't know if there's any news. We're going to go to Brennan for Crypto Watch and then see if there's an actual reason Top's going crazy.
Hey guys, this segment brought to you by Riley Coin, the utility cryptocurrency used by the International Organization and the Royal Court of East Breffni, O'Reilly, as their method of exchange. As far as the overall crypto market goes today, pretty quiet. Once again, we're kind of chopping around within the range. Quietly yesterday, this came out kind of interesting. U.S. President Biden saying that they're going to get rid of the crypto tax for traders to come. So more to come on that possibly. But as I mentioned, just kind of chopping around here above that 30,500 mark, trying to hold right now as support. This is a 4-hour chart. So still above, that's 30,000, then 30,500 coming in as support currently, still positive on the session. 30,575, 1850 here for Ethereum. Mostly green so far today for crypto.
Yeah, mostly green over there. Oh, I just got another fill. I have bids now, 27, 26, 25. Then a bit of a gap underneath the quarter on Nikola down to 22 because I love that number. It's weird. I do it sometimes. You're going to bid somewhere. But I want all the way down here, at least until it gets back to that open price of 116. So we are ringing the register. Congratulations! If you sniff these out, I mean, at the end of the day, the only reason that I added Nikola to the short was because Lucid already turned, Tesla was at the bottom, the market was absolutely tanking, so why wouldn't, in a double top on Nikola, you're going to take that 9 times out of 10. If there's a strong enough news catalyst, maybe I don't take the trade, but quite frankly, there was not, so you're just going to put it in. Rest in peace, Tesla, I just saw in the chat. Is it really that bad? It's down 0.5%, but it is getting pretty ugly. I have 250 and 247 as significant bounce zones, so there is a heck of a lot of room for this to get down. It hasn't broken yesterday's low, by the way, at 254, so that could still be potential support. It is time to think about getting more aggressively. I might regret this, but I just popped another offer at the 40 level on Micron, because every time it gets there, it rejects, and I'm not taking anything out, which is insane. So if it gets back up there, I'll take some out. I have not been scalping it for 30 or 40 cents. Maybe it's time to start doing that because this market wants the downside. It seems to want it in a big way. As testified by the shorts finally working, Coinbase, as Brendan was just mentioning, crypto looking good, this is getting weak. up 3%,
You are
lower
weak.
high. Well, I mean, this has been one of the strongest names in the market the last couple of days. But now you have a double top at 74. If we're failing a double top on coin, checks Bitcoin, still at 30, still above 30,000, 30 and a half. So you're not supported by a breakdown in Bitcoin. That said, I don't think you necessarily always need that with Coinbase. I'd love to see it make another test at that high, and if it fails 74 again, I take a shot on Coinbase short. Shorts had been working today. How could I not be at least looking for an opportunity on stock that's up 3% into a tanking market? I know it's got that, BlackRock, yada, 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 30,000. Come on. At some point, it's coming down.
BlackRock, yada, yada, yada. We like that. But for right now,
Natural gas.
yeah, we
Money,
right now, because we got the reload on Apple. I guess we have to do this one when we get the reload there. We're on AMD. AMD, we just went short, but if it breaks 110, we just got a whole bunch out there at the. So we went short there, 80. What am I short? 83 is not great. I thought it was going to be 86 there. Outs here in the 60s, outs in the 70s, but some good outs. Needless to say, down there you can see these are all 60 fills right at that bottom. Now it looks like we were trying to break higher, which. Hey, dog, fine by me. Look at the damage that we're doing right now on Apple. There it is. Let's take some more out, man. We don't have any outs up this high. Boom. Right now for Apple, just a couple hundred shares. We'll see what happens here to the long side on that one. Maybe we can get back up through 189 now. We'll wait for something around 70s and see if we can get that. We want to get a little bit heavier on this name, but I feel like it needs to break 190 again. When that happens, possibly we punch a little bit longer, but I'm trying to build a position down here so that when it does go, we do have something to celebrate on that. So let's see if Apple can do it for us.
We have lots to celebrate.
We always do. But I want to celebrate Apple, and I want to celebrate Apple
Yes.
breaking through and holding that 190. So if that can happen, that's great. Good downside moves on Palantir. We just got a 19 fill on that one, too. So a little bit of a face slapper.
I still,
On
you know
that
what
one.
I feel about that graphic.
Oh, yeah. Well, yours is the best because you literally change colors in yours. So.
That's me so
no,
far.
no. Not that one. The other one.
Oh, wait a minute. No, the other one. It's the other
the one that you have like mine.
Here it is. This one.
Watch, see? You're darker. You're darker. You're darker. Hit it again to the first time. Here's light Neil. You got darker. You got darker. You got darker.
It's not even the same shirt. We can do, Fabian, I know you can do.
No,
but-
you have to leave that one.
No.
If that changes, then this
Fabian's
changes.
gonna
Or no,
improve
then
that.
this changes.
No, Fabian's going to improve that. He is.
Okay, well.
I know you will, brother. It's just, it's
Where's
an old
my
one.
Sean laugh
It's not
thing?
that
I don't
great.
even know where that is.
What was I was
I
going
don't
to
even
say
have
something.
that one on anymore.
Oh, the
subscribe
face
one.
slap for me was I took the Apple break and was kind of one and done with it. And, the way I see it, it ended up being approximately, I'd say like a 40% of what I would have expected to win, end up losing, which is kind of on the higher end because I didn't get a great fill on the way back in. But I'm waiting for it to break that top. It'll, for now, be my worst stock because MU's trying to bounce, but Micron can always take that over. There's definitely plenty of time. I will not hopefully be Nikola unless I do something really stupid with this trade. I just got all of those 27, 26, and 25 down there. Maybe we're headed down to fresh lows. That's what I'd like to see, but the market's trying to bounce. I don't know how to read these markets, Roland Joe just said, NASDAQ and ES. These markets can be tricky, and a lot of times the easier way to play it would just be only trade around key areas. So when you're testing the highs, like over 15.15 on the NASDAQ into 15.2 has been resistance, and 15,000 has been a fantastic level whenever we've tested it. So look for longs at the bottom, look for shorts at the top. If you hold above a key support level and then break out the top after that, then you can look for longs above there. Just try to keep it simple. It doesn't always work. Case in point, you can go saying, oh, I want to look for the long at the bottom on Micron because that's where the support has been, and you can still lose. But at least you'll lose with conviction, right? You'll be taking a trade that makes sense to you, that you've planned out, and it might lead to less trades as well, which can be a good thing. Nikola, hopefully that'll start working out or continue to work out here. Virgin Galactic, 25 minutes till launch, or
Oh, that's good.
I keep saying that, 25 minutes till the stream. I don't know if the actual launch is at that time. It's starting to creep up here. I want to sell the news. I'm hoping for a successful launch just to get that out of the way, but I'm looking for a parabolic move up, successful launch, try to fade it. Maybe that's going to be $5 instead of the $6 level here on the daily chart, which is what I was thinking when I sat down.
So I'll ask you this because I don't know the answer, but what qualifies a successful launch? Like, you know what I mean? Like, what are they trying to accomplish?
Get the Italian Air Force. It's a research team from the Air Force.
Yeah.
Get them up into low orbit, right? Safely. Obviously, that's good.
Yeah, just so when we get the headline, what is the goal?
Once they get up there, they're not there for very long.
Right.
And then, at that point, I'm not worried about them coming back down. The way they do a launch is a little bit safer coming back in than some of the others. So, yeah, man, they get up there, and as long as they get into low orbit and do whatever experiments they're doing,
right.
that's all I need to see.
Okay.
It's just, I feel like everyone's expecting it, and they have another launch expected in a month. But until they can get up and down and do these on a daily basis, none of this is economically viable, right? So that's why I'm thinking sell the news here, because we're expecting it to be a successful launch here. Saba on the chat here is asking about Amazon. I have not looked at this stock today. And quite frankly, the load. I know now the daily chart gets a little bit shy.
Shout out to Frank.
When you put the daily chart live, it's like, oh, I don't want to be shown. This is like everything else in the market. So stair-stepping down, despite the fact that you have been in a decent upward trend. Where's the parabolic moves? It's been kind of slightly climbing up. Oh, I had lines drawn here. I guess they're gone. So it was right about here. The local high since the last big move up, support, was right here at 127. So lo and behold, where are we bouncing? 127. Forget about that 130. That's at the open. So as long as they're holding 15,000, I think 27 would be your anchor. But I haven't been looking at this because my long has been 64 Micron at these lows. But 127 looks just as good here on Amazon. If it does pop, I think you're looking to sell pops back into yesterday's low. That's 128.5, 129. Previous support turns into resistance in a downtrend. So if we are downward trending today, I'd at least be taking profit in front of 128.50. If I was long there, I'd be taking profit in front of 128.50.
Yeah, and you mentioned Pop. Shout out to both of our Pops there. Okay.
50 years ago,
does your dad ever watch the show?
Not really. My dad. So my dad, he has this weird thing about when I'm performing. He'll come to my baseball games, but he never wanted to watch.
Really?
And then he'd come to my track meets, and he's like, I couldn't bear to watch you when you're running. It's like, so you didn't. So my best race of all time, and he was kind of scared to watch.
This is not.
It is what it is. No, so he's not a huge.
Yeah.
You know what it's like when you're watching kids. Some people get
no?
nervous doing it. He's retired now.
You should be watching it all day,
Absolutely.
man.
He graduated from university 50 years ago.
Nice.
He just had their anniversary, whatever what do you call it, at McMaster, and he was the first in our family on my dad's side to go to university. Left the island of Antigua, like 50,000 people on the island, and left a family of 10 to come to Canada.
Yes.
And not lying in the same year that he lost his own father. That is inspirational, because I don't know if I would have the testicular fortitude to be able to pull that off. I don't want to stay with my family. I wouldn't have the guts. So shout out, Pops. Thank you very much. It's already 10:40. Okay, let's go to Brendan.
Yes. Wow.
Hey guys, a lot of green on this board to show you for the S&P so far today. A few notable names downside. Micron, obviously the big one. 4.6% now in negative territory despite the earnings report. Intel being dragged down with that 1.9, almost 2% at one point to the downside. You can see AMD, though, among others, still in this group. Positive on the session as far as semiconductors are concerned. The rest of the tech group mostly higher as well. CRM up there, we mentioned it briefly pre-market on that AI investment into the UK, now down as well, negative 0.84. Salesforce, the entire banking group, positive on the day, coming off those stress tests. I lied, there's one negative, Capital One, downside, but everything else very positive. 2.8 for Goldman, leading the way as far as financial services. Individual banks, Wells Fargo down here, having a nice day off of stress test day yesterday. We got the results, if you missed it, after the close. Energy, material stocks, both nicely higher on the day. A little bit mixed otherwise. Consumer staples, communication stocks as well, and consumer discretionary names providing a little bit of negative pressure, but overall still positive, guys.
It's a couple people in the chat having jokes about my testicular fortitude line. It's a Vince McMahon thing from WWE. You guys know, if you watch the show, you know that I haven't been recently, because it's been a long time since I used to watch a lot of wrestling. I was back in the university days. I watched Raw every single Monday. We'd watch it twice, my roommate and I. We'd watch it at 9 o'clock, and then we'd watch it again at midnight, which was a bad idea when I had morning class on Tuesday, but who cares? So it's a Vince McMahon line. I don't care. That's what's up. So Micron, which is an absolute dog. I was just watching top there because it was pulling back. I wanted to see if there was a bounce trade I liked. There isn't. I did eventually take a fill at 30 on that Micron 64 long because look at the channel at the bottom here. We can hold 15,000 all we want, but if this doesn't actually go up and test VWAP, this is kind of a wasted opportunity down at this low, down 4%, trying to make a bottom. If there was a mistake, maybe too aggressive at 65. 64 is clearly the level. If you call something the Alamo, then maybe you should wait till the Alamo to make your defense. After getting the 125, Nickel's back up to 28. If this starts breaking VWAP, I'll take a little bit more off here. I'm still holding half the position, which is maybe a little bit too aggressive, looking for that flush. So I don't want it getting above VWAP there and then retesting the high. Strong stock up 10%. You want to be careful how much you fight it. Lucid is the other short. That one's been okay, but again, kind of bouncing off VWAP. I am out of most of it, so I don't need to be covering aggressively at VWAP. It's Nikola I have to keep an eye on. Virgin Galactic is making a run. See, they start buying it up, going into the launch. This is the reason why I'm looking for an 11 fade. A fade after 11 o'clock, not $11, an 11 o'clock fade after a successful launch. They're already starting to buy this one up. Maybe takes a run at that $5 level pretty quick. And yes, I understand the Alamo was lost. It's a figure of speech to describe where you're taking your last stand on a stock at a price level. I get it. I know my history.
Yeah. That was
it's not my history. It's American
Who was it
history.
in the chat that mentioned the Alamo? Because I think we should. Was it Darwin or somebody? There was
I think it was Darwin. Was it you, Darwin? I think it was you, Darwin. But
yeah, not you, Darvish.
No, it was Darwin in the chat. Maybe it wasn't Darwin.
Well, whatever. They would know who it was.
You guys know.
You know, there's only a few things that you can come up with yourself, like flat bottom break and things like that, and
perfunctory trade,
word of the day and things like that.
Secular move.
Right. So you gotta, you gotta give credit sometimes.
To who?
Well, to
Darwin, yes. To
Sharif,
Sharif, never.
Well, Sharif's got to give you something first.
I'm never giving Sharif credit for the things that I steal from him.
Again? Hello?
Up?
Yeah. Okay. Leave me alone. I'm on the show.
It's amazing how often we got to call it Ghostbusters, man, because that guy's calling from the grave pretty often here.
Okay.
Oh, it might have been Ponzi Fonzie. If
Bang!
Ponzi could have been Ponzi.
Meanwhile, there's the sell on AMD again to the downside. We just reloaded that one, so we're supposed to hit that reloaded, but there it is right there again. Beautiful trade off 112. Nice downside move, but what is starting to accelerate the other way here is Apple.
The market's bouncing.
Yeah. I don't know what the market's doing right now, but we're long Apple at 17 and a little bit of shares right now. So let's see if we can get this back up to the upside here. Into the mid-20s would be fine for me to get this out because we're tipping down here on Apple. And all we're trying to do now, it's 10:45. I would love for Apple to work off 190, but so far it's only been working to the downside right now. So let's see what's going on here. We just reloaded Apple, obviously. So there it is. This time I'll do it. Okay, so we're reloaded on Apple right now. We do have some offers up here. 31 I have an offer. I don't know if that's going to fill, but if it does break down, we're going to get out 75% of this on a 189 break, and then we'll wait for that last level there of 188.75 to get out. Apple's our only red stock on the day, and it's been great since 10:10 when we made that flush down, and we've been buying dips, but getting aggressive on Apple today, breaking that 190 right there was not ideal there. So here it comes. All right, now we're starting to flush. So I just got out of Apple there. Did it break? Maybe it did. Maybe it's holding, but
it wicked under.
It wicked under. Okay, so we'll try a little bit more there. Now I said what we'll give it to 188.74. So that's my stop order right now on Apple. Let's wait to see what happens on that one as we reload a little bit because of that wick, but yeah, not good. We talked about trying to hold it. There's out. I mean, look, our last reload right there was at 12, and our out is literally we got out at 02 on that trade. So far, so good. But let's ring the damn register right here again. Boom for AMD right now. We'll fire off the hot dog cannon because there it goes down. There it is. Yes, sir. So the dollar club right there again on AMD. Nice push down off of 112. We're short at 111.70, so it's not quite $1, but we'll take 80 cents right there and see if it can pull back even a little bit more. AMD has been the banger for me today. Apple, not so much.
Yeah, hold on to your shorts. As I was saying, like the only successful, well, there's some bounce plays on small cap names that were decent enough long, but in terms of big caps, it's only on real stocks. It's only the shorts that have been paying off. I want to get to Uber very quickly here because someone asked about Uber multiple times. Said, look at Uber, 43, big level. Obviously, this has been a strong stock, but the last consolidation is at 43. Good support at 42 as well. Not something I see as a trade because, to me, you're either going long off these bottoms or waiting to short pops. We have a super chat, but I'll get back to that when we come back from Brendan.
All right, some crypto education coming your way this morning, guys. We're happy to have Paul Riley, a member of the Executive Committee of the Royal Court of East Breffni, with us this morning. There he is. Good to see you, Paul. Welcome to the show. You've been hearing, viewers have been hearing a little bit about Riley Coin on the show over the past couple of weeks. So we went right to the source to get a little more info on not only what this is exactly as far as this coin is concerned, but the use behind it. Maybe we can start off with a little bit of background on the Royal Court. Paul, good to see you.
Yeah, it's great to see you, Brendan. Thank you for having us on the show. Yeah, essentially the Royal Court is it's the current organisation and the modern version of the Royal Court of East Breffni O'Reilly, which was an ancient kingdom in Europe and Ireland. So we are the current variation of that. And it is a collection of people who derived from the East Breffni area and who have moved across the world. Essentially, it is a collection of Rileys, O'Reillys, and many other variations of the diaspora that has moved across the world from that area. But we are a collection of ultra high net worth individuals, all the way stretching down to professionals and people within cultural organizations and various people across the spectrum of interests. But our business network itself, we really had an issue with when we were doing ventures and projects. There was an issue with people bringing currency from, say, United States to the pound sterling in the UK and the euro. We tried to facilitate a way or find a way where we could reduce costs, make things more efficient, and essentially reduce fees. And so the Rileys, the family itself has a history with currency. I mean, going back to the 13th century, the family had its own currency then. It was one of the only European families that had its own currency. And still to this day, it's in existence, but in collectors' pieces. There is some history about that on the website for anyone who's interested. However, what we try to do is think, how can we facilitate a modern version of that to try and create a more efficient process for us to raise our capital and bring it cross-jurisdictional to projects? So that's where we come up with Riley Coin.
Let's talk about the coin itself here. Give viewers and investors, potential investors, a little bit of insight on the technical side of things. What exactly is Riley Coin?
Yes, well, the coin itself, as I said, it's a modern variation of the currency. What we essentially will be doing with this currency is it's been created as a fixed number. It has 300 million coins. No more can be created, or no more will ever be created. So it has value and scarcity itself. Now, we primarily, it is a utility currency. And that's what we want to get across to people. We are not here for a kind of and I don't want to really use this term, however, it's one that's widely used, is a pump and dump currency. It's absolutely not what we're about. We're here for the long term with this currency. It has utility and purpose in what we're doing. It will be used, and it is going to be used in a number of projects, and basically all the entire business network within our organization will, over the next few years, be using and adopting the currency and the coin itself. So it has the utility of purpose, and over time, that utility and that demand on the coin will drive the velocity in the currency, and it will drive demand in the currency. And with that, there will be price inflation.
Let's talk a little bit about some of those uses. There's a ton in the works and a ton of plans in the works for what you're planning for Riley Coin specifically. Talk a little bit about some of the projects and where you see this being used in the future.
Yeah, well, for example, I tell you, I actually sat with a hedge fund manager a couple of days ago at dinner, and he made a really important observation. This was probably a really good description of what we are about. And he said to us, he said, look, push back on this if I'm getting this incorrect. He said, what I'm gathering from this is that basically listening to you guys, and with the addition of this coin, you're essentially becoming a kind of semi-autonomous state, which is cross-jurisdictional, because you have members across various parts of the world. And essentially with that, those new members are your population. And essentially with you having members in different countries, you are like a supranational state, but now you're integrating a currency within that. And this was his words, it was pretty similar to a mini version or something similar to the process of the European Union with their ultranational organisation, and then implementing a unitary currency, which essentially would deal with all their internal affairs and internal currency transactions. And that's what we are doing with our network. Is our wider network itself, as that grows and as the business ventures grow within that, the currency will be more used within it. Now, we have projects where we are looking at the moment and dealing with a couple of unitary authorities where we will be taking municipal waste and converting that to biogas. And that biogas then will then be transferred or converted to natural gas and hydrogen. And through that process, we will sell the natural gas and the hydrogen itself via Riley Coin. Riley Coin will be essential in all of those transactions. And we have a whiskey distillery, a gin distillery. The sales of that whiskey will also be conducted in the method of exchange will be Riley Coin. There will also be casks for investment. So there'll be an investment aspect there too. We have processes where we're going to try and use the currency for the process of using cryptocurrencies and crypto assets to finance and fund real world assets. So there are loads of different projects, and we have some large transport network projects and all we're looking at and dealing with. I mean, in the pipeline just now, we have multi-billion, I wouldn't say dollars because it's a variation of different fiat currencies we're using. So we have, if you transfer fiat itself, we have multi-billion-dollar projects in the pipeline, and those will be across a variation of projects. We also are looking at REITs. There will be a hedge fund created later as well, and the access into that hedge fund will purely be through Riley Coin itself. And the thing is, with a lot of these projects, later on down the line, once an exit strategy has been implemented and the sale of those, for talking sake, there's also a private equity side attached to this. Once those assets have been sold, the dividends and the return of capital will also be paid in Riley Coin to the investors. So there's a constant demand on the currency itself and a constant velocity of the currency, which will drive inflation price. Now, what we're trying to do with people is say, look, we're not saying you're going to get rich quick. That's not what we're about. We've already, as I said, our organisation dates back a millennium. We intend to be here long after I'm gone and future generations. This currency is here for the long term. We have no intention, as I said, we're not here to try and pump it as such. What we're trying to do is bring awareness to it. We want to try and increase the liquidity of the coin so that it facilitates many of the things that we're trying to do. And it also, it's an alternative asset class as well for some new investors, some traders. We want to try and entice some traders into the currency as well. Again, that increases the liquidity. We want people to possibly look at it and say, okay, look, I have 0.5%, 1% of my portfolio. What's the risk of putting it into Riley Coin?
Great stuff.
The growth
for more information, anyone can check it out on Uniswap, guys. Paul Riley is a member of the executive committee of the Royal Court of East Breffni. Great to speak to you today, Paul. Thanks for doing this.
Okay, thank you. Bye.
There, Paul. We only have
concept.
It's definitely interesting concept to be sure. We only have 3 minutes till we put you guys to the midday show, so there's a lot to catch up on. Remember at 11 o'clock there's that Virgin Galactic live stream and then the launch. And top is halt. There's a halt alert here on TOP. I know a lot of you guys were looking at this one. It's a 10-minute halt, obviously, because it's been halted for 9 minutes. 802 is the current tap. It halted at 760. Quite frankly, you know what happened the last time. Everyone talks about Moon and Lambo and all that nonsense, but quite frankly, that's what this kind of did the last time it did something ridiculous. On the daily chart, watch out for a $10 level, but this looks like it's going to be an interesting one. The market is making a bit of a bounce as well. Did not get to 15,000, but got close enough to it. I'm still in the one long. I have not scalped any more out of it at that 25-cent winner mark, but the NASDAQ seems to want to hold on to the bottom. So 15,000 not tested, but we did just bounce 3 times off 15.04 and starting to get back into the upside. So just a bit of a quick recap there. Top is going to open any second.
Yeah, and thank you again for Riley Coin there. Top is now open, and just quickly here, I have the tail of two stocks right now because we're long Apple, which is going well for us. It's 30 cents in the money. We did get out of some there, but bought it back. We talked about that, and then this stock right here is going from green to red for me. We were up on Palantir, and then we shorted right here as we were having the interview at 35 at VWAP, and then we just take another piece here at the 200, noticing that the top has been 45. So we get a little bit more of a break on this name, and we're going to get out of Palantir. But let's just wait to see. We're still under VWAP. We're still under 15.1. But there's another bounce again. Right? Oops, you can't see that. There's another bounce again off 15,000 that just happened. So, as we went to the interview, we were tanking a little bit on that market. We did have that Apple position come out, then go back in. Now Apple's starting to go up to the upside, as is Palantir off of a nice bounce off 15,000. So, I like the reload there on Palantir, but definitely understanding that we could be taking that one pretty hard there back through. But we'll wait. It's fine. We're not losing anything like we did on this Apple punch right there on Palantir. But here's some targets for us on Apple. If we can get something in the 50s, then let's get it out. Let's put an order right now around that $50 mark, or 50-cent mark, sorry, and get that out. So if that can come up, great. But for right now, the only trouble position. Oh yeah, and then AMD, we talked about getting out nicely there. A third. We only have a third left. Wasn't a huge position because, quite frankly, we took it at 70. We were waiting for something a little bit higher against 112. So that's good, man. Good move to the downside right now. Palantir just pushing down a couple pennies again. We're short at 37 here, so if we get taken out, it'll be about a 10-cent hit, which is pretty comfortable there as Apple trying to go back up to the upside. Only a minute left.
Yeah, less than 1 minute to go. A couple of things here. I did mention Lucid. It's right back at the top. I'm not really moving my stop. I held on to the last 10% of Lucid as it's double topping right now. If it, it's on me. If it's double topping right now, if it fails the high, I've had a 690 stop in on this, and I'm looking for reload, but I will not reload. I don't think you want to go all in on a reload, but it just wicked the high, so I am getting back into this one. We are approaching, it's 11 o'clock, but we're also approaching the top of the launch. C3AI is another one to watch here. Thank you for saying this one in the chat. A lot of people have mentioned this. 37, this is a huge recovery off the bottom. Holding on to 35, so it holds prior low, and now potential breakout through 37. I don't necessarily love breaks, but if this starts holding a bit above 37, why not? Up 3% as the market's been trying to catch a bottom. The stock just wants rocket ship. And by the way, top, forget about the space launch. This opened at 8, went to 9, and is right back at 780. It's going absolutely ham as it's now 11.
Oh, shoot.
Yeah, it's now past 11 o'clock. It's already up and down. Somehow hasn't halted to the downside, believe it or not, but top is going absolutely everywhere. We're going to kick you guys to the Professor and to Mad Max. We are back at 2. Let's go to the Midday. They'll be able to give you that Virgin Galactic launch live, so don't go anywhere.
What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to the Midday Show. I am Sharif, and that is Max, the Mad One, and we are brought to you by Search Trader. Account funding of up to $1 million. Keep up to 90% of the profit. Enjoy relaxed trading rules with an 8% max trailing drawdown on all new accounts. Use the code TTV to get 10% off. Shout out to the folks there at Search Trader. It's been an interesting day. I mean, we're flat technically here on the ES. The NQ down a third of a point, but there's been bamboozlement. There's been bamboozlement in some of these big cap names. We'll get to those in a second, but we'll just have a quick review of the future and where we're at. We're having these dips bought up, I think you can say fairly with both the NQ and the ES. These dips into these earlier support levels have been bought up, but we're just barely green at the moment. Let's see if we continue to have these dips bought and we make our way up. But yeah, 4,400 not coming in to the picture today. It's more around these pre-market lows that we made at 330 or so. So those coming into the look today. Max,
Yeah.
how you been, buddy?
You know, I've had some trades today. I guess you could call them trades, but yeah, that Apple 190 break was pretty bad. I don't know if you were watching that one. But
I did.
I mean,
got
you
out
always
of that
have to
right
go
away.
long on Platinum Prad, right?
Yeah, no question. So
you
it's
know,
over.
You can't not go long on that
No,
breakout. I
no,
don't
no.
think. But yeah, same thing as the 180, if you remember that one.
Yeah, I
Pretty
remember.
much the exact same scenario. They break it, go like 5 cents, and then quadrunk you. So that one hurt today. Tesla, I don't know, man. That was. I mean, that market move kind of crushed me on Tesla today. I don't know what that was. Although I wasn't long during that market move, but the push into it kind of hurt.
Well,
And
that's the
then,
thing, yeah.
Yeah, then I was trying to long the bottom for a while there. Just didn't play out for me. I was long at 254, but it looked like it really wanted to keep going, so I just bail out of it, and then
was
forms
a
this
lot
nice
of chop.
shelf there.
How
And
long
I
did you
was
get chopped for? When did you get in there? That bottom wick. What time was that?
10-10.
All right. And when did it break out?
And it breaks out at like, you know, an hour later. I was just saying to you, like that 256.10 or 15 breakout was kind of easy. You could have had that.
Yeah.
Just risking, you know, any print below, and it goes, you know, $1.50 for you. But, you know, we'll see. We'll see if we can hold VWAP eventually. I mean, I don't know. I'm not really sold on the market.
Neither am I.
On any kind of market move right now. I'm also watching Carvana today. Carvana has now broken out of that 2850.
Oh, baby.
It is currently holding below 2850 and kind of confirming that as a key level. So
Yeah.
I want to see Carvana get above 2850 today, start holding above there, and we are above VWAP though. The only price I care about right now is this 2850. Hold above there. Let's see if 30 can break today. I think that's like
And you have a test of it
really.
in the pre-market?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's showing you that it
Yeah.
likes this price for whatever reason.
like
Top
that.
yesterday, the top 2 days ago, or 3 days ago, sorry, and now we are trading just below that. So we'll see what happens. Hopefully, on the midday show here, we can get some longs on Carvana, get that squeeze going.
Okay. Let's review the movers of the day. I may actually have to replace, bottom left there, SGTX with Vana. If Vana gets going here. SGTX was all the rave. I won't cover it. Neil's done that very well. But there you go. The price action speaks for itself. It's a $6 breakout, a $40 touch, and a stair step back down. We really haven't found that good area of support. There was some dancing earlier on between 8 and 8:30 at VWAP. You could have bought the dip there, made $4, but there was no breakout trade there. It was just a dip trade range, whatever you want to call that. Anyway, stair stepping down. If you're short, you're laughing at the moment. Still needs to be respected. Up almost 500%. Does it find support? We need to keep an eye on this one. But for the moment, unless you're looking short, it's not playable. The other one, Joby. You guys know about this one. This has been running for a couple of days now. The electric vehicle vertical takeoff and landing. Electric vertical takeoff and landing. Why do I have to keep logging into this thing? There we go. Okay, we're good. Sorry, digressing there. This has been a good stock as they received clearance and certification of some sort from the California regulator. And as a result, has been running on that news. Bit of V-shaped retracement today, though, has to be said off that 12 rejection, 1198 top. Below VWAP at the moment at 10 1/3. VWAP is hanging out at 11. Do we find support at 10? Looks like it may be slowing down in its move. Do we find support at the whole dollar level? We'll have to wait and see. Top. The other one, the halter top. Let's go to the 1 minute on this one.
It's holding the halt price there.
Yeah. All right, go for that one because I'll get to it, but you can do that one.
Well, I'm wondering, is it NQ? It is NQ. I'm wondering what happens at this halt price of 760. It's currently holding above the opening price, which was 811, but kind of messing around with that $8 level. Maybe you kind of get in on this wick, and you're risking this halt price here, or you're taking it like holding $8 and risking this wick down here. I don't have it at the moment. It's definitely interesting. We can definitely go to some
Yeah.
serious levels.
Absolutely.
This one squeezed to 250 once, but
Beauty.
usually they don't go back there. So.
I thought we'd given up the ghost, be honest
Yeah.
with you, when we rejected that 750 level, broke VWAP, then we hung out above 650. I'm like, okay, here comes a reclaim, and we're going to dance above and below VWAP. But no, there it goes, breaking the highs, showing that small caps still have continuity in this market, even after the bell. And that's something that I've been saying. I've been saying these ones are best before the bell. But there you go, an exception to the rule at the moment with an almost $9 high, $8.94. Curling here, if you're looking lately, seeing series of higher lows. But, you know, I feel like analyzing these bamboozling small cap cappers is not in the same way, obviously, as we do big tech. But anyway, speaking of big tech, we are finding a bit of a bounce in this market at the moment with both the NQ and the ES curling. We'll just finish one more small cap. Well, this is not really a small cap capper, but space. We've been keeping an eye on that. Does anybody know what time it's starting? It's supposed to be.
Live stream just counted down 5 minutes.
Okay, so technically, Sean is already watching. It says the screen. Go to Sean's screen for a sec if you're able to. There it is, baby. Okay, so that's incoming. I don't know if this is a sell the news event. I mean, do we sell the news on here? Or is this, it's successful, the stock pops? I mean, I don't know. Obviously, something goes bad, goes without saying. You know, you don't want that, and God forbid that happens. But usually the stock would go down on that. But a successful launch, do we go up?
Maybe, I guess. Yeah, why not? Yeah, I guess it short squeezes on a successful launch. I'm not sure how this. I know what happens if the spaceship blows up.
Yeah, sadly. Now we know that. That's a fact. And that's kind of sad that, you know.
Yeah.
Anyway, the point is, Apple now is awoken. Has awoken, is awoken, whatever it is, it's moving, and it's moving to the high side. Because now we're coming into that 189.70 area, 30 pennies removed. Oh man, look at this breakout here on the Qs. Wow, the NQ moving up towards that 15,130. That's where we go green on the day. We just broke through 15,100. So nice move back up here on the NQ. Let's see if there's continuity. Yeah, but talk quickly here about Apple, because we just brought that up. Got through the 70, got to 75. Look, we're seeing lower highs, right? We're holding yesterday's close, no question, at 189 and a quarter. That's getting bought up over and over. And the dips they're getting bought up at higher levels. So
I'd suggest that back through 190 should be good for the long, but yeah, I mean, everybody's probably short in the 90s, 80s if they're short on Apple today.
Of course.
So
how much money is shorting up there, though? Like, that's the thing.
I don't know.
Big
I mean,
money is repositioning and buying this. Is 190 just going to get freight trained? Like if there is actual repositioning.
yeah,
and
I mean,
adding to
people
the
are
portfolio.
buying the most expensive stock in the world, or the biggest market cap in the world at all-time highs. So, like, big money has to be around to push this through all-time highs.
Right?
Exactly. So
Right, and if they're coming,
if they're coming, you know, the shorts are going to
Right?
get burned. Do they get burned, you know, after hours and they gap it up kind of thing, and they don't leave any meat on the bone for
Yeah,
us
that's
intraday?
the thing.
That's
That's
the problem.
the thing.
That is the problem.
Exactly. No, I
So-
got that. I agree with that 100%.
Yeah, we'll see.
Bamboozlement, essentially, is what you're saying. Incoming, likely.
Yeah, I mean, Apple's not the easiest stock to trade, although when it does trend, you can kind of just hold it. Like the other
sir.
day when we were all long at
Yeah,
that
we were all doing great on it.
187 break, I think, and then it trended all the way up to 188.50-ish. Yeah, I mean, I think that could happen today. It all depends on the market move. Was the market move because Apple failed that 190? Like, I'm not sure why this market move happened.
Well, yeah.
That's
There's
what
probably
some
an
of the
element to it.
traders in the back were
Sure.
saying. There's no news, but Apple failed 190, so the market dumps.
Sure.
So we get back above 190, market recovers, Tesla's back above 258. I am feeling a significant amount of FOMO there, but you know,
15-1
we'll
on
try
the
to
NQ.
quell those feelings. What else is going? Carvana is kind of pulling back off that 28.50. So 28.50 once again on Carvana, proving to be the price. Maybe you have to wait for the afternoon for this kind of breakout trend long. It hasn't done any kind of squeeze. Well, yesterday on the open,
it was good.
It squeezed up pretty good.
Decent yesterday.
Yeah, off that 25. So
it's been a couple of days, and it's really riding the coattails of the upgrades that Bernstein gave some of its competitors. Cars.com and Car Gurus got upgrades. So I guess analysts looking at maybe a positive look on that industry in general, because I don't think there was anything said on it. But there doesn't really need to be, because there's a 60% short flow, and there's that. So yeah, where are we at here? We're dancing with 15.1. I'm really thinking, okay, what are we doing here? So
the live stream has started for.
It has, eh? So you've got
Galactic.
that.
You're
Okay,
late.
so are you live?
Yeah, I'm watching it live.
Yeah, you are live. Okay.
We'll see what happens on
Oh,
this
there's
one.
some lady talking now.
I don't know that I want to actually short a failed flight,
pull
because
up.
that seems kind of messed up to profit
Yeah,
off
well,
of,
if you don't, the algos will,
but
right?
yeah,
Like,
like,
quite
that's
frankly,
the thing.
yeah.
How do you? I don't know how you kind of deal with that mentally, but I feel
Sad
like you have to do it.
yeah.
We'll see what
Man,
happens.
the
on this one.
internet was ruthless, I have to say, to the submarine. Was absolutely ruthless. And things were coming out quick, and they were coming out fast, and like the internet has just gone ruthless.
The
like, I
internet
can tell you,
does not like billionaires. I'll tell you that.
No.
Not like billionaires.
Yeah. Well, Elon Musk might be one of those
Yeah,
exceptions
except
where
Elon.
people like, genuinely like him because
He's
he
the
just
ultimate
speaks
troll.
it. Yeah, he spits it real. But yeah, keeping an eye on space. But the market is where it's at the moment as we're continuing to move up. Nice take of 15.1 at the moment here. Looking to go green. Again, green comes by way of a 15.130 break. So some strength coming in here on the NQ, but definitely the ES, the stronger of the two at the moment. Definitely with higher lows on its dips. Looking, it's already green, obviously, but high at day on the ES is 44.36. We're at 26 at the moment. So see where the ES takes us. Where is oil today? Oil's flat at 69.60. The CL August contract barely doing anything, even as Uncle Warren gets on the buy pro. He turns on the buy program, I should say, again on Oxy.
Yeah.
We know that he was buying
We
last
talked
2
about
days.
this.
Yeah,
We
well,
talked
there you go.
about this.
We were
Oxy
literally
gets
did
below
talk about it.
56. You buy it for the swing. It's so easy.
Well, the daily just screams at. Let's look at the daily. Look at this, bro. This goes back to March, 2022. The 55 dip has been bought over and over. It looks like a dud. That's if you're not buying these dips. If you're buying these dips as
it seems like
swing.
I mean, we're definitely in a downtrend. You have that line there
And
on
we're
a
moving.
downtrend from those highs, but we break that downtrend.
Yeah.
That swing, that short swing turns into maybe a longer term
Absolutely.
rally.
But yeah, for sure, yeah. There's the downtrend trend line that I have there. It kind of coincides a little bit with the 50 just at this juncture, not much else. Anyway, Oxy, what has it done today? It's up 0.45. Not really much in the way, but here we go, moving back up on the future.
And top is going.
And your friend at top, take it over, Max.
Yeah, top just tested that halt price, couldn't even get to it, and then blasts off back through $8. Looking at those highs, 850 seems to have resisted for the time being. I mean, you look at the daily chart on this thing, and you could say that there's a lot of levels. I'm missing some data here, but I mean, really, there are no levels on this stock. This 1265, and then you're looking at $25 and then 100. So, yeah, I mean, I don't think that you can try to play this off of like daily chart levels. I think you got to play this off of liquidity and off of halt prices and that kind of thing.
Right.
It's doing like okay volume. 10 million is not so bad for like a halting stock like this. Sometimes you'll get, these things halting up on 1 million shares of volume, and then it's basically untradeable. I think this is to some degree tradable. Kind of scary for me at this time, but Yeah, I think like this 9 break is looking like it could
Juicy,
be.
man. But
Maybe
like, I
take the
always
9
worry
break,
about the
small
fake out
size.
breakout
Yeah,
though.
I
You
know.
know,
I don't
makes a
wanna get,
high,
like, rug
licks
pulled.
down.
Yeah.
Like that is a play that I've seen over and over with them.
Yeah.
And then whether it happens or not, I don't know. Your guess is as good as mine.
But you'd
I
have
guess
to
if
say
it-
anybody short on the day is short below here.
I just think anybody
So-
just punches in there with enough size and takes out enough.
Yeah, exactly.
That's a thing, and then
And
that
it's
always
not
seems
that
to
much
happen.
money.
With, no, what's the float on this? Did we look at the float? I don't think we did.
It
Let's
should be like
double
1 million
check real
shares.
quick. Yeah.
2.5 million shares.
There you go.
10% shorted approximately, which isn't enough for something like this. Although I do find that if there is some like degree of short float on some of these, it can add fuel to the fire because a lot of them are just like 0% shorted.
Yeah,
So
there
there's
you go.
nobody short previously, and you're just banking on short squeezes intraday. Is that? Oh no, previously recorded footage on this space.
Yeah, bro. I don't know what you're watching, dude.
I'm
like you're
watching.
watching the wrong. Watching the wrong thing. People are talking. Well, hold on. I think you may
It says
be.
watch live Galactic spaceflight.
Oh, we'll see. Yeah, who knows?
I think you're delayed by 15 seconds. Maybe you need to reload. Yeah, there's this lady talking with a laptop.
Lady talk?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, you are watching the same.
Yeah, yeah.
We're on the same.
Nothing happening yet on the space.
Yeah.
flight.
Okay. So you guys are watching. I think
Yeah,
you just
we're
goes
watching
a
the
little bit
same
off.
thing.
Yeah, I'm wetting my beak here a little bit on Apple. See if we
On
can
Apple?
kind of move up into that 190 again. I'll just get a quick scalp out in front of there. What is that? That's I think Aaron's
that's
phone.
someone's
The
phone.
machine gun.
Oh my
The
God.
machine gun always has all these unique noises emanating from it, whether it's multiple sneezes or alerts that go off on his computer. The machine gun, Aaron the machine gun, is always one of the top characters on the floor, no question about it. I always say good morning to him in Arabic every morning. He says something to me in Arabic. Sometimes I try to say something back
Does
to him in
Aaron speak
Cantonese. He actually learns. No, man. He goes out of his way to find out. He's awesome.
I think I'm just ahead of you guys. That's what I mean. Reload the page.
Yeah, so some discrepancy here as to what's going on. But yeah, top making a move, ladies and gents. Let's load up top here on a separate screen here. Probably won't trade this name, to be honest with you. Do I want to take off the NQ? No, I don't. I'll take off this AMRS Teal. It's on the NQ? Yes,
Yeah.
it is. Okay.
And there's only red on the tape, but it doesn't move.
Well, I'm seeing a lot of mid prints. So a lot of yellow coming
Yeah.
in on mine. Then there's some green coming in here. We'll see. Yeah, 9 I think is a level max. Do you accumulate in front of that though? Are you buying in front of 8? You know what I mean? Do you get it on the backside, the curl up? Like there's so many like strategies here. I feel that.
Yeah. I think that you only, like on something like this, which you know if it's going to go is going to halt up multiple times and like be super crazy, I think you can only be involved at the exact points. You know, like you have to be involved at that 9 break or 9 fail if you want to short it.
Yeah.
You know, buying anywhere in the middle is kind of crazy to me. I think you got to be in like on the breakout and it has to work right away, or else you just got to bail and try again somewhere else. Or you get in on one
Breakout
of
or
these like
bail out.
little liquidity scenarios where it gives you that 20 cents or 30 cents of risk, and you're looking for multiple dollars. ES is trying to take out that
Oh, we're moving up,
kind of
baby.
pre-market low area.
Bet. The Katina
John's got
man
Tesla.
has Tesla long. 57.5, baby, and we're at 58.25. So moving up. We're still flat, sadly, on this Apple trade as we come into that break-even level on the NQ, and that's the level we were talking about earlier. That about 15.130. We just topped out at 15.125. So maybe encountering resistance here. Some tops made earlier on. We're at that 15.145. That doesn't mean much to me. This is the level I'm looking for, and then that 15.2. So let's go
AMD's at an
green.
interesting spot here.
Go.
AMD trying to break this 112. It did actually break it. That data should load momentarily. It did trade a little bit above 112. Kind of has this triple, what do you call it? Flat top breakout
There
at
you go.
111.90. So let's call it 112. This is that pre-market. Okay, opening high after open is like 112.20, and then this pre-market kind of area 112.30 could be very interesting. Interesting spot for a reversal as well if you are bearish on AMD. Although we are up 1% today. Oh, I guess on Micron earnings? Why
Yeah,
is
well,
AMD up?
Micron was the big one. I mean, it said it continued to see demand, but I think it comes at it from a little bit different of an angle than
Yeah.
these other guys. It's more storage and like RAM. The other guys are GPUs and CPUs, even though there's an overlap. But Micron looking like a good story, and like they beat on the top and the bottom line. They controlled costs. They had good guidance. I mean, look good.
They said AI.
They said plenty of AI, right? They said AI is actually driving all this demand they're having for it.
Yeah.
But, I feel like, the AI infrastructure had not been built much in the same way. I'm not comparing the two, that the internet, like the fiber op cables, were not there for the internet to actually take off on high speed and have it all connected and stuff. And like you have to build the infrastructure for AI, whether it's like these computers that are going to be upgradable or whatever. But once you have it there, do those same players continue to make the same amount of money? Because, I mean, I don't know. Like, we have the established environment, right?
Once everybody who needs the chips gets the chips.
Does it just
Where
become
does
like
the market
an
go?
exhausted market in that regard? I don't know. Not smart enough to know that, but just thinking
But like
off the cuff
computer
here.
parts are not particularly durable.
Not really, and they're always
So- and they do tend to.
Good point. You need to keep recycling them, yeah.
Yeah, and people are always upgrading.
But it's like the
and-
same
and they get-
consumer. You're not really, unless you're selling to new people, I think, but that's really the question, right? You want a new consumer.
I guess the idea too, though, is there's always going to be these AI startup firms that
Yeah.
are going to need, whether
Seed
they
money.
succeed or fail, they're going to need the chips and stuff and the infrastructure. I'm not knowledgeable enough on the
Neither am I.
on the landscape
speaking off the
to.
cuff, yeah. And I love when the chat gets involved and puts their 2 cents. But make sure to at me so that I can actually see your comment on that regard. But yeah, feel free to chime in as we continue to make higher highs here, local highs on the NQ and the ES. Apple still, not really doing much at these levels. Not really testing the 190. There's not enough buying showing up here. Mid 180s, bit of a cap. So we might say goodbye to this trade if it doesn't break out. But if the market continues to head up, you think Apple's going to at least try and test that level. So Dan, I see the levels. 15,255 and 15,325 still on the radar for me for upside targets. Yeah, man, especially if we go green, take out 15.2. Who knows? I think Dan had another comment before there. I'll get to that one in a quick sec. Yeah, I can't find it for later. But yeah, continuing to make good highs here on both indexes. Hopefully Apple will run it a little bit, Max, because we're involved in this one, but we're not printing. It's not running. Let's go, bro.
I think patience pays on that Apple trade. I think we have to. I would expect a test of 190 again.
So would I.
Whether we break it or not, whether we fail again really hard, whether we show up with a bunch of size on the offer ahead of it or reserves ahead of it.
Which we did, yeah.
With people trying to short ahead of that price. We'll see, but like, oh, wow, there goes AMD.
Wow, market's moving up. Into the green we go on the NQ.
Yeah, that AMD breakout was sick. Should have had that one. I just don't really believe in AMD, honestly. I think this company got a little overbought. Yeah, and, based on the heels of its competitor, which is decidedly better at the field.
Sorry, yeah. What is it, 80%? It was something like that. They own like 80% of the GPUs used for AI.
Yeah, exactly.
Like you dominate the market. That's like infuriating probably to Lena Khan at the FTC, who hates anybody who has too much market share there. But that was organically derived. You can't say they acquired their way into that one, Max, because that was all organic, baby.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we're dancing here. Someone was asking what my ad is. Yeah, it's at Sharif Gobriel. So I'll put a little thing here so you see hello, and just tag me like that by putting at. I know on mobile when you use the YouTube app and you put at, you actually have to type in the whole thing. But on computers, on PC and Chrome at least, you can just type in like the first few letters and it suggests the name. So yeah, dancing at these levels. Okay, where are we at with small cappers here?
Are they live?
Okay, so they're in it.
They're
are we
in the
allowed to
thing.
put this on? No, probably
I don't think
not.
we can put this on.
Yeah.
But they seem to be in flight at the moment.
Very cool.
It says they're at 4,300 feet. So they're just like ascending at the moment. It
Okay,
looks like.
I like how there's a lot of windows. Okay, so what we're seeing here, guys, is the fuselage of the plane, and you know, they're sitting by the windows, and then there's windows all over the top.
Wow,
and
this
so it's
thing
like,
does not look very cool.
yo, it's cool, bro.
This is just like a plane. This isn't even a rocket ship.
Max is hating. Yo, this
I'm
costs
I'm
a
hating
quarter.
on this
This
thing.
is a quarter to $500,000 to get on this thing, eh? And like they've got, apparently, Max, they got 800 reservations who have paid reservations.
This doesn't even look like space.
No, it doesn't.
You're supposed to be like on a
Hold
rocket
on.
ship.
Sean says this is
It
fake.
says it's fake.
Chimps says I'd ask for a refund. Come on, guys, cut these guys some slack.
I would
here.
absolutely
Let's
ask for
go.
a refund on this thing. SPC is going up. This looks like a regular plane. Why did it? Why?
That's the entire point.
Neil's trying to explain it to me, but he's done with my shenanigans.
so- Do they just jettison off an airplane, Neil? They
Oh,
launch
they
from
haven't
the
done it
plane.
yet.
Yeah. So, you guys remember the airplane that broke
they
the
have
sound
a graphic
barrier?
right now. Can I show this for
Yeah,
1
yeah.
second?
Well, yeah. Let's go.
Come to my screen, guys. So they go sideways and then they launch it
I'm
from the
back.
air. So they haven't done the launch yet, apparently. All right. It was looking kind of boring.
So yeah, essentially, if any of the aviation buffs out there know that when Chuck Yeager broke the sound barrier, he did it in a plane called the X-1, and the X-1 was actually powered by a rocket motor, not a jet engine. So it was actually hung on a bomber. I don't know if it was I don't know which B was, but anyway, they hung it below a bomber, took it to altitude, it dropped, turned on the rocket engine, and broke the sound barrier. And that was the first time it was powered sound. But anyway, some World War II pilots said that they broke the sound barrier, but in a dive. But it was never confirmed. Anyway, that's not the point. The point is, that's how it was done. I think they're copying that same model here for the Virgin Galactic launch.
So this is not a rocket engine. This is a jet engine.
Pardon me?
Is this a rocket engine or a jet engine?
I believe this is a rocket engine.
There has to be, right?
Yeah, I think what's taking it up there is a jet engine. The airplane taking it up there.
Oh, we got a countdown for the actual launch. 1 minute for the launch. This is kind of exciting. I mean,
Yeah, no, I think that, look, man, I mean, we're mocking it, you know, we say it looks like, you know, we're flying to like, I don't know, Miami. It's the same thing. It's just like a cool looking airplane with more windows. But like, they are actually going into space, so.
yeah, they are about to go to space for a brief period of time.
Yeah.
And a cool $500,000.
Yeah, just about. Maybe a little bit more.
I mean,
too.
I'd rather go
It's
to
more
s-
Canadian. It's more $500,000 Canadian for sure. It's like
Yeah,
450 US, right?
Apple's going for that.
Yeah,
kind of
I'm
190.
long that. We're watching it now. We're knock on the door 190. I mean 189.90 to come into that 190 again. Oh baby,
Here we go.
do we get that break? The NQ and the ES are both headed
Is it time
upside.
to switch this thing, Sharif?
I don't know yet.
Is it time?
You make the call.
Let's wait for the NQ kind of opening range to break here. Where was that? I always get confused. Yeah, that 830 high, 15,150. Oh, they're dropping off.
Okay, here we go, baby. There's the rocket engine firing, and they're chilling. They're all like, yeah, they look cool. I mean, I don't know what else. Nobody's throwing up yet. So, looks good. Now we're getting a view.
All
Are they?
right.
So they're going nose up?
Oh, yeah.
So they're going 90 degrees nose up. Oh, baby. Look.
There they go.
I know. We show a quick glimpse of it there. Yeah, it looks really good. Now it's getting dark. Now
They're going
anybody who
up.
says space is right there, Max. It's pretty dark there.
This is something to watch. It's kind of nerve-wracking, isn't it?
I love it, dude. This for me
This is
is
making
like
me
it.
nervous.
Like I absolutely love space and everything like that related. To me, this is like ultimate.
Imagine being in this thing right now. That would be
I'd be
so
amped.
scary.
To be honest, amped, absolutely amped. Oh, okay. So now the rocket engine looks like it's done, or no. Maybe there's like a second stage. I don't know. Is that how it looks like once it's done? Yeah, there you go. I
Oh
think
yeah,
it's
we're starting
pretty
to
much
turn.
done.
So this is only like a a 2-minute flight that they get to go on?
That's pretty much it, right? And then they, I guess they hang out maybe in low Earth orbit for a little bit. They're floating around now,
they're
baby.
floating.
Woo!
All right, so the rocket did not blow up, it seems like. So no shorts on
What's
this
Space
one.
doing?
Volume is starting to come in
Space moving up.
to the north side on Space here. So I think people probably got short expecting this flight to fail, and now they're going to cover.
Are we going to get squeezed here? Well,
we
I'm
get
keeping an
involved
eye
in
on
this?
it, baby. Well, here we go. Look, high a day, 488. There was pre-market action close to 5. So, I mean, we still have a lot of room. We're only up 1.5%. So, some dudes, is that the Italian flag?
Yeah.
Yeah. Some guy's got the Italian flag now. He's floating.
I think
They're having a jolly old time up there.
this might be worth a long here on Space. Yeah, we haven't even taken out the high of day. I'm going to look for some size to pop up or some size to get taken to get involved in this Space trade.
Yeah?
Yeah, we'll see. If we're going to go up,
Figuratively and literally. The Katina man is behind us in the stream, and he just saw the Italian flag, and he's pumped. One of the guys on there has got the Italian flag. There you go. We're dancing here on Apple, still below that 189.90. I've got a little bit of skin in the game, but not too much in this Apple trade, as we are not at, we're not breaking out just quite yet. Having a look to see what's going on there. All right.
People in the chat are saying, like, do you have to wait for this thing to come back safely before you go long?
Very good point.
Yeah, maybe.
What's the point of going up
isn't
there?
The return trip's pretty easy. You just float back down,
I have
right?
no idea, bro. I don't know.
You're the space
Now,
guy.
I know that the space shuttle was actually, the return was all unpowered. Believe it or not.
Okay,
It
we are
literally just
tanking
floated.
here on Space.
Wow, something just happened.
What is
here on
happening?
Space. I have no idea, bro. Anything failure there? A lot of action coming into space.
Yeah.
Let me put the thing here. What's going on? 11:20. No, that's a lot.
Big tank there on SPCE. Really big tank. Is there?
450
Did something
incoming.
happen that we don't know
I
about
don't know.
yet?
Well, we're continuing to look. Nothing quite yet. Well, we'll see what they sell the news event. I mean, yeah,
Sell the
we
news?
talked
Yeah,
about
could be
this,
sell the
right?
news.
Like Bamboozlement Central does 450 hold though. 450 print we haven't gotten quite yet on this descent. We made lows earlier, but
it could be just
technically
algos taking advantage of people.
this
right
is
now.
still a higher low, believe it or not.
Yeah,
on the day.
it is. So we got to take out that 445 price to make a new low. Yeah, we'll
They're
keep watching
hanging.
this. Like if
Yeah.
something happens.
No,
but
they're fine.
that looked for a second there like something might have been happening.
I know,
that
because the
was
stream
delayed.
lags. You don't really
Yeah,
know,
the stream
right?
is like 10
you don't know.
seconds, 15 seconds delayed, or probably more.
That's my biggest pet peeve with a lot of the streaming services. Like when I got stuff on cable, especially sports, you got it like
right
3 or 4 seconds
Yeah.
behind the reel. We're talking 15, 20 seconds sometimes now with these streaming services.
Yeah.
I think that's just probably a technical challenge they overcome soon because, I mean, I don't like it.
Yeah,
we
I
need
don't
to have
like
as
the,
good as cable. Like, can't tell them you can't be as good as cable. Right, cable.
Yeah, so they're shaking around a little bit there. Maybe people are shorting on the shaking around. I don't know.
Okay.
I wish I knew more about spaceflight here. These
Yeah,
guys
no,
are
they're just
looking a
hanging
little.
out. So now they're on the way
looking
back
a little
down.
nervous at the moment.
So clearly, because they're strapped back into their seats, means they're descending back down. So this is,
Yeah, they're coming down for sure.
I don't know. Is there a pilot? That's the question, or is this all autonomous? Is it autonomous, Katina Man? He has no idea. So we will
Yeah,
maybe
I'm not
look.
sure.
No,
yeah.
none of them guys. But I don't know if there's a cockpit up there. We're getting a bird's eye view on the
Kind of
top there.
cruising down now.
Yeah. So they're making their way down. So what I was saying before space started crashing was the space shuttle.
Don't say crash.
Well, like the stock. Quadunk, there we go. Yeah, that's a good point. The space shuttle return was all unpowered. It didn't have anything really steering it back in. Otherwise, they had to literally glide back to the landing. So it was all mathematically done based upon where they were and stuff like that. It was awesome. So that's obviously technology that they have. Apple moving back down as 15,130. The break-even level on the NQ rejects for now. We come back down to 15,115.
They don't want this bear to be turned inside out right now.
Yeah, right now we're coming right back down, so we're a few pennies out of the money on this Apple trade as we were trying to knock on the door of 190, but not too much skin in the game today, guys.
Okay, the people
Things
are
are a
talking,
little choppy. Here we go. Coming back down here on Apple and on the future as 15-1 comes incoming.
Yeah, the space is kind of starting to come down a little bit more too. I don't know that I believe in like the sell the news event here.
Right
I
back
think
down.
I'd rather go long on it unless something bad happens. So yeah, we'll see what happens here. But people are now talking back on. At the desk.
So then it's good to go.
It seems like it's done. Seems like it's good to go.
Sell the news.
And they are selling, so it is looking like sell the news at the moment. Should we take
Sell
the
the
low of
news.
daybreak here? Oh wow.
Oh, sell the news is a fact
right,
at the
I'm short.
moment. There it is, baby. Huadunk City, Huadunk animation incoming. Shout out to Fabian. 420 possibly incoming here. Where do we have a low? 421 low. The Katina man hits the red board, and it is south side for the stock. But the buyer stepping in back into 435. We have a level, an obvious level thinking here. 4.5. That's where you're looking for resistance now that we've broken this level. So
Yeah, that 450 breakdown was pretty nice. Could have had it off that. I had a weird rejected order, so I had to just flatten myself there, but this looks like it wants to go down. So SPCE down almost 10% on the day now. Where is that 10% mark? Oh, it is now SSR. That's an interesting little wrinkle here.
Yeah.
If we do go back up, that SSR is going to make things a little more challenging for the shorts to push this one down. Maybe should have hung on to that position, though. That low of daybreak was pretty sick. That was awesome.
Oh, yeah, there you go.
You take a decent amount of shares there, and you get 25 cents almost right away.
But do you believe in the bounce back if it doesn't break and hold above 450?
Yeah, back through 450 could be
Yeah.
something. So, eyes on
agree
this
with that.
one. Volume's coming in. We'll see where the volume takes it. Is that the bamboozlement kind of liquidity grab? Get everybody short, and then everybody's kind of offside when we get back above that
Offside.
450 price. I think so, but we shall wait and see. Got to just take it, manage risk. The volume's really quite light, actually. And the thing is still in flight, so maybe I don't want to trade this until the thing is on the ground. And then potentially we get that back through 450, and maybe we get back up to like $5-6. Weren't we at $6 a couple days ago almost?
I believe so.
Yeah, we were. We were at 620, 640 for a bit, and then they announced that offering. So, yeah, I think we got some room to potentially go back up here on space once this thing gets on the ground. Other than that, still watching Apple at 190. I don't know what to do with Tesla. Still watching for that Carvana, but it doesn't look like it wants to do it. Carvana is for now holding that 27 level, which was the level yesterday it broke out from. Probably should have had this long right here at 10 a.m. or this one right before we got on the show.
You don't like it now,
at
though?
that 27 price. Now I think 1 time, 2 time,
Exhausted.
3 time, 4 time breakdown, but we'll see. We'll see what happens there. See where the buyers do indeed step up.
Oh,
on Carvana.
NQ. Okay. The
Yeah,
NQ
NQ
buying up
looking
that
good.
15-1 dip. You like to see that if you want a 15-1 defend.
Oh, yeah.
Dip, bought, check mark. Possible next dip. Maybe. Do we get a new high above 15, 135, 137? Reason that matters is we're looking for this 190 touch here, and we've been dancing flat on these levels, but the 5-minute shows a nice little hammer candle here on our friend Apple as we dipped in and got bought up. But, all short-term noise, we need continuity. It's not enough just to make these candles in isolation, but looks like the dip got bought up there into the 60s. I think it went into the mid-60s, now back into the mid-80s on Apple. Do we get a test? We'll find out. Space continuing to head south side, 434, 421 is a low. It's trading in the low 430s at the moment.
420 the low.
421, yeah. 420.
Like, come on. The market is.
Yeah. There you go. Lifting free weights at the desk while waiting. Shout out to Dan. That's my dream, baby. Lifting weights and punching into longs or whatever shorts. Doesn't really matter. I actually have that set up at home. So my trading desk is in the same, what's the den, right? So of my my workout little session, my COVID stuff, right?
Nice.
I got a little, I had to get something. I was gonna lose it running off the walls.
So you don't have to watch every print. You just watch the market go up or
Yeah,
down with you.
set up. It's a 4-monitor setup. It's on the
Nice.
wall. It's near all the equipment. What could go wrong? Nothing could fall. Nothing could happen. I do cleans in there too. Don't get me started. I try to be careful.
Oh,
All right.
so you drop it and then it shakes
don't.
the power?
I don't. So
Yeah.
I actually catch it, right?
Yeah,
like
you-
I don't drop the bar. Yeah, I don't.
You
I
don't wanna
can't
be
drop the
dropping the
bar.
bar.
Like the people downstairs would lose their mind. Funny enough, the
Yeah.
dude on that lives above me loves to do his workout or her workout. It's a couple at 7 a.m., which is cool with me because I'm up way before that on the weekends. Don't really like it.
Oh, they do it on the weekends too? That's,
Oh yeah, 7
not
a.m.
nice.
every day, baby. He be doing something or she be doing something up there. I don't know. They're dropping weights. Why don't you drop the
Are, they,
weights?
are you sure they're dropping weights?
They're dropping weights. Yeah, yeah. I know a weight drop when I hear one, baby.
All right.
Yeah, I know. Innuendos. We don't just trade stocks here, baby. We make innuendos. And 189.90.
And we're apparently aviation analysts too.
Okay.
As this the show has basically just been us watching this Virgin Galactic space flight, which now they are coming
landing.
down. They have
look
a
good.
view of the thing coming down.
Yeah, yeah.
Looking pretty good, but
really
we are
hope they
still
land
going down on SPCE. Apple's still messing around in those high 80s, low 90s. You got to imagine, I mean, the volume is really light. 20 million shares today. I noticed today that the volumes across the board are really light. I don't know what that's about.
Yeah, that's been
like
interesting.
Tesla,
Good eye
this
on
morning, I was trading it, and I'm like, what is going on here? It's like ultra choppy. I'm not getting fills. I'm missing fills. Like my orders are getting rejected. Things are, I don't know, things were weird. And then I look back and it's like 3 minutes into the open, Tesla's only done 5 million shares of volume.
That's quite unusual. That's like a pre-market.
Yeah, and
That's
now
like
we're
an
at
early
66.
pre-market,
Yesterday we were at 166 by this time. So
Another
strange
rejection
low volume.
here. Lot of volatility at these levels. Not much in the way of decision making. Doesn't mean much to me because not too much skin in the game.
Oh, it's coming to land right now.
Oh, okay, so it's landing. There we go. Much like the space shuttle, essentially just gliding in. You can tell it doesn't have any propulsion. All right, let's see if we get a smooth landing. Yeah,
It's looking like a smooth landing.
crisp and clean, baby. Let's get that nose down and get that front gear touch. And I think he does. He's good. So successful. Let's see if they can do them now en masse. Can they actually produce these in numbers? Can they make it profitable through maintenance and costs? Can this be a legitimate business? Like, is this the new entry? I mean, it's obviously for a certain category of earner at the moment.
Yeah.
But that's
Just looks
how
like a private
airplanes
jet.
started. In the 30s and 20s and stuff, you had to be really, really wealthy to fly in an airplane. So
Yeah. All right, so here we go on space. The thing has landed.
Coming down, baby.
SPCE starting to go up. I'm thinking that I'm going to take this 450 breakout here if that does indeed set up. Maybe you can take like 445 because that was the prior low. But, you know, 450 is a clean level. That's exactly where we broke down from. So I'll take that breakout if it does come. See if people get a little trapped on these shorts. As the plane has landed, the bird is down. Looks just like a private jet. Not super cool looking on the
yeah, it's a weird looking. It's got like
I feel like-
huge like side wings and like yeah, but hey, whatever, dude, it works. They landed safely. Joby has been absolutely itself as it makes a 1198 high and now is a V-shaped breakdown right through 10. 10 comes and goes. We were talking about 10 here as a possible level of support, but 974 the low, and we're continuing to stair step down. So break even today on this stock, yesterday's close is essentially 9. That 897, 898 area. So yeah, maybe still $1 removed from the ultimate level of support there, but Joby, let's see if it can reclaim 10 and get some buying there. But yeah, still
that
up
one-
10%.
I did take a couple trades on Joby pre-market, but just no success. A lot of bamboozlement on that name.
Yeah,
And,
I noticed that.
Yeah, basically just fades. Kind of weird action. Maybe that was a little short squeeze because they do have like a what was it, 14?
What was the
14% short float, and it is like a 310 million float. So you get like whatever that is, 50 million shares that are short. They got to cover if they're short too low on that name. So maybe that was just short squeeze out the open, and then finally starts the selling coming in. Amazon 128, meh. Tesla keeps holding this 256.50 area, which is
interesting.
Kind of interesting to me. That's above these highs. That's above yesterday's close. And I believe, I'm not logged in on this other software, which I should be, but I believe that 256.50 was previously a price of interest for me. Yeah, it was. So
I want to use that.
could be a decent long here if we do hold, but now kind of coming straight back into it. ES did a little wick on that 5 minute.
I think we're going to break down here on Apple.
Yeah, I kind of just want to see a trend and try to jump in on a trend. This day's been extremely choppy on both
choppy.
on the indexes.
Yeah, no question about it.
Yeah, I mean, getting involved in the middle, maybe not the best idea at the moment. But any of these prior dips would have been nice to take there. Takes you up to 258.50. This one takes you up to 257 or 258 almost. Will this next one take you through the highs? I don't know. Like we're holding below yesterday's prices or yesterday's high. We're holding below the rejection point yesterday when it tried to make a new high at 259. So I don't know. Maybe Tesla needs to have a down day today. Chill out a little bit. We are up. I'm gonna try to chill. I don't.
Yeah, no. I mean,
I'm not seeing it. I'm not seeing
stuck
it right
between
now.
NQ is stuck between yesterday's RTH opening range and yesterday's IB high. Yep. All right, says Dan. All right, let's continue to see what we're doing here. Holding at these levels on Apple. I think I'm going to give this to the break of VWAP. VWAP's at that 60 level, so 7 or 8 more pennies left on this Apple trade, but consolidating sideways here. We're not really kind of giving up the ghost on the NQ. We're above 15.1. Yeah, we are below yesterday's close at 15.130, but we're kind of accumulating around there and above VWAP. So let's see if we get some strength. I don't know. Apple looking weak. Dan says IB is an initial balance. I need to learn all these things. Adam DeLuce, shout out Adam. Could you do a shout out for my dad? First time watching the show. Shout out Adam DeLuce, Mr. DeLuce. Shout out to you. I hope you join us more often. And we do talk a lot about things that interest everybody on the show. So tune in and find out. Shout out to you and shout out to Adam. What's the look there, Max? What do you got?
Spaces at the low, just tried to break 425 and then kind of gets bought back up right away. I'm not really seeing any size to execute off of. You want to see like 500 lots or something where, if that person gets filled either on the bid or the offer, then you can kind of judge something based on that. So that 421 price and the 420 price both have 500 lots on them. So we'll see what happens if we get down there. If those hold at the low of day, you could expect a bounce. You could expect potentially some kind of like SSR squeeze action maybe. But for now, looking extremely weak despite having a successful space flight there. And I mean, I don't really get how this is sell the news when we're back down to the lows before the news already, or before the rumor. So I don't know. I'm not seeing the setup on this space. I guess they had like these, what was it, $700 million worth of offerings that they just put out. So I guess we got to kind of retrace a bit, given that it's only a 1 billion market cap. Yeah, I guess there's some downside to come for this. So coming into the low of day, let's see what happens at the 420 price. 420 breakdown could be quite good if you can manage to get filled somehow on that, given that it is SSR, so you can't just punch the bid on this one. You got to find a way to get filled on the offer. Maybe you can get some weird dark pool fill on a breakdown, but unlikely on that one. And Carvana is bouncing at 27 again. I just don't want to be involved unless we're above 28.50. I think if the edge on this name is the squeeze, then there's no edge if you're not kind of breaking highs of day on a name like this. So I think just got to wait for that 28.50 break. But I see the case for a 27 hold, and if that's a solid trade you want on Carvana, now seems like the time to me. You just risk it down to low of day there. 25 cents risk, you're looking for like a 30 break. So the risk reward makes sense, 10 to 1. I'm just like not sure about it at these prices. And back to watching space at the 420. Can we break it? For now, no. Still bidding back up. Oh, there's some buying happening. Some people selling. It's still going up. So reserves on the bid, it looks like. A lot of mid prints going off. Do we get a little bit of a squeeze here? I'm wondering over 430. Does this squeeze? There's a little bit of size there, but nothing really to speak of. The volume extremely light, though. I figured this would be at like a couple 100 million shares of volume today, given that they are launching a spacecraft. But yeah, not so much interest, I guess, on this name. What's the float of Virgin Galactic? 250 million shares, 20% shorted. I guess those shorts are looking for 0 because we're so close to all-time lows on this one. I don't know. I like the good news on it. GME, high of day.
It's okay, bro. Have it, man.
I'll look at GME. 25 bucks. You need to see GME breaking that 28 price from a couple weeks ago off the earnings.
Oh,
or
baby.
29 maybe. But yeah, nice high of day. That 25 is always a decent level. Didn't really help you out on, executing trades on that level today, as that's basically the midpoint on the day. But, starting to pick up. Tesla just bought back off that 256.50 price again. So clearly should have just taken that long when I was looking at it. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like, we got to test a little lower maybe. But yeah, 261 break today. 261.50 is quite a key price on Tesla, in my opinion. We get above that today, start to trend in the afternoon. Maybe we can get that bigger move to 265, 270. As space is back up to that 430 or 429 price. Just really doing nothing right now. So I'm wondering,
we're not.
Is this just
I'm
some
getting
HFTs
excited
having a little
just 'cause
fun? And,
Oh,
everybody else getting burned?
Dropping lines. I like it.
Well, I don't know.
Yeah, well, that's what a lot of it is. I was listening to an interesting podcast about how a lot of the prop floors in New York got shut down after the financial crisis because the majority of the volume became all
HFT, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So now you're competing against robots, and nobody wants to do that.
And that was their thesis, which is why a lot of them shut down. Some maintain, like SMB.
Yeah,
They're still there. There's a lot of prop firms still there, but it's definitely different than it was pre.
I'm long space here.
Okay.
Over that 430, I'm looking for the 430 to hold. Green buying is coming in. There's some size that's starting to stack on the bid here, so looking for this one to start to move up. See if we can get that 442, 445 break into the 450 break, and maybe we get that. Maybe we get that buying back in. Maybe we've made a base here at 420. I mean, it looks like it doesn't want to break for now, but obviously volume light. So I don't really want this to go much below 430 here. So maybe like 428 kind of stop out. But yeah, I think if we crack that 440, we can really get moving.
Holding 10. I know you're into that, but the curl around 10 on Joby, like I was thinking, not gonna definitely jump in on this. There we go. Go back to his because he's in space.
Yeah, space starting to move. So at the teal price, let's see if we can crack this 436 and really get moving on SPCE. There's 437. I think I'll add if this 442 breaks, so I'll be adding at 443 hopefully, and then looking for that move through 450. Maybe we can build into a position here and potentially get high of day now that we've made a base off of this successful space flight. You got to imagine that lots of people have just poured into this short, and there we are getting into 440. Come on, take out that 442 so I can add to this. Let's get a good trade going here. I think this is my first trade on the midday show so far.
Yeah, so far today, eh? Okay.
Not a whole lot going on, but yeah, we need to take out that 440 price, take out that high, and then I will be adding on 450 as well.
Do we get a 90 break here on Apple? That's what I'm involved in.
Yeah, that 189
Still,
Okay.
we've been
I want to be
dancing
involved at
tops.
189 as well.
Yeah, close, not quite yet. All right, someone was asking me to look at Intel, Vic, I believe. So let's have a look here at our friend Intel. This is Intel, known as a technician's nightmare because you can have like a tape dump on one day and not understand that by tape dump, this is what I'm talking about. You get a breakout and then on no reason you get tape dumped. So the point is, though, from just the wider perspective, is you higher lows and higher highs. So despite that, the trend being quite volatile and wide, you're seeing the right direction. The $30 level was interesting. Neil and I were talking more about it there because it seemed to have been a top for a bit for Intel, back dating from last September onward to earlier in the spring, in March, essentially. And then you had the break above, then you had the bamboozlement where it broke below, but now 30 acting as a level of support rather than resistance now. So you're liking the switch between those two. Now, that's the technical look, your higher lows, higher highs. Let's see if we can continue. Maybe you want to get in on a retracement. See if it provides you with one. The fundamental look is this one is having a complete change in identity. They're no longer looking to be like the chip designer, the one who has the product attached to their name. Rather, they're going to be the manufacturer. They're going to be the foundry, making big investments into that in North America and Europe. So if you believe in that play, well, then you're probably getting it on the ground floor. But that you have to believe in that play, and that's for you to do your homework on. Apple continuing to do nothing as we dance on the break-even level on the NQ, that 15,130. We keep touching it, rejecting, touching it, rejecting. Bit of a range between 15,1 and then 15,130 yesterday's close. Yeah, it's been a range for a good little while there. Now going on a little bit more than half an hour. So that level not helping this Apple long. So no 190 test yet, Max.
Yeah, I'm watching this space. It's just chilling like 5-6 cents in the money. They will not print the bid, and there's a decent-sized bid there at 37. So it's printing the offer and it's printing midpoints. So looking kind of strong here. I'm wondering if there's some kind of dark pool midpoint bid here where they're not letting it print the bid at all, and they're trying to get filled in the middle here. There's a dark pool. Okay, so 2 prints on the bid, but not really able to do anything here. I'm thinking that this blasts off through 40 quite quickly. If it doesn't, I think I'll just punch out if we break that 37 bid. I think, that'll be the end of this. I'm expecting kind of a squeeze action because we've made that double bottom. Maybe should have been in a little sooner. I mean, if you're in at 425 right now, that's a pretty decent trade on a $4 stock, 425 up to 440, like 15 cents on a $4 name. That's a 3% move. That's is that a 3% move? Yeah, right? 4 cents is 1%. So 3% move off the bottom here. We'll see if we can get a bit of a bigger one here. Now bid's starting to stack up even more, so there's more size now on the bid at this 37 price. We shall see if anybody wants that liquidity, and if they don't, it must go up.
All right, so we're going to let you go.
All right.
Proxtradamus is going to set up with all his wireless stuff. So thanks for being on the show, Max, and wish you obviously all the luck on that move, getting in at a great price. Some people are asking what's going on with SoFi. Well, SoFi is moving down at the moment. I don't see a headline. It's now 0.8% negative on the day. This one will either benefit from or be hurt by the Supreme Court decision coming out momentarily, one must assume, with respect to the legality of the student loan forgiveness program of the Biden administration, because this stock has a big share in student loan refinancing and coming in at lower rates. So, especially with rates being an issue now. So this will either be, hurt by it or benefit from it. Looks like some selling coming in. You wonder if maybe somebody knows something we don't know. Anyway, $9.10 $9, kind of the breakdown there. We kind of touched 9 a couple of times, and then we had a $9 breakdown. Got to about 8.76, about 8.75, 8 3/4, almost now kind of retracing back. Yesterday's close is 8.87. So let's put a trend line there, and this is SoFi. Sorry, I didn't add the commentary there. So SOFI. and we shall see what happens with that one. Apple continuing to do nothing as it, we're 10 pennies in the money, not even. As we dip down into that 189.75-ish level, get bought back up, but we really haven't broken out above that important level on the NQ, which is at 15,130. And that 15,130 is yesterday's close, and until we get above that and really reclaim it, you feel like Apple will be hindered in its ascent. So higher lows, though, on this range trade between 15,130 and 15,100. See what happens there. Saba, could you please share your thoughts on Uber? Like, from a fundamentals perspective, it sounds great. Like last year, 2022 Q1, they had, I think, a loss of around almost 4 billion, 3.5, something like that, maybe even more, maybe 5. And then this year, Q1 2023, they had a loss of about 150, 190 million. So it was ridiculous year over year how much they had improved. The business shifted, though, from food delivery, which was the emphasis during the lockdown, back into actually ride sharing this time around because now people are out again. So the money stayed the same, but it shifted from emphasis from one to the other. Look, I think that they go profitable. A lot of people were saying, ride sharing doesn't go profitable until the full autonomous self-drive goes into effect, yada, yada, yada. They're looking to maybe disprove that narrative as they may actually become profitable soon. On the day, though, they are down 2.8%. But look at this. From the beginning of the year, from essentially January 1st onward, Uber was at $24. It is now at 40, well, high day today was 44.25. So it has really done well, almost doubled. In fact, doubled. No, not quite double, that 24, that would be 48. Almost doubled since the start of the year, obviously outperforming the ES. Let's look at the intraday 5-minute look. What do we have here? We have a close yesterday of 44.25 down into the right. Not seeing a headline for it. Here we go. Uber and Lyft shares are trading lower after the California Supreme Court agreed to hear an appeal to Prop 22. Prop 22, I believe, was the question on the ballot last time around in the elections. I believe it was the midterms, where they asked whether or not Uber drivers and ride-sharing drivers should be considered as independent contractors or employees. I believe it came out in the favor of his independent contractors. Looks like they may be able to appeal that, I guess, outcome, because it wasn't a ruling. It was an outcome of a referendum. So interesting to see there. Pratsardamus, soon to be Platinum Prad. No? Reneging?
That's a failed break. It's got to be a real break. That's a failed break. It's got to be a real break.
I don't know if you
it's
guys
got
can
to hold
hear.
above 190.
I don't know if you guys can hear the reaction on the floor, but they are not happy with that explanation.
It's got to be a real break, man. Let me see a real break.
All I see on my chart, Pradley, is 190.07 high. That's all I see.
Yeah, but did you see the selling in front of
It
190?
was big.
The selling in front of
was in
190 today was in. No, I tried to get along earlier. I got cute with it, and then I also got short with it. I also got cute with that. Ended up losing on it overall today, so Apple was a losing trade for me. But come on, like, was that a break?
Look, bro.
Let's use the word perfunctory here.
He's using it my own arsenal against me, right? Okay.
It's the tools that you equip me with. Perfunctory break.
I should have known better.
No, we are gonna go blind. The bet is
go blind?
the bet is 190 breaking, opening regular trading hours. We got that. Bogdanov tried his very best.
He did. He came on the screen several times today.
He tried his very best, but at the end of the day, the Bulls won by taking a 7 cents higher than Apple.
Yep.
Monster rally on Apple in general. I mean, $190. Wow, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations to all the longs. Can we maybe fix the framing of this camera so I don't look so short?
Yeah. He looks like way short.
You know, the 190 level is just absolutely beautiful coming into play. Now we're looking at 200. Me being long on Apple from, like, I think 140 areas, this makes me very happy on the long-term spectrum. Yesterday we were talking about the bank stocks going absolutely to the north side because the stress test passing. So XLF today, I mean, up 1.2% the last time I saw it. Right now, XLF up 1.4% and taking out the high a day not too long ago. So markets are, you know, trying to hold into these higher end of the screens. Where am I here in my futures? NASDAQ is down still 10%, but S&P 500 today up 0.28%. Interesting comment from the same person screaming no at the back when I was complaining about the break. It was Jacob. Jacob mentioned very interesting point, you know, a good observation coming in that yesterday NASDAQ was strong and S&P 500 was weaker. Today, it's the opposite of it, where NASDAQ is stronger. Sorry, NASDAQ is weaker and S&P 500 is a little bit stronger. We are still, at the end of the day, above 4,400 on the S&P 500 futures and 15,000 on the NASDAQ. So no big indications to get ready for that bear indication yet. So just be ready for more upside moves maybe. And have fun to the longs. Bulls, congratulations on a monster move to the upside on Apple and bank stocks.
Yeah, absolutely, man. The bank stocks were an interesting bunch to watch yesterday. I caught that on the tail end of it because I didn't really hear about it till after. But Pradley, building on what Pradley's saying, yeah, I mean, we really need to decide what we're going to do here. I mean, because we've been between 15.1 and 15.130 for a while. You had a couple of wicks above. The sellers met the buyers and overwhelmed them. I mean, is this a rejection off yesterday's close? I mean, is this a short setup possibly here? Because when I look for a dip buy, like for example, when I was looking at the 4,400 long yesterday on the ES, what we were looking for were these buy candles like this, where the immediate touch of that level was met with immediate buying and we were brought up again. It's kind of the opposite here. Every time we touch yesterday's close on the NQ 15.130, we're met with immediate selling and then a move downward right into VWAP, right into like that 15.105 area. So is this kind of what I'd be looking for, but in the opposite? So that's kind of asking myself here. It doesn't obviously work well for my Apple trade because I'm Apple long at 74s. So we'll continue to watch and see how this resolves, but right now, still very much sideways. Very much sideways. Fernando, Sharif, what do you think of Havertz signing? In my opinion, it's very disappointing. We're always getting Chelsea scraps. I mean, you could look at it that way. That's a way to look at it, right? And you could look at it as we gave them our scraps. Aubameyang, Giroud.
One man's garbage is another man's gold.
There you go. And that's another perspective to look at it. And Giroud ended up doing well. Look, apparently, Fernando, he's not going to be used in the same way that he was used at Chelsea, which is in an attacking role. He's going to be probably used in a midfield attacking role, which is he's going to provide the actual attackers themselves. We'll see how it works out. That's the pitch.
Who's the best player in the league right now?
In the Prem?
Like FIFA in general.
Oh, Mbappe.
Mbappe?
Yeah.
I was going to say, like, if you gave me a different answer than Mbappe, then why is his face on the FIFA cover? Like, is he really that good? Does he deserve it?
He's
so he does.
very good.
Okay,
yeah.
he does.
I mean, there's a couple other standouts, but Mbappe, I mean, Erling Haaland, he's just a monster. He's big, tall, and fast.
I mean, his goals watching in the World Cup in France, I think, what was it, 3 goals back-to-back in a span of, like, minutes?
Yeah.
That was insane to watch. Mbappe was absolute masterclass. And sadly, he did lose, but let's go Messi. Coming to the back to the market here, a lot of you are obviously, you know, looking at Tesla, Apple, and so on. But I want to bring our attention back to these bank stocks. I think the stress test passing over here is actually a very positive thing for the overall market. Not too long ago, we've seen many banks failing. You know, we were talking about this last night on the After Hours show, which is Silverbank, Silicon Valley Bank, also Silvergate and Silicon Valley Bank failing, and then FRC failing along with this. So a lot of banks failing, and then banks coming out with the stress test, giving us that good catalyst. XLF and KRE. were two of the most beat down sectors in the S&P 500. So them kind of getting rescued now makes sense why the S&P 500 futures are a little bit stronger than NASDAQ. You know, that was the main reason why the S&P 500 sector has been getting hurt and has been a lot weaker, where the NASDAQ has been a lot stronger for the last few months or so, because the bank sectors have been weighing deeply and heavily on the overall thing. So now that kind of fear is off the table, not 100% off the table, because interest rates are still meant to go up. And if they go up, maybe we see a couple banks still going under pressure over here. So the fear is not completely off the table, but that catalyst giving us at least some idea of like, okay, there could be rooms to the north side now. We're watching tech stocks bounce. We're watching now bank stocks join the party.
Yeah.
We're watching oil move to the north side too. A lot of these sectors are now looking to, you know, reclaim these north side territories.
Yeah.
So that fear that we had earlier, recession and everything, we are not really talking like that anymore.
No, and the numbers that came in today, GDP above expectations.
I actually didn't even, I knew they were coming, but I didn't look at them. So please tell me about those.
GDP came in better, 2% instead of 1.4 or 1.6, one of the two. It's better. Jobless claims less than expected.
Less people claiming jobless. Isn't that bad though?
Well,
Don't
it's
you
bad
need more
for-
unemployment?
You want more because you want the Fed to pause, but they're betting he's not gonna raise beyond this no matter what at this point. That's what they're betting. So before, you wanted jobless to go down.
Sorry, SVV, the IPO today. I need you to explain that for me, because
Sure,
I want to learn more about what you want to say right now. But the IPO, Sharif, is open today. We have a couple IPOs. SVV, one of them. This is Savers Value Village. I think the stock was supposed to open around $16 to $19. Opened at 25-ish or so, and straight to the downside. I did not pay for shorts on this position, so I will not be able to get into this trade today. Usually I do pay for shorts on IPOs, but these IPOs, their offer amounts and so on, weren't really that exciting, and the volume's not exciting either. We're barely doing 1 million shares right now, and it's already been 5 minutes since the stock is open. Usually when an IPO shows us those crazy volume is when it's really good. Now, coming back to the recent IPO that we've seen open, Cava, C-A-V-A, when a bid shows up and the stock is unable to take out that bid, obvious long off of that level. So there's 24 area over here showing us 500 lots. 500 lots is not much. You know, Sharif and I myself can wipe out that level over here with the buying power we have at Day Trade the World. So it's not a serious level. But if that level holds and we see some sort of a reserve or a buyer coming in over here, then we can look for a long. Now that level is actually a little bit heavier. Previously, we only saw 500 lots. Now there's an extra 900 lots on a different gateway. Let's see that level get tested. If that level breaks and we go down, then obviously I want to stay back and wait for another level to come into play. But right now, we are getting front runners. That's right, front runners in front of this 24 area, waiting to catch that bounce so they can run it back up. We also have some size over here at $24.85, 250 lots. Once again, not a lot of size, but we are running away from that $25 open, and now we're seeing sellers already on a brand new IPO show up, show their cards, show their hands on where they want to take fill. So it looks like people want to get short at $24.85 right before the opening price. And if we were to go to the IPO calendar, where is the IPO calendar? IPO calendar, NASDAQ. It was supposed to open at $18, $16 to $18, opened at $25. So let's watch for these moves, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, let's see if we get support here, but I don't know. I think we're rejecting yesterday's close, so let's see if we get a move down here in the future. I'm betting we do on the NQ, so I'm going short the MNQ. Let's see if we get a move down. We've got a considerable amount of room that we can move down to. You know, 15,000 comes to mind, but we don't have to be that ambitious. 15,028 or even 1550, right? We got a lot of action around 1550 this morning. So let's see what kind of movement we get to the south side, but it looks like we were rejecting over and over and over that 15,130, which was yesterday's close. So taking it short, let's see what kind of move we get out of it. Where am I short exactly? 15,098. Okay, so let's see. Let's see if we get the move down. Apple headed south, looking to go break even out of that trade, by the way, as we are now heading nicely south here on the future, and we get bought up immediately. But yeah, let's see if we curl down here. Dropping like it's hot, says Crecor. Shout out to Crecor.
Moves are indeed in right now, ladies and gentlemen. I'm just trying to code the Bogdanov thing on my own stream deck over here. But we can do that later. I'm still watching SVV, honestly. SVV, the IPO, there's still size there. The 900 lots that were there previously are now not there anymore. So I'm wondering if that was like a spoofing order, or does that size show back again when we go back closer to $24 and test that level? I want a real test of that 24 area before I make any type of decision, right? And I didn't pay for short, so I can't get short on the break of 24. So I just gotta look for longs here, sadly. I do think, however, the stock could easily go down to $18. I don't know if that happens today, but the stock could easily go back to that $16, $18. So you don't want to get trapped in any type of longs. But if buyers do show their cards, show their hands, easy longs over there that we can get into. We've seen Kava, once again, hold that $40 area and then just rip to the upside. Here comes a little bit of a selling. We are now moving even more to the downside on SVV, Savers Value Village. Which means that they might be some sort of a value village type of company.
I was looking at, they actually, yeah, we were looking at that this morning. They're similar to Dollar Tree, Dollar General.
Makes
like,
sense.
Yeah.
But like value village is like where you buy like used clothes and stuff, right?
I think so. I'm not 100% sure, Bradley. I gotta tell you the truth. I'm not 100% sure.
So if that is what I'm thinking it is, then obviously I can't think if they are already public, like the value. No, it's called something else over here. I forget what it's called in Canada. Anyways, this stock did test 24. As you guys can see, a lot of size did print in front of 24, maybe not on 24. And now we're getting ready to start. No, we didn't break 24 yet, but we are getting ready to only a couple pennies away. Is that 500 lots real or not is what I want to see. Can we see the test of that area? Here it comes. Here's that test. Oh, there's a lot more size now. So there is a lot of size being shown up over here. Let's try. Let's get into it. We can risk off that level. If that level breaks, sadly, the liquidity might open up, and you might just see a big drop to the downside where you can't, get out quickly for a decent loss because the slippage might open up on you. But if I'm risking that level right now, and once I see that level getting tested and churned, then I am absolutely, like that, getting ready to punch out. Are they going to still do it? There's still some size there. They stopped. The tape just halted. It just randomly stopped. So the characteristics of it are trying to change. Nope, they're still trying to print 24. Here comes the sellers. They're going to wipe it off in one order and absolutely catch me off guard. I know it. Don't do this to me, chart or SVV. Why did I say chart? Don't do this to me, SVV. Come on. They're going to break. Yeah, I'm out. Oh, no. See the slippage? Oh, my God. That hurts. This is why I said that slippage will hurt you. You gotta be careful, ladies and gentlemen. This stock is I think on its way to $18. I basically told you what's gonna happen, and then I didn't do it, and then that's what happens, right? That's what happens. Don't tell me I put the bottom in there now. That's gonna be absolutely painful. That's going to be so painful. But yeah, here we go. I didn't put the bottom in. More down move incoming. So I wish I just paid for shorts instead of trying for a longs because that was the easier trade. Hopefully someone on the floor over here has that short off that level because if you paid for shorts, that was the trade right there. I don't think the stock reclaims these areas anytime soon, honestly. It's just straight downside. I mean, look at the selling coming in. Easier trade. Way easier trade. But Kava, the 40 level, if you remember how that one held 40, that's what I was trying to do over here. I was trying to get cute. I was trying to see if history could repeat itself. But the way that the market is moving today, NASDAQ down on the day, S&P 500 flat / kind of positive on the day. Maybe that wasn't the right idea, but you gotta try. No risk, no Rari, and especially after this trade, guaranteed no Rari for a little bit longer for me. Here comes 23.25 with another 500 lots on the ask. Looks like this level is also going to get absolutely smacked on and pushed to the downside. Let's watch this level to get taken out too. Should I just pay for shorts, man? Nah, we're gonna leave the trade alone. We're gonna leave the trade alone. We got hurt. My hands are burnt. You got to learn from playing with fire once in a while. So my hands are burnt on this one, and we'll come back to it later. SVV, ladies and gentlemen, what a slip! 60-cent slip on that bad boy. What's the next IPO? Let's go gamble on the other IPO. FIHL and KGS. I can't help but laugh. KGS. And NY did not open yet. FIHL also on New York did not open yet, so we'll just have to wait for these two to open. SVV, do your thing, move around. We'll see you back around $18 maybe for a possible dip buy. Right now, 23.25 has 500 lots, but I don't think that one's holding. We can see that level breaking very quickly. Let's go back to some of the stocks that you guys are trading in the chat there. What are you guys talking about? No slipper? Yeah, no slipper for now. We'll probably see the slipper flying off the room over there very soon if I trade one more long on SVV, most likely. Here comes the break. Let's see that break. Come on. I was going to flip over to Apple, but that might just break right now. Are you going to do it? We're holding it for now. I'm not going to get long in it. The stock most likely going to 18. I'm believing in it. It's going to 18. Sharif?
What's up? All right. Yes, looks like a bit of a reversal candle here on Apple and on maybe the future. We had a failed break of 15.1, so I'm almost out of the short. Here as we continue to move up, I'll be, very range bound. So we'll see. I mean, I'm not out of it yet. Hasn't triggered my stop, but I don't know if I'm going to continue to take cuts like this because I ain't reading the market that well yet. But Tesla giving up the ghost. I don't know if Apple's going to give up the ghost. Apple's the one with the reversal candle that I'm looking at here that's propping up these markets. NVIDIA moving down, AMD moving down. The ES, though, moving up. Why is the ES moving up? What else is moving up? Oil is going up. Okay, oil is up a 1/4 point. Airlines are strong. Banks are strong. Okay, hence the outperformance of the ES. But whatever it is, still very range bound here on the NQ. So not getting any continuity. Almost getting stopped out here. Again, as it comes near my level. Looks like this one wants to go north proudly. We're going to be on the losing end of this trade. So this ends up triggering me out. I will be 0 for 2.
Is today an INSIDE day?
What does that mean? Side day? Inside. We just got a lot of buying on the NQ there. Yeah, look at that. Dips getting bought up. Apple getting bought up at the moment.
Okay, yeah, it is. I'm pretty surprised. I thought we were actually breaking out a couple of these ranges. I think SPY did break out. Yeah, SPY did break out. SPY's a lot stronger, man. Holy smokes. The banks are really coming in to save the sector today for S&P 500.
Feel like that, eh?
Which one?
Feels like that.
Feels like that, for sure. I mean, they were hurting the sector for the past few months now, ever since they got delisted. 2 of them got delisted. Did FRC get delisted too?
Yeah, FRCB.
FRCB now. So now it's on OTC markets.
Shout out to Jeff and his boys.
Jeff Mendel. That's right. Now that the banks are coming back over here, we do like those moves. I mean, look, this is the all-time high on the market, 480. We're at 437. Apple is at 190. Like, come on, man. What else do we want from the markets over here? That move from the starting of the year till now, beautiful move. I do have a question, Sharif.
Go.
Usually, summer markets equals dead, right? That's the trend behind
Sell a
it.
mango away, yeah.
All right. So if markets give you that dead volume period again, do we keep going up or do we retrace a bit? Like, how does that work?
Well, yeah, it depends. Like, I mean, where we're at. Like, I think once the money starts coming back towards like September time, where we are economically, what's the Fed doing, where we are inflation-wise, what are the jobs, what's GDP. I think it's so fact dependent. I don't know. It's hard to have a look.
Right.
You know what I mean? At least for me, anyway. I mean, that's what I think would be the case. But if you're looking at the general trend, Bradley, it looks like we reclaimed a lot of last year's levels.
Easily.
We still haven't made all-time highs.
Yeah.
So technically, we really are not confirming the trend yet.
Right.
Yeah, so we'll continue to see here. I'm out of my trade at the moment. I think there's too much sideways action. Dan letting me know futures, YM, meaning the Dow futures, are at day's highs. We know the future, the Dow, obviously, an interesting component, but, with only 30 names. I know they try to be reflective of the overall market, but it really has not been trading at all in sync with either the ES or the NQ or even the Russell for that matter. They've diverged a little bit. So the Dow has kind of been doing its own thing lately. It's been doing better as of late, I would say. But on the year, no question, it gets blown out by the S&P and the NASDAQ. What else we got here? Looking at Joby, a bit of a bounce at 10. 975 exactly was the level on Joby, but 10 and a quarter incoming here as it looks to retrace into the 50-period moving average on the 5. VWAP at that 1082 area. Oh, proudly, I forgot to mention. So today is like my last day on the show for a little while.
You're getting fired?
No.
Braces time?
It is, no, not braces time.
Oh, vacay time.
No, not even that. So
I just
Brendo,
can't win today.
you
Not on
can't,
the
bro.
market,
You
not
keep
on these
missing. I
guesses.
know,
Like,
I'm sorry,
Jesus,
bro.
man.
You make your own luck, baby.
No lottery for me tonight.
No. Brendo goes on vacay tomorrow. So I'm covering for Brendo at the big desk tomorrow and next week, all of next week. And then I go on vacay for 2 weeks. So today is like my last day on the show for a while. I'm going to miss the midday show, baby. But yeah, we'll say our goodbyes at the end of the show. But proudly, man, this NQ, looks like it.
I like that.
Bit of an inside day bamboozlement. Hands off now for me.
Over here, man, Trader TV Sean. Shout out to Trader TV Sean on Twitter. You know, he tagged me over here. He goes, platinum time for Pratty for 190 break.
Oh.
But I actually wanted to talk about this AMD call out. You know, especially on last night's stream, the 4 o'clock stream. You know, we pointed out this area. We're like, if this area can show us some bottoms, we could maybe move back to that previous gap that we popped up to around 115. And I'm very happy seeing that, you know, Sean notices something similar over here on AMD, despite the China news, which is very, very important to keep in mind. You know, that news could come back in and smack us down. We did have Micron earnings. Micron coming out with positive catalyst over there, pushing back to the north side today. I can't type either now. Okay, pushing down. What? I thought Micron was actually positive on the day. Okay, Micron down. We did break 70 after hours, Sharif.
We did.
We were looking at the stock last night. We broke 70 after hours, but today opening under 70, around 69 or so, and all the way back down, giving up the ghost. Looks like their guidance was poor, so it does make sense that they did push down. They did also talk about how the whole Chinese fears over here and the Chinese catalyst might just hurt them in the future. But for now, their numbers are good, and everything, if everything stays the way it is, they are going to stay good, is what they said, I believe. But with the whole Chinese catalyst over there, not really too exciting. Is this SPY breaking the high a day right now?
It is, man. It is, yeah. I'm taking the NQ. I don't even know why I'm taking the NQ. Why am I not taking the SPY? I'm used to charting the NQ. I feel like there's a dip buy at 15.1. We'll see what this one does. Some good buying coming in here on Apple, on Meta, on Amazon. Even Microsoft's doing a bit of a curl. But the ES is definitely the strong name today, Bradley. You had it bang on when you said banks are buoying. What's up?
Momo in the chat is saying, it's a wick on a 5-minute candle. I still say Pratt doesn't have to dye his hair unless a 5-minute candle or something significant shows a real break.
Well, that's what some people were saying earlier on. People were coming to your defense, and they're like, no, we agree with Pratt.
Thank you.
But it really comes down to what the bet was.
Yeah, simple as it is.
Right? Like the deets of the
bet.
bet.
Am I a man of my word or not?
No, I mean, I'm not saying, you are. You are a man of your word. You
like
are.
at the end, that's the bet.
Yeah.
Now, am I a man of my word or not? That's all it comes down to.
Well, you got to do it first. Hold on. We haven't seen anything yet. Get it done.
What? It's done. You can't see it?
Where's Brogdon?
This is the camera skills over there. They just made it black again. They're purposefully hiding it so it doesn't look like it's blind.
And another piece of the puzzle falls into place. All right.
Vitamin Prad's CGI.
Vitamin Prad, CGI. This is great. AI now, right? Well, hold on. Is there going to be like overlap between AI and CGI? Is AI going to make CGI?
Yes.
That's what it is,
Did
right?
you watch
AI
Black Mirror episode
No.
6, episode 6?
What are we talking about? I don't
Black
even know.
Mirror episode 6,
I don't even
exactly
know
what happens. Episode
Okay.
6 or 3? Episode 3 or 4?
Neil is displeased because he's a viewer.
Spoiler alert.
Deep fake prop. Neil, what is this show? Bradley, what
Black
is this
Mirror?
show?
You've
I don't
never
know what
seen
this
Black
is.
Mirror?
No.
Oh man, probably one of the best shows ever on Netflix. Period.
Black Mirror.
They have 6
Love it.
seasons. I think each season is about 6 episodes long, and each episode is a completely different movie. Like they take these mind-bending concepts and they try to really mess with your head. So the first episode itself of season 1, you'll already be like, what the heck am I watching, Prad? What did you make me watch?
Yeah.
And then you'll just keep watching it and it'll just be like, wow, this is actually pretty interesting stuff. So I would suggest you to watch it.
interesting.
The third episode has Aaron Paul. The season 6 of third episode has Aaron Paul. My favorite episode.
Okay.
My most favorite episode, and
Okay.
I think everyone should watch it. Shout out to Black Mirror. Since we're talking about Netflix so much, Netflix has been one of the strongest stocks all the
has
last
been.
week or so. Let's see how it did today. Has it held some of these gains? Has it given back some of these moves or not? It says negative on the day for me. Yeah, thank you. It updated for me, so it's not negative. It's still up 0.27% on the day, even with NASDAQ down 0.1% over here. Netflix, man, just can't stop, won't stop. They just can't lose over here. They just keep coming out with these banger TV shows. Squid Game was one of them recently, if you guys remember that. I think they were coming out with the Squid Game 2, whatever happened with that one. I'm just trying to make some levels over here, trying to map some levels that I would possibly be interested in on the stock. So looking at the, look at that 440, 430 area. We are currently, I'm gonna just put a bottom over here too, that bottom of that candle. Which one did you say? KGS, I think, is what I heard. Greg just mentioned from the back there. So KGS just opened, and we're waiting to see. Ignore the fact that this says it's opening at $99. That's not true at all. The stock just opened. Let's see how this stock moves around. This happens to be your IPO number 2 that we've been waiting for to open today. The third one will be FIHL. And this one was supposed to open around these prices. So the fact that the stock opened in this exact same price doesn't mean too much to me. Now the question is, does the volume show up? And are there buyers over here to take part in this trade? If they are, then we might look for some longs. The other stock, obviously, SVV, was supposed to open way lower and it opened up much higher. So that short was actually very clean. And now look at that. Like I said, I don't think we see 24 coming back into play. The stock actually moved close enough to 24 and now straight back to 23 to test that bottom on 23, and we most likely see 23 breaking over here. KGS, just no volume on it. Absolutely no volume on it, sadly.
Yeah, man. New highs on the ES, continuing to go to the high side, 44, 36.75, the high day now on the ES as it comes into that. I think that this was the time we got the 8:30 numbers. Yeah, around, yeah, that was 7:30 Central Time. So we got to 44, 36.75, right back up there. Now finding some resistance. The NQ definitely not tradable for me anyway, as it continues to be sideways. Took too many cuts on that. We'll definitely be looking more for an ES trade. Is it, you know, at least it's directional. It's not sideways. Also needs to be mentioned, Tesla just huadunked right back into yesterday's close there at 256.25. It bounced right off that level. Still, you know, dancing at 256.5 now at these lows here. An interesting area of support. This level was earlier and then it acted as resistance. So here it is again. Interesting dip play possibly here on Tesla. Double top, and then you get the eventual breakdown with the market move. But Tesla acting a little bit secular at the moment. You're not really seeing a big market move down, much in the same way that you're seeing with Tesla at the moment. So let's see what we get here. Do we get support off yesterday's close on Tesla? Right now, it suggests we do. That $0.25 holding back up into the $0.75 on Tesla. Keep an eye on that. What else is going on here? Let's look at some of the small cappers we were looking at this morning. Space continuing to sell off. It's back at lows. Stair-stepping its way down to that 420 area proudly. Yes, 421 technically the low, but 420 incoming, it would feel like, as we flat bottom breaking here with lower highs all throughout. It's the sell the news event materializes. It does well. I mean, this was a lose-lose however you looked at it. If it did poorly, it would sell off. If it did well, or as expected, it would sell off anyway. And there it is. So there was bamboozlement, though. There's no question about that. It went up, went down. interesting trade on space. Joby, this one continuing to hold that $10 area, but dancing at 10 and a quarter, really can't break that level quite yet. But 1080, and then another interesting area here on Joby, that's VWAP. We'll see if it's VWAP is at that level at the time. We'll see. At 420, new low, space continuing to step down.
Yeah, a viewer in the chat just mentioned space, big wall, buy wall coming in, and stocks should go up maybe. I actually see something different. I mean, yeah, there is some size on the bids, but there's size on the asks too, and the amount of size that you're seeing on the bids is not that much. What I would tell you to do, you know, just looking at the size on the level 1 and the level 2 doesn't mean too much, because you need to see that size actually being taken. What I mean by that is being traded. So if you can filter your time of sales to maybe a decent notional value. So for space, right now I'm filtering my time of sales for 5,000 shares or greater, which means any stock any time of trade is being made on SPCE with more than 5,000 shares, that's the only time will show up on my time of sales. According to that, I mean, I'm not really seeing too many big buyers show up on the tape, right? Like, look, this is one 5,000 share order buy, and that's another 5,000 order share buy, but there's a 10,000 sell here, 10,000 sell here, 5,000 sell here, right? So there's a lot of trades actually in the other direction, not showing me the buyers coming in. And look where that buyer is now. That size just disappeared off the bid, spoofed order, because we didn't see that order get filled. We didn't see all of that size, 500 lots get filled. That order just completely removed that size, and now you have sellers chasing that position down, and more sellers fighting for that price, and look at the bottom get taken out. So I would never tell you to only trade off of, you know, like off the bids over here. Always filter the tape. That's why if you notice my size over here in the middle is always filtered, and I filter it for at least $25,000 because of the PTSD rule on the U.S. markets and in America that you guys have over there, which means you got to have 25K to at least trade with in your cash account. So if that's for day trading, right? So if that's the case, then I want to filter it for 25K. I want to see where the big money traders are. And right now, just filtering it for $21,000, I'm seeing the stock not show me buyers at all. So that idea that you have over there, you just saw the spoofing orders play out. Not the right trade to play long.
That's a great example of that.
I think Neil was actually pointing this out to me. Space today was spell the news, N-E-W-S. Sell the news day.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about. Yeah, more range-bound trading from the NQ, but Tesla giving up the ghost, going through yesterday's close at 256 and a quarter, now below 255, going in the 255.80s. It is weak, but does the buying step in? I mean, we're marginally negative here. There's been I gotta tell you, today I find to be a hard trading day. You know why? Because it's very, very sideways. That always tends to be the hardest, especially when you're coming off a lot of directional momentum and you're used to that continuation, and then you don't get it and you're shocked. Like, oh my God. So got to take that day to adjust, but the momentum looks like it's down here on Tesla. Everything else, range bound. The ES, yeah, sure, it's up 0.4, but it's not very, I'm having trouble trading. DraftKings, people are saying, I saw this one upgraded today, up 4.4%. Good for DraftKings as they continue to.
Good day for DraftKings?
4.4%. Where are you in? Where are you in? But you got upgraded today, actually. So it's been a very good time for DraftKings this year. So let's talk about this chart. This is the daily chart on DraftKings. Let's go DKNG. And yeah, this is the beginning of the year right here. This is the 27th. There we go, the 1st. Right there. That 11.5. It was at essentially $11.50. It has over doubled because now got to a high of 26.87, up and to the right. And times where it did dip, it was bought off that 50-period moving average on the daily. Good look for DraftKings as they continue to monetize now off their established user base. before they were paying money up the yin-yang to acquire that user base, whether it's through promotions, advertising, you name it. Cost of acquisition was through the roof, and it made these quite unprofitable. But, you know, math is a beautiful thing, and it was just a matter of time until they monetized it and look like they're doing better now, and the market is rewarding them. But they are definitely off all-time highs. Let's look at the weekly. Yeah, that's all you really need to see there. We get up to 72.5 back when all the froth was at its highest back in March and March, April, February of 2021. That was when it got to about almost 75 bucks, down and to the right. Obvious levels, looking here, just from the recent price action, seems like that 40 to 45 probably will be a resistance level, much in the same way that, you know, that 300 is going to be on Meta right after that big hodunk. So having a look at that, Tesla finding some support now. The future continues to be sideways. See what the chat is up to. Rob M, how do you guys determine your position sizes? I mean, it really depends on your shutdown, what you're trading, your buying power. There's a whole host of things. I mean, what I would say is the simplest thing, trade with what you're comfortable trading with. If you're literally comfortable trading with 20 shares, 10 shares, do that, do it over again until you perfect it, then go on to something bigger. I mean, I don't think you... I don't know if you're asking, do you determine position size relative to stock? Like, I mean, do I take 100 shares of like top and take 25 shares of, say, something like Meta? I don't know if that's what you're asking. D-Loaf, Sharif, 404, 405 space long with SSR bounce, break of 4. We going 2-to-1 setup. Okay, so space on SSR now, Bradley, is it? And so let's have a look at
it down 10%?
SPCE quickly. Yeah, I got the SSR ticker over here. So we are now, so my man over there,
SSR
D-Loaf,
longs.
there you go, SSR longs. My man D-Loaf positing that the 404, 405 setup will be nice, and then maybe a break of 4, you're out. So that's a look there. Shout out to him. And
oh, space is getting smacked.
Go.
Yeah, I'm just watching space on my second screen over here, waiting for that SSR long to show up. We were talking about DraftKings, right?
Yeah.
They actually sent me a summary of my NBA gambling, and I sent a screenshot of this to Sean yesterday, I believe. So it's horrible. My biggest winner, $74.
Okay.
I mean, I take $1 bets.
Okay.
Right? So for me to win $74 on $1 bet, I'm killing it. Okay, I'm killing it. My biggest winning odd bet plus 1,350. That's a stupid bets. Like that's just like making stupid parlays. My favorite player to bet on, James Harden. My favorite team to bet on, Boston Celtics. My favorite team to bet against, Chicago Bulls. And my best betting day was on November 9th, apparently. So DraftKings, your other question was, where is my long-term price? $27.50. So we still got a little bit of a way to go over
it's
here.
Coming, it's coming.
Still got a little bit of a way to go, sadly.
It's a good move, though. If you look at the daily chart, I think you'd agree, looking from the beginning of the year,
no
it's
complaints.
a hell of a move. Yeah.
No complaints. But yeah, SPCE, man, I am watching for this long now for the possible dip buy. Let's filter the tape for 4,999, so which is 5,000 shares or higher. Why am I not seeing anything print? There you go. That makes a little bit more sense. The filter is still on. Space, come on, work for me. For some reason, my time of sales is not working at the moment, but Space is trading. There we go. Oh yeah, because the filter is only filtering for 7,000 or 5,000 shares or higher. Once I see a lot of buying coming in with real size, real lot sizes, then I'm okay to get into the long over here on SPCE. Right now, though, if we were to show you the normal time of sales, this is what the normal time of sales is. The unfiltered time of sales, there was actually quite a bit of buying in 200, 300 share size lots coming in. So look at that amount of buying right there at 413. And then you saw another big wall of buying around 415 coming in right here.
The big wall of buying.
415. Big wall of buying doesn't even make sense.
Not the big wall of China, the big wall of buying,
sense.
baby. I like it. I like it, bro. We're gonna have like an animation. My man Fabian back there is gonna like bring in a big wall. It's gonna move, and then people are gonna be buying stuff.
It's because somebody in the chat said there's a big wall of buyers, so I just kind of took it.
No,
I
don't know why you're tripping about it. I like it, dude. That's
it doesn't make any sense though.
The big wall of buying.
It is what it is. As long as the chat found it funny.
I like it. Yeah. So yeah. Big wall of buying, baby. Sharif, Arun is still, yeah, of course, yeah. Rob, yeah, no problem, Rob. We answered that one earlier.
Can I actually circle back to that question
Absolutely.
that the viewer had about sizing?
Yeah.
First, make a setup, right? First, make a setup that you are comfortable with trading, and then you have proven statistics around setup. So let's call this setup over here the gap fill setup, right? So when AMD was around this, this is Netflix, sorry. Let's go to AMD. This gap fill setup over here. When AMD is breaking this 115.50 to 116 area, you can get short on the break of 116. You can get short on the break of 115.50. Give it that stop of 116 or 116.50 to the north side, and then your target would be the gap close, which would basically be on the lower end of this box over here, which is around 108.50, right? So now you have this gap fill setup laid out. You know exactly where your stop is. You know exactly where your profit targets are. And especially if you're swinging it, then maybe your stop is at the high of this candle. So let's say 119, right? Your stop is at 119. You take the trade, you put your stop out there. Now that you know where your stop is and you know where your entry is, now you calculate how much of your buying power are you willing to risk on that trade. Us over here at the prop firm, we have shutdowns, right?
Yeah,
so we
exactly.
calculate our trades differently. For some people, it's $50. Some people, it's $250. Some people, it's $1,000. Depending on your caliber of your trading, the risk manager, Greg, assigns you a certain risk parameters that you have to trade within. So we can't, risk X amount of buying power. Like I have $1 million of buying. I can't risk 1%, 2% of a million, or whatever the numbers are. I have to risk based on what my shutdown is based on the day. But for you guys, it will be a little bit different. So you're probably looking at, whatever your buying power is on the day, might be 25,000, might be 100,000. You might want to risk 5% of that on the stock over here, maybe 10% of the stock, depending on how proven your statistics are on the setup. So based on that, you will first take a percentage that you want to assign to the trade. Now you know where the entry is. Now you know where the stop is. All you need to figure out with simple math is how much size you need to take for the entry when the stop triggers, that the amount you lose is exactly within the percentage of parameters that you are willing to lose on that trade from your bank account. That's as simple as that. Make a setup. Know the numbers that your winning percentages and your losing percentages. Find the entry for the setup, and then know your out. Know your stop. Once you know all these numbers, your share sizes is very, very easily determined for you by your system, where you're not randomly coming up with, I'm going to take 10 shares on a $100 stock and 1,000 shares on a $2 stock. That doesn't make any sense to me.
No, bro, everything you just said there, bang on. Back into that 15,130 on the NQ, and Apple making higher lows as well. Amazon breaking through VWAP above 128. Not much happening on Meta, Microsoft, and Google, other than just some perfunctory curling. As we move up here, let's see what. AV asks, Prad, Sharif, what do you think about writing your own trade algos? Well, this old man can't code.
Don't say that.
I can write HTML.
You can code.
I can write CSS.
Yeah, that's coding, man.
And I can write a little bit of Java, very little.
Okay.
Just enough to get my way through websites.
Okay.
So usually the APPs. What are they called?
Apps?
Yeah, no, they're the links that you have in the website. They're called APP. So it's a CSS file for the layout, and then the applets that are attached are .apps. What are they? The file type, like doc.exe.bat.
Sounds like a file type. Yeah, I don't know what APP is.
Yeah, well, I think it's one of those. Yeah, anyway, my old mind coming into play there. Yeah, the idea, I can't write them. This guy can code.
Are you talking about APIs?
No.
Yeah, I don't think he's talking about API chat. He knows what an API is.
I know what an API is. No. I'm talking about the file type of the attachment. So when you put a herf,
like a Google applet file is probably what it is what I'm guessing.
That's what I'm
thinking. It's probably not Google, sorry, Apple applet files is
Java
probably what
applet.
it is. Java probably.
Java applet, yeah.
But Java files are .js though.
.janq. It's not .app. It's .js.
Yeah,
Thank
Java,
you.
JS and JavaScript
Thank
and Java
you.
and so
It's
on.
.js. Yeah.
But I have seen .app files. I don't know what those are.
I don't know what those are either.
Probably, I'm guessing, Apple proprietary nonsense. Markets are pulling back, Sharif.
Yeah,
but
man.
there is another IPO finally coming out. The third and final IPO we wanted to launch.
When's that coming out?
FIHL. It just opened.
Okay.
Just opened and doing even less volume than KGS. So SVV did okay volume. KGS did no volume, and this one,
No, sleeper.
go ahead, Sharif.
Yeah, all right. I'm involved in this Tesla long. I'm looking for a hold of yesterday's close. So we're out there. We got bought up. I'll give this some room. I mean, it is much of an inside day, so I'm taking small size because I don't want to get in a lot of trouble already on this one. So we'll see what kind of continuity we get at this break-even level. But if we're going to hold these levels, you know, we move up, maybe a buck or two. Let's see if we can involve ourselves. 44, 37, 75. That's the high on the ES. The NQ could not be more sideways at break-even, holding between 15,130 yesterday's close and 15,100, the kind of low end of the range today. So we'll continue to see how that one transpires. Definitely all the strength to the high side has been in the ES, not the NQ. Got chopped up trying to trade the NQ through breakouts, but there was no continuity on that. So yeah, I need to be careful with my trades. Oil doing well as well. It's at 68, 69, 82. It's up 1/3% on the day. The CL August contract proudly looking good today. Let's go to the 1 minute on this one. Yeah, a bit of a top here. You know, 70's been a level. We took it in the morning, but we broke down below 70. 70 acting right now as a bit of a local top on oil, as it, yeah, oil's been cheaper lately, man, and the gas station has definitely been reflecting that, thankfully. Dan, basically, I basically made 40 trades for $20 a piece in the MNQ today while lifting weights, $800 over 40 trades, but almost no risk. That's awesome. That's definitely not my day, I can tell you that. But yeah, man, how much were your fees getting into 40 trades on the MNQ? That's a lot of fees, I'm assuming. It would be a lot of fees for us. I don't know what kind of fee structure you have.
Our structure is better than most.
Way better. I mean, I got to tell you, comparing it to my brokerage, it's like peanuts, quite frankly. But, you know, usually you don't do too many scalp trades on the future. Usually the future is like a buy and you hold for levels and stuff like that. Yeah. Let me know, Dan. 60 cents round turns. Round turns means buy and sell, like in? I don't know.
And he works directly with NASDAQ at that point. Like, what? How do you get that deal? That's crazy.
Jay Lee, I went long Boyle this morning, made 10%, and it's going down now, so I'm going to reload something. Sometimes Boyle rocks. Yeah, sometimes Boyle's boiling. It's boiling hot, baby. Yeah, pardon the bad puns, but Boyle, the triple levered nat gas ETF, up 3.16%, bit of a double top. Looks like my man Jay Lee looking to add here at support levels, maybe 64.50, a bit of support up 3%. What's the daily been like for Boyle? What is this split nonsense over here? Let's get rid of this. This is a triple lever. Let's go to UNG. Yeah, I mean, look, we've made peaks all along on UNG, and every single one has been sold off. So you're not going to convince me this one's going until I really see it going. Otherwise, bamboozlement central. But yeah, good look for you guys making 10 points on the day. I mean, who could say no to that? Shout out to Jay Lee.
I'd like to circle back to that question from AV. There's some buying coming in right now on space, though. This might be the bottom on space. The bids are showing up right now. Look at the bids thickening up. So we got 409, 407, and 410 showing some size. And now we're actually seeing a little bit of buyers showing up on the tape, too. So the bids are thickening up. So we could see this show up as a bottom. Obviously, it's now SSR, so it's going to be harder for shorts to get into this position. And with multiple levels showing multiple orders, that over there looks very much like a bottom. Look at that size on $4. Yeah, that's a bottom. I'm going long here, ladies and gentlemen. I'm risking that 10 cents to the downside. $4 has some size, and it just disappeared. Awesome. soon as I enter the trade, huh? Well, no, we're risking it to that $4 bottom over here. Let's see what happens on SPCE. Coming back to that question from AV about making algos and so on. I mean, we have an algo room back there
we do.
that proprietarily solely trades on proprietary code that they code themselves. So there's nothing wrong with algo coding or anything, but what I've realized doing something or trying to code at least for with my strategies and my setups, and Neil can actually vouch about this one too because he's used one of these. Wow, are you kidding me? Now SPC has an inverse seller. Inverse seller is not a good indication for the long, ladies and gentlemen. Be very careful if you're in this with me right now. That order is basically paying to get their orders first. So that could be a long paying to, what's that?
Get me away from this keyboard.
Here, try this one. Try this one.
No.
Try.
I hate inside
While I explain,
days.
people try it. So,
But
that's
won't
why.
I be touching your? Won't I be touching?
No, I turned it off.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
That's
I
why.
thought you were talking about get you away from the keyboard because the keyboard sucks, but no,
No,
you're talking about trading.
because I'm
Never mind.
trading.
Never mind.
Crap.
Boggy calling? Bob, what's up? Romy, what's up? Yo, thanks for a wrong
number.
Wrong number. All right.
Wow.
Hey, look at that. SPCE now moving up. That inverse order getting taken out. That was probably a short seller who was scared about, probably a long who was scared about, what am I even trying to say? I don't even know what I'm trying to say. Either way, the bottom's coming in. We saw that size showing up, and now look at these size showing up on the time of sales, confirming our direction. There wasn't that much buying coming in previously, but now we are seeing a little bit of buying. Good little pop on SPCE, saving me from the previous long that we had on SVV over here. That one hurt, but I keep getting deviated from this topic. AVV or was it AV? The whole AI or algo question that we have. You gotta be able to code like almost every single situation out there that the market can throw at you. At least being the discretionary trader that I am, I realized like I had to go in there and fix my code every single day on any new type of situation that I found the market was throwing at me.
Interesting.
And I would be like, okay, now I have to make a new if this, then else statement. Like every day I have to go in and make a new statement. Why don't I just get more patient? Because all this helps me do is stick to my setup and be patient. All that helped me do is that. So why don't I just get better at doing that? And that just fixed everything.
Exactly. Being better at it personally. The Katina man, like in that one. 15,100 goes again on the NQ local low at 15,087. That goes. Now we're heading south here as we get selling on the ES. I think we're like a minute to one. Is there anything here on the economic calendar coming at 1 o'clock? Let's have a look. Let's check our friend, the economic calendar. Where are we here, proudly? FOMC Bostic speaks today, but that is at 1500. That's 3. So that's not till the closing show. 11:30 was the 8-week bill auction. That only got 1 horn out of 3. We got a bunch of numbers today. In case you were just wondering, GDP quarter over quarter comes in 2% above estimates of 1.4. which is way higher, and way higher. Initial jobless claims came in at 239,000. Consensus was 266, so we got a stronger job market, not as many people filing for jobless claims. GDP sales, that's not an important one, so we can skip that one. What else going here? Pending home sales, this was important. I think this gets 3 bulls out of 3. The actual was minus 2.7, consensus was 0.2. So pending home sales, the real estate market looking like it's going down. Now new home sales is continuing to go. That's the thing. So new inventory is continuing to come online at a faster pace. And you've seen that reflected in some of the consumer discretionary categories with home builders. They've been doing quite well lately. I think KB1 or something like that got a really nice upgrade lately. So pending home sales, that's for used homes, they're down, which is interesting. Then anything else here? Yeah, we already talked about Bostic coming on the mic at 3 o'clock. Market headed south. Have we given up the ghost here at 15.1? I don't know. Interesting top at 44.37 on the ES now, coming back into that 44.30 area. Some of these, all these big cappers, all retracing to the south side. Has to be noted that that 4 level holding now on space, 408 low, we're at 416 now. So maybe some SSR buying coming in like Bradley was positing. Jay Lee says, Sharif from Prad, go short coin. It looks like a flush incoming to me. What has Coinbase and
Wasn't Bitcoin up today, though?
Up, yeah, still percent in the third.
Yeah, I don't know if I want to short Coinbase when Bitcoin's up. I'll hold off on that, especially at the low a day right now. It's still up 1% for Coinbase. So I'll show you the chart real quick. Coinbase still up 1 full percent on the day. Yeah, it's took out the low a day by like, what, a few pennies. That's nothing for Coinbase. The stock, especially on breaks, opens up spreads very easily. So I wouldn't consider that a break. Same as I don't consider Apple breaking 190 today. But yeah, the short maybe works. Maybe it goes to 70, but the risk reward is way out of the picture over here for me to get into. I'm loving the space long right now, ladies and gentlemen. That SSR bottom, can I have a more picture perfect call than that today? Like, geez, that bottom is showing up, and we are getting some profits back in our pockets over here. Let's make that money. I forgot what stock I wanted to talk about. I had something in mind, but I got distracted by the BTC topic. Or Coinbase topic. So I'll just try to go over here through the chat then to see what the chat wants to take a look through. Chat's talking about MVIS. I think that's no, that's not. That's MSTR's MicroStrategy.
Oh, okay.
MVIS is Microvision. Yeah, Microvision. $4 stock up 10% today. Okay, but this volume profile over here shows us where most of the volume was transacted on the stock for ever since its existence, looks like, and it's exactly where the stock is at right now, around $4. So right now, if you look at this, pop back up, bang, around $4. So we would like to see that stock get above it. This is the daily chart that you're looking at. If support doesn't show up in these areas, right now you're seeing resistance, but if support doesn't show up in these areas, then I wouldn't be too excited about the longs on MVIS. Maybe you're looking for a rejection of this 4 and a move back down to 350 areas. I would love to see what the catalyst is. Look out below. The first article that I click, it says, look out below. So do I even need to read any more about that? I think we can move on from it. Any other IPOs coming out this month? Sadly, oh wait, we got one more IPO tomorrow, 400 million offer, actually higher offer amount than any of the IPOs that came out today. Makes sense why SVV had most of the volume on it, because it was the highest offer amount on the IPO scale today. But tomorrow we got a $461 million stock coming out. VTMX, a real estate corporation, IPO priced in at $32 with 12.5 million shares being offered to the public. SPCE now pulling back slightly, not looking good. Oh, I remember what I want to talk about. Yes, Sharif.
Yo.
Are you a checks guy or a 3 stripes guy? Let's see if he gets that question, chat. In the meantime, you don't even know that one? Man, I'm working with boomers.
Okay, so 3 stripes is obviously Adidas.
Okay.
Okay.
So checks?
So who's checks? I'm trying to think. Check. Oh, checks. Okay, so check sign, obviously. I thought you would have said swoosh. All right, yeah.
That would have been too easy.
I like Nike.
Nike?
So the majority of my gym wardrobe, Nike.
Nike?
Majority.
I'm very Adidas.
Yeah.
That's pretty.
Yeah. I like Adidas. Don't get me wrong.
No,
But
like I have like no brand loyalty. But if you open my closet, you would think that I was sponsored by Adidas because my dad just loves Adidas for some reason. So like all of his old sweaters or whatever, they're just in my room.
That's sick. So you have retros? You have actual retros? Like not even fake retros.
Yeah.
That's sick.
Yeah,
okay.
man, like
I don't know if you saw. Did you see Drake wear that old TTC jacket, the burgundy
where'd
one?
you get that one? That was
Anyway,
pretty cool.
so did you see what happened on Marketplace? It started going for $800.
Yeah, that one's pretty cool.
People were looking for those old TTC jackets. If you're wondering what we're talking about, TTC, Toronto Transit Commission, that is the subway bus system in this city, and they used to have these burgundy, I don't want to say ugly, but they stood out. burgundy jackets.
Now they look amazing.
And they look amazing. Look at the flush, Pradley. We are suffering here. Okay, so the NQ gave up the ghost. My initial thesis was a 15-1 or 15-130 rejection. We got that break, and then we got the bamboozlement back up. The second time around is the flush. The bamboozlement is not only in small cap, baby. Very good move down, and we don't participate in it. Sadly.
Yeah, but I mean,
too many cuts on the way there.
Exactly. That's what I was gonna say. It
anyway.
hurts. It hurts. How many times are we gonna keep doing this?
Yeah, too many cuts for me. Big move down.
The reason why I was asking you about three stripes or check marks is because Nike has earnings today after hours.
Okay.
And I want to see what are the potential moves on NKE today coming out. So we're going to go to our trusty friends at Options AI. Their tool tells us that apparently Nike is expecting a 5.1% move at the end of the day when the numbers come out. I think Micron was supposed to be 5.5%. Whoa. Micron was supposed to be 5.5%, and it ended up being around 4% or so. This one's expected to be 5.1%. Last time NKE had earnings, they moved 4.86. Apparently in December 2020, when they announced their earnings, Sharif, they moved 12.18%. So a big move on the December and the September earnings over here. But on the latest earnings move, it was only 4.86, sadly. Today's implied volatility expected move 5.1% coming in for NKE. Obviously, this number might change as we get closer to the 4 o'clock number because more people can open and close their positions, and that will vary how the implied volatility move comes in over here. But currently, based on where the stock is trading at $113, the stock could go up to 119 or drop down to 107 off the earnings move at, I believe it's 4 o'clock. Let me quickly go confirm that one. Calendar, after market close, it's at 4:15 p.m.
All right. What was I was about to tell you something important there. I forgot. Yes, in case you guys are wondering, Pradley has an aftermarket show, and this aftermarket show will become increasingly important as we get into earnings season, which is right around the corner. I don't know if you guys noticed it yesterday, but Micron shot up quite nicely on the earnings. I'm sure you covered that. So keep in mind, Stradamus after 4 o'clock, and that's going to be real nice when these earnings plays come in, and they come in fast and furious, baby. So trying to time some bounces here on the market. We'll see if we can scalp out a little bit, but not really doing much else. What else is going on here? Welcome to Taya. Taya? How do I say that? Taya? New member. Shout out to you. Thank you for joining. Make sure to smash that like button, guys. Like and subscribe as well. It's the only way we grow the channel. Anything we do growth-wise, it's always for the best interest of the viewer. So make sure to like and subscribe.
Hola. Like and subscribe today.
You get the hola from Miss Cat as we dipped quite aggressively here on the future, finding a bit of a buy up now. The NQ also dipping into 4 1/4. Some weakness showing up here on the market. We're trying to catch a quick bounce, a quick wham bam. Thank you, Apple. But we'll see if we hold on here at yesterday's close. That's where we're at now on our Apple. The NQ getting bought back up. Surprise, surprise, bamboozlement. Fast and furious. Not much else to report on. Let's see what else is strong at the moment. EVs have been the strong bunch of the day. They're all decidedly green. Rivian up 5 1/4. Lucid up 6. Nikola up also 5. Good day for these EVs today. They've been quite strong. Chinese ADRs are mostly red on the day, save and except for a few here. But Chinese ADR is taking a hit today. Baidu down 5.7%. We talked about possible weakness on Baidu as the as the American GPU manufacturers like AMD and NVIDIA get barred from sending out AI-related chips to China, and Baidu has that big AI, generative AI play called Ernie, and at the moment, you know, analysts looking and saying that they may be hurt by this if they don't have access to the latest and greatest in GPU processing. So Baidu taking a hit today. BABA down 1.45, PDD down 2 1/3. So some redness there in Chinese ADR world. Let's see, fintech is a mixed bag, not much else really, pardon me, standing out here proudly as I look down my watch list here and figure out what's what. Some support coming in on the market, but a lot of bamboozlement, so careful. CVNA Hua Dunking, said Jay Lee. Not surprising to me. I'm holding a multi-day short in it. Shout out to you for the swing on Vana. But yeah, careful with that. You know it's super low float. So, Dan, that 15066 long on the NQ is paying his bills. Looking long at the moment. That looks like a reverse. Geez, there's a lot of buying and selling at the moment on the NQ. We'll see what this one does probably.
Yeah, you were talking about Lucid, and that made me, pull up the stock over here to see if we got to 7, and we did indeed get to 7. So that was a monster call out to buy up at the all-time lows, especially on that day on the good news where the stock moved down. So congratulations for anyone who did that. Now the next trade setup over here looks pretty obvious to me once again. You take the breakout of 7 long, and your stop is somewhere over here at around 650, 666 or so, and you wait for the stock to, just rip past that area, give you 750, give you 8. 750 would be the gap close, and then 8 will be my ideal target. So let's see if Lucid can now close the gap over here and put in the ultimate bottom in this area, or will it close the gap and then pull back, retrace, kind of do what AMD did in the opposite direction. AMD broke up, then came back and closed the gap, and now it's kind of trading sideways after closing the gap. So we would love to see what happens over here with Lucid. And once again, just to repeat that whole answer to new viewers who just tuned in and they weren't here earlier, if you're ever wondering about how much size I need to take on a trade, just it's that simple as that's your entry, that's your stop. Calculate how much of your bank account you're willing to risk on that trade if this stop triggers and you get slipped maybe a little bit more pennies on that position, and that's how much size you want to take on this entry over here, and just ride it to the north side. If you get stopped out, that's fine. That's the nature of the trade. You don't win 100% of the time. Not even the best algorithm wins 100% of the time. So losing is part of the game. And honestly, video games taught me how to deal with that, right? Like in a video game, or like even in sports. What is that?
I don't know, bro. I don't know why Instagram now, like when you shut the app, it continues to make noise. I don't know if that's
that sounds like you got hacked, bro. Instagram don't do that.
Is Brogdanov listening on my calls,
sounds like your phone's been tapped. You hear clicks on the phone when you're talking to your mom and dad? Yeah, your phone's tapped. This guy's got FBI tapping into his phone over here.
Why am I always getting ragged on for that? One time. Okay, anyway, we won't get into that again. No, it's not going to happen. It ain't going to happen. You know what? I should have known this. Never go into a situation you don't know the outcome of, or you can't control the outcome of, right? You don't know what kind of ads are going to pop up on your feed, and that's what I learned from that lesson with Neil. Shout out to him and the boys. Where are we at here? Yeah, we're moving up a little bit.
As far as I know, I only get ads about video games and headphones.
Well, I get fitness ads, right? Because I work out.
I'm joking.
I can't help that. AV, if you're tapped, you won't hear any clicks. FYI, you're good. Yeah, I've had my fair share of involvement in wiretaps
in those
and
businesses.
how they work and how to get them in this country. So, but yeah, interesting business.
Yeah.
Interesting business. Yeah. We're bouncing here proudly, or is this a fake out bounce?
Sharif was a wiretapper? Is that what you're saying?
I'm
joking.
a lawyer.
I'm joking.
Yeah.
But would you say a fake out drop?
Is this a fake out bounce here?
I mean, we held VWAP on the S&P 500, right? S&P 500 on the 5-minute chart here is showing holding a VWAP at the moment, unless my VWAP over here, which could be very easily wrong. So let's go check it out on the 500 on this chart over here on the 5-minute. Zoom in, Pratty, please. Come on, charts, work better for me. Yeah, that's not VWAP. So that's the 50-period EMA. So we got still a little bit more room to the downside over here, and this chart is obviously delayed by 15 minutes, so this is the actual price of the futures right now that you're looking at. You said it was a fake out breakout? No, that is VWAP. So yeah, we did drop to VWAP.
All right, so we're going to the 190 then,
Yeah.
right? I can punch in like a few
Oh,
hundred shares.
I'm not telling you what to do, my friend.
No,
that's your
Pat,
book,
you
and
know
that's your
you know
risk.
I'm just tongue
I
in
know, I
cheeking
know.
you, bro. How did you get involved with all that, if I may ask? Do you have an extensive knowledge on
wanna
military
know?
subjects?
We wanna
No,
know.
no, not at all. More about criminal investigations, not military subjects. So that's not my world. Criminal investigations is my world. So that's it's an interesting. We have so many different ways to get records in this country. But anyway, we're not going to go into that. Anyway, Apple bouncing at the moment. We can't. It's not the forum for it. But 189.50 proudly, possibly incoming on our friend Apple as we retrace into 15,100 question mark. A bit of a bottoming tail candle there on the NQ. But could we curl into the 15,100 level again? That'll definitely propel Apple upward. It has been lower lows, lower highs on Apple. It has to be mentioned since the end of that opening range break and since around 11 a.m. That peak at 189.90 has been followed by consecutively lower highs, and the low there at 189.20 at around 12:15 was followed by another lower low at 189.10. So the trend against us at the moment on Apple, but let's see what we do. Works for CIA in Canada. Yeah, they're called CSIS in this country. Canada Security Intelligence Service.
It's a 4-letter acronym?
CSIS.
Boring.
I know, right? CSIS operates a little differently than the CIA. They're supposed to only be working within Canada, not outside of Canada. So a little bit of a different perspective. CIA obviously operated everywhere. But yeah, Canada does have the equivalent of that. It's called CSIS. AV, thank you. And what's your background, AV? You want to know a little bit about you? You seem to know a little bit about wiretaps. Would love to know a little bit of what you have to say there. It's not just about me. Apple continuing to move here. We're involved in this long. This will be like the only green trade for me on the day, and it's not over yet. Wait, we could actually go red on this one. Let's give it an opportunity to go red. We can make it 0 for 4, baby. Kidding, of course. CSIS is like the NSA. The NSA is a little different. They just snoop on everybody's communications. CSIS actually has
NSA
spies
makes the
on field. They have field spies.
NSA makes the birds, right?
No,
'Cause
the
birds aren't
national.
real.
No. It's the what is it called? The National Security Agency? I forget, man.
National.
Is it the National Security? No. I forget.
Securities
whatever.
Agency, no?
I forget. Anyway,
No,
the
not
NSA.
securities. Why would it be securities?
They're the ones that they had the whole thing. Anyway, we're not going to get into that because it's all politics. But yeah.
I want to answer this question from Mark McGuire. So share your favorite setup, guys. Says Mark McGuire's. I mean, we do it every day on a regular basis. You see our trades showing up. We show you the IPO setups. We show you the reversal setups. We show you even dollar break setups. But my favorite setup is the one that's working in the current market environment. I don't have a favorite setup, right? It's the one that's working. The market's always ever changing. What's working right now may not work for you the next day, the next month, the next week, and the next year, and then could come back again in a year or two. It depends on the market environment. So I don't have a favorite setup at all. For me, the favorite setup is the one that puts money in my bank account and allows me to, get into work or buy some food or buy some liquor or whatever it is. I don't have a favorite setup, and I think that's what you want to kind of think about, because if you try to force a setup in a market environment where the setup is not working, then you're just gonna get beat up and get hurt, and you'll be like, okay, now the setup is not my favorite anymore. I'm never taking the setup. And then when the setup's working again, you'll be like, yeah, screw that setup. That setup hurt me. It used to be good, but I'm never touching it again. It makes no sense at all to think like that.
Sure.
So you got to think about what market environment are we in? Where's the VIX? Where's the volatility? What setups are working? Let me go trade that setup. So the best thing to do is also another comment in the chat from earlier. Do you guys journal your trades for tax purposes? Forget tax purposes. I journal my trades to get better purposes. I look at my journal week by week, month by month. I see exactly what setup is paying me, how many trades did I take in that setup, what time of day is that setup paying me, and what time of day is that setup burning me. As soon as I find out these details, I'm cutting out those bad time periods to trade in. I'm cutting out those bad setups to trade. I'm trading less volume on the bad setups, trying to maybe perfect those setups, and I'm taking more volume on the good setups that are paying me. So forget about tax purposes. I am journaling, but for myself to get better, by improve by 1% a day. So those are the tips that I would like to give to you over there. Never think about one setup being better than the other. It's about, is this setup working at the moment? Good. Then let me go harder on it until it stops working.
And I know there are some platforms that you can upload your brokerage data to, and they do an analysis for you. Their algos look for certain predefined things, what time your best trade is, at what size, on what type of stock, in what sector. You guys can get that. I mean, I don't know which service. I don't have anyone to recommend, but do your search. There's plenty of ones. But I think Pradley's point is data, data, data. The person with the most data usually wins the game. That's why you see Elon loving all the data he gets from his full self-driving cars and all the autopilot data that they get now. You know what, Pradley, remember how Elon's letting everybody use his supercharging stations and so now apparently Polestar jumped onto that now.
Of course.
Rivian.
It's going to be the North
Polestar.
American standard.
Exactly.
Everyone will jump onto it.
So here's the thing. This is unconfirmed. Analysts are looking at this and be like, why is Elon being so gregarious?
What does that mean?
With
Bro, you gotta stop with these words, man. What does that mean?
Ed, let's just go on. Basically,
No, I need the definition first.
Wait, man. Why is he giving out these slots? Why? Because it's going to piss off Tesla owners because they're going to have to wait longer at these stations now that the Ford, GM, all these people are going to be using them. The analysts think Elon's doing it because he wants data. He wants to know what these cars are doing, what makes, models. He gets everything about them, right? He gets everything about them.
And data is power, baby.
Data is power, right? So anyway, it's funny. Let's see
That's
how.
That's actually a good. Who said that? I want to read more about this analyst.
I don't know. Good question.
I want to read more about this. This is actually cool.
So Elon looking to, he's playing chess. We're playing.
Now tell me what the word means.
Gregarious. Google it.
How do you know how to spell it, bro? What do you mean? Google it. Gregarious. Hey Alexa, how do? Oh, sorry if I woke up your phones over there. Yeah, I'm sorry if I woke up your stuff. Sean actually put a quote in just now, not too long ago. Remember, day trading is a marathon, not a sprint. Stay patient, trust your analysis, and stick to your trading plan. Small, consistent gains can add up to significant profits over time. Keep grinding and stay committed to your journey. Day trading, patience pays off. That is exactly the journey I'm on. I start my day. By 10 o'clock, if I'm not in the profit already, I'm done. I close shop. But after 10 o'clock, if I'm already in the profit and I'm holding some good green positions, then I try to keep, gambling a little bit more, for the lack of a better word. I keep trading a little bit more. But if I'm not up by 10, statistics have shown me that I will most likely continue losing for the rest of the day. It has been very, very rare that I am red by 10 o'clock on the day.
Interesting.
And then after 10, I actually end green. It is very rare.
Very interesting.
So if I'm not in the money by 10 o'clock, close shop, log out, go for a walk, go play some volleyball outside by yourself. You saw me doing that, right? And then come back.
I love it. Yeah, he was out there with a volleyball.
So that's my new setup, and that's the idea over here.
15-1 just came in on the NQ right now. What do we do here? We had
15-1.
Yeah, we just had a reversal candle that dipped down. It was immediately bought back up. It's been lower lows throughout, though, guys. So lower lows, lower highs. We keep looking for longs, but I think it's really the short today. We should be shorting these pops. I got to tell you the truth. I think we keep looking for longs because we're just kind of programmed to look for these longs, but I don't know. I don't know how I feel about these longs
spelled it right
today.
the first try, baby.
It's just basically to me nice.
Put me in the spelling bee. I don't even know what the word means.
It's to me, the way I use it, it's nice, or you can be friendly. Friendly, to have friends and.
Oh yeah, sociable.
Is that what it says?
Yeah. Of a person fond of company / sociable,
right.
growing in open clusters.
Exactly.
Yeah, okay. It's cool because it's got Greg in it. And Greg, he's pretty sociable. He's pretty friendly.
Gregory.
Makes sense. Makes a lot of
Gregory's
sense.
Awesome.
All right. What stocks are you guys looking at? People are saying Rivian. Can Lucid make 6? I mean, Lucid already pushed up to $7. Already pushed up to 7 today. Can it take 7 again? Is what you're saying, I guess. It is possible, but I mean, you're talking about pennies at this point, right? Couple pennies, not that much of a difference in my opinion. So for me, it's already hit 7. For me, it's already hit 7, already broke 7. It's the same idea as Apple, right? When Apple got up to 189.90 yesterday, that wasn't not hitting 190. That was like, okay, you did it. You did it. But for the whole like comedy jokes aspect, it was like, hey, it didn't happen. But like for me, that happened yesterday. Today was just a confirmation of that whole idea. That's it. But Lucid, it's the same idea over here. The 7 already hit it. We're talking about pennies over here. Rivian is what was talked about. Talking about practice. We're talking about practice, not the game. Not the game. Rivian is not talking about practice. Rivian is talking about the game over here. A new high a day, 7% up. Wow, Rivian. I guess these cars actually do work these days. When we were talking about Rivian yesterday, Sharif, people in the chat were saying that SoCal, that's I'm guessing in Southern California, apparently has a lot of Rivians.
Okay.
So
I guess the deliveries are going there because I'm not seeing them here.
I'm not seeing them here either.
I'm not seeing them here either.
The chat was saying though there's a lot of them in SoCal.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Wow. Look, I mean that's where the Tesla hub is. When I visited my sister, right when she moved down there, all I noticed was Tesla, Tesla, Tesla. We definitely didn't have that many Model Ys.
I am seeing a lot more Teslas in Brampton
Ridiculous.
these days.
Yeah,
a lot more Brampton.
Now we've caught up. I feel like right. The amount of Teslas on the road is ridiculous, guys. Flip the camera. But Tesla, the amount of Teslas on the road is ridiculous now. And the Model Y, I think, is one of the best-selling cars. I don't know who you listen to. Some people say it's the best-selling car in the world. Some people say it's one of the best-selling. Top in North America, the Katina man says. The Model Y.
What is the top car?
The
Tesla.
The Model Y outsells the 3. It does outsell it. Yeah, 100%. SUVs now outsell sedans. The Katina man, gonna double check on that if I know. I know him, that's why, right? But anyway, moving back up, 15-1 incoming. But I don't know if we've got legs on this, man. I'm sick of dancing with this market. You know, when you get into boneheaded trades, you lose the patience that you need for the good trades. And I think that's my thing today. Nicole Harris, $5 super chat. Thank you very much, Nicole. Shout out to Hotlanta. Waiting for the Tesla phone. That might have free service to compete with Amazon. Now NIO has a phone. Interesting. I didn't even know there was going to be a Tesla phone, nor did I know NIO included a phone. I knew NIO was a premium EV brand.
Tesla Model Y beat Toyota and Corolla and everything?
It's a monster, Bradley. I see so many Model Ys on the road, and they're not cheap in this country.
I do.
They're not cheap in this country.
Aren't they like
they're
the 100 grand or so?
No, they were during the pandemic. Okay. Now they're like, if you can get a good one in the mid-60s.
Mid-60s,
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, no, they were 100 grand, but they've since cooled. People were basically buying Teslas to speculate and resell them for the better part of a year, and it really went bonkers when the war started, sadly, because then gas shot up and people were like, what the hell? So everybody and their mother's cousin wanted an EV, and I remember the Hyundai IonQ, that one shot up. It was like almost $100,000 for the Hyundai. Now it's like in the 50s. So there was inflation plenty during the COVID and COVID-related years, Bradley.
Mm-hmm. And I mean, we're dealing with it right now. Someone in the chat saying OSTK technicals, please.
Overstock.
Sorry. Yeah,
they
Overstock.
BBY, remember?
Exactly. But what I don't like is are they going to start using Bed Bath & Beyond's name?
That's
why on earth would you want to do that?
They think it has some cachet?
No, why? You see this company going bankrupt and you're like, oh, the name sounds good to me, let me use it? What? That doesn't make any sense to me.
I'm telling you.
Like, why don't you just, use it, Overstock as the name or something else as the name and just continue it, almost like this brand doesn't exist. That way the younger kids who saw Bed Bath & Beyond, evaporate, they forget about it, and then it's a whole different thing now.
I feel you. Look,
why are you trying to make something non-existent live?
I got Fabian in my ear. He just said the opposite of you. He's like, I know Bed Bath & Beyond, I don't know Overstock.
That's dinosaurs, man. Dinosaurs.
Hold on, Fabian, how old are you, brother?
He's younger than us.
There you go. I figured, right? Everybody's a boomer to Bradley if they don't agree. No, we're kidding, of course. But here's the thing. No, I got to agree with you. And I was talking to Sean about this morning. Bye Bye Baby was apparently the better brand. People actually like that brand. That was like baby stuff they sold.
Okay, yeah.
And that was looked at as having more value than the actual Bed Bath & Beyond brand. And Overstock ended up buying both because they were separate auctions.
Okay.
So they were sold separately, like batteries.
And so now Overstock owns both of these companies, and they're gonna do
both.
it under Bed Bath & Beyond. All of
I don't know if the Bye Bye Baby is going to be under Bed Bath & Beyond. I think it's going to be its own thing, likely. But yeah, actually, Overstock changing their name.
That's not a right
Getting
decision.
rid of their own name. I don't like
That's
that.
not
Use
the
them
right
in parallel.
decision. Why don't you just do what Google did, which is become make a new entity and then sign everything to that entity? So why don't you just make Overstock the supreme ruler of everything and then just put Bed Bath & Beyond?
I knew who Overstock.com was because I like about that kind of stuff. I'm thrifty and like to go online shopping, so I knew who they were.
Yeah.
Why can't they exist in parallel with Bed Bath & Beyond?
I think this is a horrible decision. If I was a CEO, I think I would for sure not make that decision.
Take it to him, baby. 15-1 rejecting again, Bradley.
But technicals on OSTK is what people are asking. I mean, today when that move was coming in, I was in absolute shock. I wanted that breakout over here. I missed this trade on multiple levels, so it was very upsetting to watch this trade move around the way it did and not be a part of it. But now the new levels that I'm looking out for is most likely this 34, 35 area coming into play. We could see rejection coming in around 35 for OSTK. But keep in mind, now there's obviously new catalysts in play. They did buy out, as Sharif mentioned to me now, not one, but two bankrupt companies, both of them which are pretty decent brands, and they could now launch to the north side a little bit more. Keep in mind though, both of these brands went bankrupt for a reason, right? And if this company bought them out, and if those companies still run the way they were previously, and they stay bankrupt or at least not making money, then OSTK will set up for a banger short because now you have two failing entities within your company, and your company wasn't doing that great to begin with, anyways.
Couldn't agree more.
Space moving back up to the north side.
There we go, baby. That $4.08 level holding on Space as the SSR bounce continues to materialize, but definitely off the highs. In case you're just joining us, this one was a sell the news type move. Essentially what we were doing, Max and I in the first hour were watching as the, I want to call it, what do you call it? What is it? It's not an airplane, it's a space pod attached to an airplane. Whatever it is, it launched, and it was a successful flight. They went, I think, into low Earth orbit, floated around for what seemed to be a couple of minutes, strapped back onto their seats, and then started to descend back down much in the same way that the spaceship used to, unpowered. As soon as that had materialized, the stock sold off. It was a sell the news event. And that $4 level now looking like a bit of a bottom as we curl into, yes, that level again, Bradley. 420 incoming question mark on Space. We'll continue to see that. We've also been keeping our eye on SoFi. That rhymes. Didn't mean to. But SoFi has been on watch, for lack of a better term. We've been waiting to see if the decision from the Supreme Court will come out with respect to the student loan forgiveness program by the Biden administration, and that is yet to be released, I believe, because nothing has showed up on my blotter, nor is there price action here on the chart. There were decisions released earlier by the Supreme Court, so it's not like that they've been silent. Those ones don't have anything to do for our purposes here, but SoFi will continue to keep that one on watch as that decision is incoming. Joby, this one is the electric vertical takeoff and landing company that got certification for one of its units in California and has been running up since, giving back some of that though today. Still positive though, Bradley, off that $9 close yesterday. So we'll keep an eye on that. Not much happening for me. The Future rejecting 15.1, but just down into 15.8. It's been very, very bad trading for me. I'd say this is probably my worst day of the month. A lot of boneheaded trades, but still alive and kicking. But yeah, could have done better.
A viewer says, space exemplifies the efficient market failure. First company to commercially hit space and it tanks. I would like to give you the other side of that argument, which is if markets were efficient, if stocks were efficient and you know they ever found their price, they would stop moving. Market needs to do what it's doing at all times, and this is just as simple as Neil actually explained it to me. Sell the news event. The stock moved up drastically over the span of the last few days since the news was announced until today. That was people buying up the rumor. If the market was efficient, why would you buy up a rumor until the actual, you saw the launch taking off, and then you would buy it up? Because wouldn't that be more efficient? Why are you buying up the position?
Nobody wants to be the last in line. Everybody wants to front run it.
Right,
that's
so
been always the
it's
thing,
buying up the rumor, selling the news, market mechanics, the whole idea of fighting with the market. Market needs to be efficient. Doesn't make any sense. That's because the market doesn't need to make sense. You just need to find out how to make money in all of this nonsense that we call the stock market, right? The market does not care about us, does not care about our money. It just does what it wants to. So we just want to.
They don't really care about us.
That used to be my favorite song when I was a kid, bro. That used to be my favorite. That music video, still one of the best music videos out there in the world.
Yeah. Oh, it's fantastic. Yeah. All right. What do you got on the weekend, Pradley? I know it's still, we got a day or so because we do have a semi-long weekend. Monday, we have a half day. By the way, Monday, guys, we are live until the close. And when's the close? 1 p.m., not 4. So Monday, no?
It's Tuesday. Monday's a regular day. Tuesday's the half day.
No,
right?
no. Tuesday is a full day off.
Yeah, we don't know what we're talking about. Brendo's micing up. Let's give it to Brendo over here.
All right. Brendo's got, I believe, do we have Brendo?
Yeah.
We have Brendo. We're sending it to Brendo.
So what we're going to do is midday is going to go to 1, and then it'll be the normal close show 12, and then the normal close show 12 to 1 p.m. when the market closes, and then Pradley will come on after 1 p.m. But yeah, 1 o'clock close on Monday, guys.
Markets shut down at 1, but the organization of the shows be a little bit different. The big kahunas, they're going to come on from that 12 to 1, and that will be the close, which typically goes from 2 to 4. That will be the look. But the markets, though, guys, close at 1 o'clock. Tuesday, July 4th, Independence Day. No market action. We're off there. So we have a half day Monday, a full day off.
Interesting fact.
Go.
So you know how I have my real dad, when I was really young, passed away, right? His birthday, July 4th, and my dad, my stepfather that I have, his birthday, July 1st.
July 1st. Wow.
Canada Day.
I
and
love
Independence
it. That's
Day.
hilarious.
Isn't that crazy?
That's
crazy,
amazing, bro. Oh my goodness. Your mom has a type though. She likes people in that area. I gotta say.
Apparently.
Yeah, she likes.
She's
July
got a thing
guys.
for the Cancerians.
Yeah, exactly.
Hey, I'm actually
border.
a Cancerian and a Leo, so yeah.
You're on the border, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. My Pradley on the border, the Cuspian, fellow Cuspian, as I am a Taurus Gemini Cuspian. It's supposed to be called the cusp of energy.
Oh,
someone said
I
that
didn't know
to me
that
like
that
a
was
little
something
bit.
like that. I would like to know what I am. Cusp of craziness.
Oh my God.
All right, guys. Let's see here. Born on the 4th of July, says Jason. All right, shout out to you. Where are we at here? Proudly, we are just doing the dance, the sideway dance here on most of these names. Apple sideways. Likewise with Tesla, no directional movement quite yet. Hopefully, the more volatile, the more liquid time of day between 2 to 4 brings something better for you guys. Julie Beckwith, I'm a Virgo Libra cusp. Shout out to Julie. And Zodiacs are distractions, says Barranquilla 2020 hookup. And I know how to say Barranquilla because I've been there. Shout out to my friend Melissa, whose sister got married there. And we went to Cartagena in Colombia.
As soon as you said Cartagena, I was like,
Yeah,
okay, Colombia.
Cartagena, yeah, that's like a coastal city. It's awesome. Colombia, shout out to the guys there. Where else we got here?
You don't want to hook up in probably Barranquilla, though.
No, right? Lean Green Machine says Barranquilla 2020 hookup. Just say BB20. No.
BB20.
No. All right, Trader Prad, look at AMD. It's tanking.
Yeah, I was just trying to look through the scanner over here from Yahoo as to what stocks are the most active. I need to set up my layout over here. Wow, space is really moving. Let's go, space. But let's go check out AMD over here. AMD is indeed moving back to the south side over here. I mean, it's doing nothing, to be honest. The 3-minute candles are all showing some support around this 110.50. Let's see it go back up. It did make a little bit of a drop past that 111 for sure. I will give you that. But look, the markets are trying to go back up, so I'm expecting AMD most likely goes back up from here too. Maybe even a slight retracement back to 111 and then reclaims 111 maybe. So we'll just wait and see for that one. I'm sorry if you get annoyed by this, but SPCE, ladies and gentlemen, let's go. We are moving back up. It has now reclaimed the 50-period EMA. It is using the 50-period EMA most likely as support moving forward from here on out. Beautiful call out on where the supports show up. I just gave you an example on how to, look at level 1, look at level 2 and include time of sales for a better understanding of where the supports might actually show up. It wasn't over here when you were asking me, I forget who the viewer was. It wasn't over here though when you were asking me for a possible dip buy because we weren't seeing the tape show us those indications. But over here, the tape was confirming along with the level 2, and that's the type of confirmation you want to see. Another example would be that the SVV stock that you saw me get into for a long. The tape, there was size on the level 2. You saw me get in front of the level 2. But what was the tape saying? The tape wasn't confirming that buyers are now fighting for price and front running the stock higher and higher in front of 24. What they were doing is waiting, like what I should have done, is to see if the stock goes down to 24, prints 24, and then flushes to the downside. But that's not what ended up happening. It just, bing, 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 pings 24 instantly, takes out the level on there, and then drops 60 cents, 60 cents on me. Instantly 60-cent loser on that trade. Walk L with that one. But thankfully, we got SPCE saving our day over here, making back half the loss that we have on SVV. Let's see if SPCE can go all the way back up to VWAP or 450, which I think is, it is possible. I think 450 is possible because of this dip low right here, right there. Off the open, it was around 450 or so. I think we could move back there and VWAP this black line, as you guys can see, also coinciding with that line on the 5-minute chart at the moment. Also, it happens to be that double bottom in front of 450. That's actually surprising. We made a higher low, and then we ripped up to the north side for the higher high, and then we make a lower low, lower high, and then we straight nosedive on SPCE. So that sell the news event, obviously, after the successful landing was yikes on that one. Someone in the chat were saying that their landing gear looked like toothpicks or something. I want to look at this picture now of what it looked like.
It was actually I think they got to keep everything light, but you know how this stuff is. It's all like carbon fiber, titanium, super light, strong material. Like, I was gonna make a joke, but I'm gonna hold back.
Probably smart.
Yeah, probably smart. Exactly. All right, back down we go as 15.1 now acting as a level of resistance on the NQ. Prior to that, it had been yesterday's close at 15.130. That level is not in our purview anymore as we reject off that 15.1, looking to make newer local lows. That dip that got bought up was at 15.060. Technically low day though, came in at 10.30 or 10.45, pardon me, at 15.028. We actually hold 15,000 on the day. But lower highs, lower lows, it's been a stair step, short the pop type day. Sadly, hindsight is 20/20, and I did not trade it in that way, and therefore it's been a tough day. But yeah, the space long that Proudly has looking absolutely fantastic as it now breaks through that 420, looks to knock on the door 44 and a quarter. 447 Proudly VWAP. Doesn't make its way up to that VWAP retracement.
Yeah, that's
here.
what I'm looking for, like 450, 447 area.
Same
so I'm
thing.
glad that you called that too. So yeah, awesome.
Yeah, there's price action. You can see that 450, definitely the price action there. If you're looking for price action, the level's 450. If you're going to use these indicators, you know, VWAP right now 447. Who knows what it gets to when we get up there? But yeah, keeping an eye here. Let's see what else is going on. Meta at an interesting point, says G-Man. G-Man, I like that. I've been called the G-Man before, given my last name. Starts with a G. Let's go and have a look here at Meta. All right, Meta at that 282.30 area. That's the level that we actually found support on at around 11 o'clock. We dipped by around there. We made another move down. That was that ended up being like a bit of a hammer candle there, with a dip all the way down into the break of 282, 281.94, but it was immediately bought back up. But here we are again at those levels. Do we get bought up? Well, quite frankly, is this not a flat bottom break waiting to happen where you have consecutively lower high, lower high, lower high with the same low? Flat bottom breaks was made on this pattern, whether or not it resolves in that way, you know. Anyway, it's down 1%. Meta was a bit weak yesterday too, if I have to be honest here. I mean, like, look at that. Kind of looks like a head and shoulders pattern, but so many of these end up looking like head and shoulders pattern. But anyway, we make a touch of that almost 290 area, get up to 289.50. Quick wick all the way back down. Looks like we closed out the day at 285.28. And we didn't hang around that 285 area much today at all because it's been down to the right. Now knocking on the door again of 282 as we are local lows. But look, hey, if you want to stare this one in the face to the high side, fantastic. I mean, the level is clearly based on evidence here. 282 and a quarter has held, but keep in mind it's a counter trend trade. So may be tough as we now wind down on the show. Let's see what else is moving. Let me check my scanner. Top was another interesting one for us today, Proudly. We were looking at this one.
If top's moving, HKD is moving.
Top is, what are we at? We're below VWAP right now. We're only 35%. We did well on this initially. And then the bamboozlement came in. We consolidated sideways. There were several false breakouts to the high side, the highest of which culminating at 894, not quite making that $9 touch. But now we are breaking below and consolidating below VWAP, breaking below and consolidating below.
What do HKD do?
Good question. Let's pull that bad boy
Top
up.
is moving, HKD moves.
Think so?
Yeah.
Let's look it up. HKD, the much maligned stock from last summer, not doing much too much today, Proudly. A bit of a consolidation sideways at that 645.
Someone in the chat said, what car did you buy, Sharif? So he bought this one on my screen right here, the Jaguar F-Type.
No, I didn't buy that screen at all. I didn't buy that car at all.
I'm joking. It was the F-Pace.
F-Pace,
You
yeah.
have the F-Pace.
That's
Same
the
color,
old
though.
F-Type, by the way. They changed the front headlights. They're now thin and long rather than being those.
These are kind of ugly, yeah.
Yeah, no, they've
These are
changed
kind
that.
of ugly. They look way better now for sure. He has the F-Pace, and I love the F-Pace. I'll be
Driving it
honest with
tomorrow,
you.
baby.
Ooh, that car.
Didn't you drive that? Wasn't it your ex's car?
Yeah,
you were driving around?
my ex had that F-Pace,
There you
and boy, but hers was a diesel, and it wasn't that powerful. Yours roars.
I'll show it to you tomorrow.
That kitty roars, bro. It doesn't purr. That's a beast. SPCE is a beast right now, going to the north side. I know you guys are probably bored of me constantly talking about SPCE. Let's quickly
it's
go.
the only thing moving up. Okay,
go. In that case, then okay, let's continue talking about SPCE. No, people in the chat saying that Fidelity. Well, Nicole Harris. Saying Fidelity joins BTC ETF. In that case, BTC more to the north side, I'm guessing. Let's see if any moves are coming in on the Bitcoin side. Not really. Bitcoin is still being rejected by the 30,500 area right now. We did pop above it slightly earlier on today, but right now we're still getting rejected by that line. The other stock that I saw on the list was Baba. Yeah, Baba apparently moving back up to the north side. Sorry, Beba for our buddy Ian. I don't know what he's doing these days. Actually, I do know what he's doing these days. He went back to working at Audi.
Is he?
Yeah, so he went back to working at Audi. So shout out to Ian. He said he already got some banger sales that he did. So he's already killing it on that side. So shout out to my boy Ian over there. He's gonna be coming down tomorrow.
Is he?
Yeah.
Okay.
He's gonna
Well,
be
I'll
coming down
hanging, man.
tomorrow. We're gonna be hanging down with them. That's what you say now, but then all of a sudden at 3:30, oh, I gotta go take my shirt off and run on the beach.
I'm not anymore. I'm doing it on Saturday now.
Oh, okay,
I told
good,
you with the
good,
boys.
Good,
yeah.
good. Good. So
We're on the beach. Don't get healthy. Forget about your no, we're doing a boys run now Saturday. Friday
okay.
in the morning.
Saturdays
yeah.
for the boys.
Yeah,
Isn't that what they
exactly.
say? So hey, I like
Exactly.
it. Good run time over there. Maybe I should join
But he's
you
doing
guys.
Airbnb stuff too. He's
Yeah.
like that's his
Yeah,
side
yeah.
gig, so he's killing it on that. One
Yeah.
of the I'd say he's one of the more level-headed guys I've met, man.
But
He's
Baba
a
is
hell of a
indeed
guy.
moving to the north side right now, man. 83, I mean, the VWAP hold coming in. We're back to the north side, still down on the day 1.29%. I think a couple days ago, Baba was absolutely taking off. We got a super chat coming in, $5 super chat. Does Prad's mom know about Apple 190 bet, or will she be serving him supper from under his locked room when he does go platinum? My parents actually love the platinum hair, so they wouldn't mind. And plus, I'm a grown man. What are they gonna do? Nothing.
Platinum, baby. He's done it before. He's gonna do it again. I guess really the only question is, Pradley, what's the ATA on Platinum, Prad?
Wait and find out.
Wait and find out. Okay, so if you want to know when Platinum goes platinum, you better tune in every day because you don't know what day it's coming. But yeah, something tells me.
You see, I got a checkings and a savings, and it takes some time for the money to transfer over.
Can I tell you though, there is a practical reason to do that because if you use your debit card a lot, okay, it get compromised, right? And if your debit is linked to your checkings only, but not linked to your savings, you can't move it from there. So if you're going to get compromised and people are going to use your tap every which way, having your money in savings, only transferring it into checkings when you want to make a purchase protects you from that con.
Yep.
But you have to disconnect your debit card from your savings. There can't be a connection between them. You can only do the transfer on online banking, which is easy.
You want to know a better answer?
What?
Just don't have any money in your bank account.
There you go.
Just don't have any money in your bank account. Be broke. No one can steal nothing from you when you're broke. Ladies and gentlemen, I won the game. I beat the system. Can't rob a broke man. Let's go.
All right. Use a Juck credit card. I don't know what that means. Share is going to put your bank in a headlock with those biceps. Bang. Nope, can't do that to the bank. They file charges in this country. They don't usually like that. Jackie, roll on floor. Prad. All right, what do we got here, Pradley? Let's see what's moving. Micron. Do you remember how good this one was yesterday? It's given up the ghost. It's down 4% now. Micron taking it on the chin intraday. Let's go to the 15-minute chart to show what the move was. Yes, this is the move yesterday in Micron. This happened after hours, the aftermarket spike as earnings came out, proudly covering that live on the after party show yesterday. 70.
Nice bounce on the market.
Yeah. And then we got the opening print today, and it's been Downsville for Micron since that time. We are now kind of on the lower end of that June 27th low, kind of that support level there, 63.77 lower at that 64 1/3 at the moment below VWAP. D-Loaf, Sharif, $5 Canadian super chat, baby. Best of luck on the big desk next 2 weeks and on vacay. Going to miss your interactions. I'll be studying for my CPA exam next 2 months.
Good luck.
Shout out to you, D-Loaf. I wish you the best of luck. Big exams coming for you, and I really hope you kill it. But don't forget us about it don't forget us when you make it big. And always, stay tuned and interact with us.
I actually learned this today from an Instagram reel, so it's kind of embarrassing to learn this at this age after so long.
Right.
But the thing is, in New York and Las Vegas and so on, people just go out buy these lavish houses for crazy amounts of dollars cash. Where are you getting this cash from?
I don't know.
Like people buying like a $10 million, $20 million house in New York with cash. Where are you getting this cash from? You just have 20 million sitting in your bank account and just go withdraw? Like where are you getting this?
All right.
So this guy said, they take a line of credit on their assets. Like let's say you have stocks, right? We trade stocks all the time. They basically show their portfolio, show their net worth value or whatever. They take a line of credit on that, go buy a house with said cash, then they get a mortgage on that cash, pay off the line of credit, and now you just have a mortgage on this house where you didn't move a single dollar from your Google portfolio
and you
or
don't
your
pay
Microsoft
tax on the
portfolio
loans
or
either.
anything. I was like, damn, I need to learn more about these business
that's the
loopholes that I know
loophole.
nothing about. That's insane.
Yeah, that's the
or
loophole.
even how, like, if you register a LLC under a trust and a trust under like something else, you can save like more money or something. I was like, yo, this is crazy.
Well, I don't know about that last one, but the debt issue has been like a loophole being used by businesses and rich people for years. Essentially, it's better when money is cheap. Right?
Yeah,
but
interest rates
exactly.
and so on, yeah.
But as long as the real rate is negative, and by real rate, I'm talking about the actual Fed funds rate and the actual rate of inflation, and seeing the difference between them if there is a difference between them. So if there is, then you have to account for that. But the whole point is, if you have, like, say, like Bradley was saying, $1 million home, it's paid off. In Canada, they allow you to pull up 80% of that equity. So you can take up to an 80% loan.
Isn't it like 70 now?
Is it 70? They probably lowered it. I think the stress test got lowered.
No, sorry, higher.
No, definitely not higher.
Then I'm wrong.
It's either lower. It's either that or lower. You can borrow, say $800,000 or $700,000, whatever, if it's 70%. When you have that $700,000 to work with, you don't have to pay cash on you don't have to pay tax on because it's a loan. But you're taking that same $700,000 and you're putting it to work much like you would with that $1 million that you had instead of buying the house. But the thing is, when the cost of borrowing goes up, your math has to be different, right? So that's where you have to count. And then if obviously it's on a variable rate, you can end up with way higher monthly payments. D-Loaf, again, $5 Canadian super chat. Thank you. Wanted to thank the whole Trader TV fam. Going to miss y'all. You guys have been like family, been tip listing and more than 2 times my net this year. We couldn't be happier for you. We will.
No, he's studying for it.
You and I interact every day.
That.
What's that?
Someone in the chat said exactly who said that or what Instagram reel did I watch to learn that, and he said Andrew Schulz. Yeah, it was the comedian Andrew Schulz, and you're right. It was that person. Someone else in the chat over here. Where'd it go? Tax loophole. No. Oh yeah, that's the one. That's what I want to talk about. Brad, just realized I fat fingered SPCE, doubled my size. I hope it hits to 450. Look, my first rule anytime is if I take a fat finger position, is to immediately get rid of all the size that I fat fingered into and hold the original size that I wanted to trade with. So let's say I wanted 1,000 shares and I fat fingered into 2,000 shares. No matter when I realize it, if I realize it here or if I realize it here, the first thing I'm doing on the second that I realize it is I'm cutting down the size that I did not want. So if I wanted 1,000, I got into 2,000 by mistake, I'm getting rid of that 1,000 shares right now. There's no if this, then that type of situations over here. The system is not a Boolean type. It is a Boolean. It's a yes or no. There is no like more if this type of situations over here. How much size did I want? How much size do I have? If I have more, get rid of it right now. That's how I trade. I'm not trying to tell you how you should trade. Trade your own book, create your own system, see what works for you. But more often, what I have realized is when you get into a keystroke, it's amazing when it's winning for you. But when it's wrong for you, that keystroke will be way more painful. So imagine it's on the opposite side over here, and now you realize that you keystroked into a big trade and it's actually sour for you. You'd be crying at the moment, right? So be careful. If that is the type of trade for you, I would suggest you to do that. But obviously, not financial advice. Trade your own book. Do what needs to be done to protect your own capital. Sharif, this market right back to VWAP on the NASDAQ and S&P 500. S&P 500 right back to VWAP and NASDAQ marching back to lower days.
Yes, sir. Getting down back into that 15,060. All the shorts have, all the pops have been shorted. The Katina man is on the phone. He has spoken with Brock. How do I say it exactly?
Bogdanov.
As we head back south proudly, you got to say as we close here, the last 30 seconds on the show, that 15,130, yesterday's close on the NQ was rejected multiple times. Sellers, overwhelming buyers on every ascent into that level. And it's the same thing that we look for when we're looking for the buy. We saw them to sell, but we suck and we couldn't take advantage of that. I'm talking about myself, not we. Off that 15-1-3-1. Guys, all right, we are winding down here. I will not be on the show tomorrow, next week, or the next couple weeks. In fact, I won't be on the show until July 24th, but I will be on the big desk for the remaining of this week and next week. I will see you all. Bradley and I will see you all tomorrow. Same bad time, same bad channel. Brendo's at the big desk.
Hey guys, yeah, Thursday afternoon, 2 o'clock. Welcome back in. We're dealing with a bit of a chop fest as far as the overall market is